The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 30th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marcus J. Molinaro to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the attack on Israel by Hamas on October 7th was an unprovoked act of barbarity and butchery that targeted innocent civilians and broke every rule of war dating back to medieval times. The sinister nature of this attack and the genocidal character of the government behind it should shock the conscience of every man and woman of goodwill on this planet. As the Nazis were systematically murdering 6 million Jews, the civilized nations of the world took up arms in defense of the defenseless, annihilated the scourge of Hitler and Hitlerism, and vowed to never allow such crimes to be permitted again. To assure this objective, these United Nations restored the Jewish state to the Jewish homeland, whose roots in Israel trace back to the dawn of human history. Never again. Israel exists today to maintain and uphold that sacred vow of mankind. Never again. The generation that survived those times knew how vital that declaration is and how essential the existence of Israel is to fulfill it. And yet the genocidal hatred that produced the Holocaust was never completely extinguished. It has now morphed into a more virulent strain of Nazism that came on full display on October the 7th, and shockingly, we are seeing support for that ideology in the riots unfolding on our streets and on our campuses, and it has even seeped into the halls of Congress. Now, I oppose punishing anyone for their opinions, even vicious opinions, but they should be denounced at every opportunity, and the destructive policies they advocate should be decisively defeated. Which brings me to the folly of the Biden administration. Now, Hamas is the popularly elected government of Gaza. When it attacked, Israel responded the only way it morally could, by waging war with all of its might and resources. And Gaza was not provoked by Israel. Quite the contrary. In 2006, Israel granted the people of Gaza the right of self-government, and they promptly responded by electing Hamas. Last week, a poll of Palestinians found overwhelmingly support for that government and the atrocities that it's committed. There is no moral equivalency here. Israel has practiced tolerance toward all its Arab neighbors, while Hamas is dedicated to the annihilation of Israel. War is hell on earth. A nation forced into it has a moral obligation to put all of its resources behind its soldiers and to achieve unconditional victory as quickly as possible, and then to resolutely destroy the government and culture that unleashed it. The demands for a ceasefire by the Biden administration, the provision of so-called humanitarian aid to Hamas-controlled Gaza, and demands for proportionality are utterly self-destructive to all involved because their practical effect is to prolong the conflict indefinitely. In war, you don't want a proportional response. You want the most disproportional response you can muster. The more disproportional it is, the sooner it's ended. Humanitarian aid is what you send after the enemy has unconditionally surrendered and not a moment before. Can you imagine sending food and fuel into Nazi Germany during World War II? That is lunacy. The foundational of this problem is Iran. It's funding the most extensive terrorist network in history. The sanctions against Iran were producing a growing popular resistance to that regime, yet each time it was about to boil over, Obama and later Biden took billions of dollars owned by the Iranian people and instead turned it over to their oppressors in Iran. Biden's refusal to enforce sanctions has meant an estimated $30 billion of revenues to Iran, and it was about to release another $6 billion when the attack on Israel embarrassed them into temporarily backing down. Now, when President Biden releases money to Iran or relaxes sanctions, he's funding the very terrorist operations unleashed against Israel. When he leaves our borders wide open, he's creating an open pathway for terrorists into our country. And when he sends aid to Hamas-controlled Gaza, he gives aid and comfort to the very forces that unleashed such terror upon Israel and aspire to unleash it against America. For our own sake and for the sake of humanity, America must stand unconditionally with Israel, cutting off any resources to its adversaries and providing the arms, ammunition, and moral support it desperately needs. This is the only way to restore the full force of civilization behind these two sacred words, never again. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we have less than 3 weeks scheduled to the remainder of this year for us to act. We have less than 3 weeks to secure aid for Israel and Ukraine before we return to our districts in December. They cannot afford that time. Each day we wait, winter grows colder in Ukraine. Each day we sit on our hands, American and Israeli hostages in Gaza become more fearful that they have been forgotten, as do their families. Each day we idle, our allies sacrifice more lives in their fight against tyranny and terror. Each day we fail to act, America's reputation as the world's greatest defender of freedom and democracy decays. Inaction suggests to our friends and foes alike that our Congress chooses doubt over determination, reluctance over resolve, and contention over conviction. We embolden those assaulting democracy in Israel, Ukraine, and elsewhere to set their sights on the rest of the free world, including our own shores. We must not project uncertainty in our willingness to oppose despots and international terrorists. Securing this supplemental aid without condition and without delay needs to be this House's priority. I've served in Congress for over 42 years, including 28 years in the leadership. In that time, I've seen Democrats and Republicans work together to defend democracy and further freedom. Earlier this year, I went with former Speaker McCarthy to meet with Israeli leaders to reaffirm our vital U.S.-Israel relationship. I worked with him to preserve the overwhelming bipartisan support our Congress has had for Israel for the past 75 years, just as I did with past Republican leaders. Now, Mr. Speaker, we come together in solidarity on Vladimir Putin's threatens freedom, democracy, international law, and the lives of Ukrainians. A few years ago, I stood with Republicans in Kiev's Independence Square to lay wreaths for the pro-democracy protesters who were gunned down there during the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. Our Republicans also joined me on my codel to Ukraine's border just last year, when I met with President Zelensky and House leaders on both sides of the aisle in September in this House. We expressed our unanimous commitment to Ukraine's cause, to America's cause, to freedom's cause. We saw that same bipartisanship on the House floor in recent weeks when some 75% of us voted to approve additional funding for Ukraine, all 7 times, perhaps 8 times if you count a couple of bills, we came up for consideration 75% of us voted for Ukraine's funding. We ought to act on the strong consensus that exists in this body to deliver aid for Israel and Ukraine. Now, today, perhaps tomorrow, but certainly very soon. Neither dysfunction nor disagreement ought to undermine that effort. Victory is our objective. Delay is our enemy. I have spoken with Israeli and Ukrainian leaders. I have met with officials from NATO partners and other allies. I've talked with the families of American hostages held captive by Hamas in Gaza. Their question is the same. Is America still willing to pay the price of freedom? Our answer, ladies and gentlemen of this House, and the answer of America must be yes. Now. We must send a deafening message to our friends and to the enemies of freedom and democracy. We will defend our allies and our shared values, not only in the next few days, but in all the days to come. My friends, it is time to act. It is time to act without condition. Ukraine needs us, Israel needs us, and freedom, democracy, and international law needs us. Let us act now.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Keith Self, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to lay out that this House has passed an Israel supplemental bill, $14.3 billion. Today, I call on the Senate to pass this aid to Israel forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I rise this morning to recognize our veterans by honoring exceptional American heroes and their selfless commitment to serving our nation and their communities. It is a moment to acknowledge those who have sacrificed much and devoted all to safeguard our country. This year, Texas 3rd District is saluting the brave veterans who have exhibited remarkable service, leadership, integrity, and dedication. These veterans represent true role models within our community, deserving our utmost respect, acknowledgement, and honor. The veterans from Texas 3rd Congressional District receiving the 2023 Congressional Veteran Commendation Award are as follows. Lieutenant Colonel James Angelino, U.S. Army. Commander Paul Chabot, U.S. Navy. Command Sergeant Major Shane Chapman, U.S. Army. Sergeant Dave Cornett, U.S. Army. Colonel William George, U.S. Army. Colonel Larry Green, U.S. Army. Sergeant Michael Carson, U.S. Army. Lieutenant Colonel Sean Keefe, U.S. Marine Corps. Staff Sergeant Casey McEwen, U.S. Army. Sergeant James Owsley, U.S. Army. Lance Corporal Ramil Paredes, U.S. Marine Corps. Petty Officer First Class Anthony Rulli, U.S. Navy. And Sergeant First Class Ruben Tobar, U.S. Army. To these 13 veterans, I salute you. God bless you, and God bless America. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the centennial of a beautiful neighborhood that has contributed to the rich culture of the San Fernando Valley, Toluca Lake. Prior to the first Europeans' arrival, the Tongva people were the first inhabitants of Toluca Lake. They established their homes on the banks of the Los Angeles River there. In 1889, General Charles Foreman purchased the territory in which modern-day Toluca Lake lies, and by 1893 applied for the first post office and named the town Toluca Ranch, which he claimed was a Paiute Indian word for beautiful and fertile valley. Just like the rest of the San Fernando Valley at the time, Toluca Lake was lined with crops of satsuma plums, cling peaches, and Moore Park apricots, and much more. The Lake and Toluca Ranch, which has starred in many movies, was very attractive for movie producers, which in turn resulted in the movie industry beginning to develop there. In 1915, Carl Laemmle built Universal Studios in the area, after which several other studios like Warner Brothers Studios and others started flooding into the community. After the general's death in 1919, the ranch was sold to a group of investors who tried to build a bedroom community around the studios and named the area Toluca Lake Park. And by 1923, another group of investors purchased the property and built a housing community, which is now called Toluca Lake. Toluca Lake has been home to many famous American artists and celebrities such as Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Betty Davis, Steve Carroll, Andy Garcia, Melissa McCarthy, Amelia Earhart, and many more. President Ronald Reagan and his wife Nancy Reagan even had their wedding reception in Toluca Lake. Today, Toluca Lake is a key community of the entertainment industry where working families can pursue the American dream and tell stories to the world. Toluca Lake is a place of work for many below-line workers such as hairdressers, painters, carpenters, and caterers. One person I'd like to acknowledge was an immigrant. He came from Mexico, Jalisco, Mexico, and worked at Toluca Lake's famous diner, Patty's, for over 10 years. His name is Santos Padilla, the father of our U.S. Senator, Alex Padilla. Like Santos, thousands of people can provide for their families there in Toluca Lake, and some even make it their home. Many of these hardworking people are part of organizations such as Toluca Lake Homeowners Association, Toluca Lake Chamber of Commerce, Toluca Lake Garden Club, Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council, Toluca Lake Beautification Partners, and even a magazine called Toluca Lake Magazine. They have volunteered thousands of hours for the community. They've organized countless community cleanups, holiday parades, and farmers markets. Each organization is committed to addressing the diverse needs of residents, property owners, businesses, and local stakeholders. With its rich culture and diverse constituents, Toluca Lake continues to be an extraordinary part of the San Fernando Valley. There are many communities named Toluca, one in Mexico, Montana, Illinois, North Carolina, but there is only one Toluca Lake. Congratulations, Toluca Lake, on your 100-year anniversary. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Manuel Manny Figueras, an amazing public servant who spent his entire life improving the lives of many people from the city of Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley. Manny was born on New Year's Eve in 1961 in Banes, Cuba. Just like many Cuban families, the Figueras left Cuba in 1968 to pursue their dream of liberty and freedom here in the United States. The Figueras immigrated first to Miami, Florida, then came to Los Angeles, California. Manny attended Roosevelt Middle School, Hoover High School in Glendale, and finished his education at Glendale College with a degree in business administration. Manny began his career in public service working for Councilmember Richard Alarcon. I saw Manny's love and commitment for his constituents firsthand. As a field deputy, he was the first person a constituent saw when they were trying to solve a difficult issue in their community. Manny had a special talent for helping mom and pop businesses. His ability to listen compassionately and then develop a plan to cut through the red tape of government made a difference in the lives of many business owners and families. Even after Manny moved on from his life in the Los Angeles City Council service, constituents had personal phone numbers of his and would always call him, and he was always there to help. In his trademark calm and caring manner, Manny would advocate for constituents and communities in North Hollywood, Mission Hills, Sylmar, and beyond. We lost Manny on October 11th, 2023. He was surrounded by family and friends. Manny is survived by his mother, Ana Figueras, his brother, Juan Figueras, his sister-in-law, Dora Figueras, his nephew, Andrew Figueras, his niece, Ariana Laborico, and his nephew-in-law, Dylan Laborico. We miss you, Manny, very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Cullen Talton, the longest-serving active sheriff in the Peach State, the state of Georgia. After 51 years of serving his community, Mr. Talton has decided to complete his final term serving Houston County before retiring. Sheriff Cullen Talton was elected in 1972, where he served as a commissioner before becoming a sheriff. He is known for being a trusted, respectable, and devoted servant of the community. To honor his many years of service and dedication, local leaders, community members, and his family gathered at the Houston County Annex before the commissioners' meeting to celebrate the longtime sheriff. Congratulations, Sheriff Talton, on your remarkable achievements and on your well-deserved retirement. Your dedication and years of service are admirable and greatly appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize November as National Homelessness Awareness Month. In Georgia, over 10,000 people do not have housing. This includes fathers, mothers, and nearly 700 veterans. During this month of recognition, many groups across the country are putting on events designed to help people struggling with homelessness. Oliver Maynor, LLP in Savannah, is one of the many groups helping to fight homelessness during this month of recognition. Events such as the Oliver Maynor's donation drive and the Homeless Veterans Stand Down event are essential to highlighting and helping to fight this critical issue. This month is a time when we come together as a community and as a nation to reflect on the issue of homelessness and its impact on countless lives. By raising awareness, we can show our support and help those who need it the most, because every family, especially veterans, deserve a safe and stable home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Bill Miltiades, who passed away on August 31st, 2023. Bill was a knowledgeable and committed realtor. For many years, he had been dedicated to the success of the Savannah Area Realtors Association. He served on countless boards and received many awards in both his work and personal lives. This past year was Bill's 24th year as a member of the Distinguished Sales Society. Bill received his bachelor's degree at the University of Georgia and his master's at the Institute of Textile Technology in Charlottesville, Virginia. He started Bill Miltiades Management in 2011 and then became a broker of his own realty company in 2018. Bill was loved by many, including but not limited to his devoted sister Martha, brother-in-law Sean, and his favorite person in the world, his niece, Starlin. He will always be remembered as a genuine soul with endless kindness and care for the people around him. Bill was very proud of his family, of his country, of his church, his friends, and of his community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Connor Daniel, who won 6th place at the Junior World FISTAT Championship this summer. FISTAT is a unique and difficult shooting sport. It requires participants to keep their guns still until the shooting clay they are targeting becomes visible. This summer, Daniel joined Team Beretta USA as an honor in its own right. From there, he traveled and competed in the 2023 World FISTAT Sporting Championship Finale Beretta World Cup in Hungary. Connor said that he is honored to have joined Team Beretta, and his results show that he has represented them and his country well. I again want to congratulate Connor on winning 6th place, and I look forward to seeing his sporting career continue to flourish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much. We face a housing crisis in our country. In Metro Detroit, there are 3 extremely low-income renter households for each unit that is both affordable and available. In response, state and local public developers are using innovative policy tools to build new housing developments that are financially sustainable and affordable. That's why I co-led the introduction of the Public Housing for the 21st Century Act, which provides public housing authorities and housing finance agencies with the latest best practices for mixed-income public housing. While federal subsidies have long been insufficient to address the housing crisis in our country, Mr. Speaker, The Public Housing for the 21st Century Act ensures that communities have access to the latest models and policy options, creating a pathway for real affordable housing. So I urge my colleagues to please join me in promoting housing access in every single district across our nation by co-sponsoring this bill. Hisham, Kinan, Tahsin are all Palestinian college students who were shot while wearing a keffiyeh and speaking Arabic on their way back to a family dinner in Vermont. Just weeks ago, a 6-year-old Palestinian-American child, Wadia, was stabbed 26 times in a hate crime in Illinois. They had to take the knife out of his body. The constant dehumanization of Palestinians have real consequences, Mr. Chair, and it's fueling anti-Palestinian racism and violence. The dehumanization and the rhetoric repeated by many elected officials, many in this chamber, is inciting violence against Palestinians. My heart goes out to every family affected by violence, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and any form of hate. One of the Palestinian victims who was shot in Burlington, Hisham, he wrote that this hideous crime did not happen in a vacuum. As much as I appreciate and love every single one of you, I am but one casualty in this much wider conflict. Had I been shot in the West Bank where I grew up, the medical services that saved my life here would likely have been withheld by the Israeli army. The soldier who shot me would go home and never be convicted. Any attack like this is horrific, be it here or in Palestine. That's why when you say your wishes and light your candles today, your mind should not just be focused on me as an individual, but rather as a proud member of a people being oppressed. When I talk about Hisham, Kinan, and Tahsin, Mr. Chair, I think of my 2 Palestinian boys living right here in the United States. Today, I recognize my friend, William B. Bill Goodman, a true people's lawyer, Mr. Chair, who never wavered in his pursuit of justice. I met Bill over 15 years ago when he was president of the Maurice Janes Sugar Law Center for Economic and Social Justice. He was a mentor of mine and so many movement lawyers, and a hero to those who sought justice. Over the course of his career, Bill sought to focus his work on protection of civil liberties, holding the powerful accountable to the Constitution, and fighting for the working class at home and around the world. He was always ready and willing to fight for the most vulnerable among us. Bill was a pioneer people's lawyer, both in private practice in Detroit and leading the Center for Constitutional Rights and the National Lawyers Guild. He was proud of representing the Attica prisoners, the Guantanamo Bay detainees, the Vietnam survivors of Agent Orange, and so many victims of police violence and corrupt persecution. It speaks to Bill's character that one of the most important lawyers in American history will best be remembered by those who, close to him, of his endless jokes and bottomless love for his children and comrades. Please join me in honoring Bill Goodman, remembering his life and legacy. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a one-of-a-kind man, father, husband, business owner, U.S. veteran, and a great friend of mine, Mr. Albert Burr McCall, or AB, as many called him. Mr. McCall passed away on September 13, 2023, at the grand age of 94. Living to that age is obviously quite a feat, but in AB's case, the real feat was the full life he lived and the accomplishments he achieved. AB was a man of faith, a loving and loyal family man, a proud and patriotic American. He was an unwavering believer in the preservation of the freedoms we enjoy as Americans, and he contributed generously to those causes that shared his convictions. He saw the importance of hard work at a young age when he worked at the general store his grandparents started in 1896. That entrepreneurial spirit would prove to run in the family. AB graduated from Smith County High School in Carthage, Tennessee, and later earned an undergraduate college degree in agriculture from my alma mater, Tennessee Tech. He then earned a master's degree in animal nutrition from the University of Missouri. Mr. McCall started his professional career as a teacher, but after only 1 year, he found himself answering the nation's call to serve in the military in the Korean War from 1952 to 1954. He was later discharged with the rank of first lieutenant after being wounded in combat by enemy fire. When he returned to the States, A.B. headed back to the classroom to teach agriculture to World War II veterans at an Iowa high school. While holding down that job and 4 others, he also worked toward a PhD at Iowa State University, and most importantly, he met his wife, Virginia. They wed just 9 months after their first meeting, and soon thereafter moved to Smith County, Tennessee, where he would buy into his father's furniture and appliance business and eventually open D.T. McCall & Sons, which is still thriving today in Smith County in the town of Carthage and surrounding Middle Tennessee towns and cities. A.B.'s success in business is attributable in no small part to his uncanny ability to sense a profitable opportunity when it came along. In 1958, he learned that a local cheese company was changing the way it made its product, which he realized would in turn require approximately 1,700 Tennessee dairy farmers to obtain a new type of industrial cooler in order to keep supplying milk. A.B. did some digging and found a surplus of these coolers in North Carolina that were perfect to fill the need of dairy farmers in Tennessee. After several trips east, he bought approximately 1,000 of these coolers to sell to Tennessee dairy farmers. He even stopped in South Carolina on the way home, filling one of the coolers with peaches to sell back in Carthage. Mr. McCall clearly had an eye for finding deals and passing savings on to his customers, but he was also a marketing genius. He's still known throughout Middle Tennessee from his days as a regular on Nashville's Ralph Emery Show. Thousands would tune in to watch him list all the deals he had on furniture because he made them laugh while doing it. He ended his live television ads by holding up his right hand and fist and saying, "Hey," which became an unofficial trademark of his. According to Home Furnishings Daily, D.T. McCall & Sons is ranked in the country's top 50 independently owned furniture dealers today. In terms of warehouse and sales floor footage, it's the largest furniture and appliance store in the United States. Albert and Virginia McCall leave behind 2 children, A.J. McCall and Minda McCall Holmes, 4 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. And Minda and her husband Howard are with us in the gallery today. D.T. McCall & Sons continues to be a family business, something in which A.B. took great pride. Mr. Speaker, A.B. McCall's life is a lesson for us all, that while a long life is a wonderful blessing, having a life well lived is the superior goal. Albert McCall did both. My prayers go out to all of his family and friends as they continue to mourn the passing of their loved one and this great Tennessee man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that I say, hey, and yield back.
Gentlemen, yield. Members are reminded to refrain from referencing occupants in the gallery. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor Dr. James West, a revered Wake County Commissioner and a true champion for the people of North Carolina. It's with deep sorrow that we mark his passing, but with immense gratitude that we celebrate his legacy. His journey from protesting segregation in the 60s, along with Jesse Jackson, to serving as a Raleigh City Councilman, a Wake County Commissioner, was marked by a relentless commitment to justice and equality. Dr. West's legacy is not just in the numerous programs he initiated or the pivotal policies he championed, but in the countless lives that he touched, myself included, the community leaders he inspired, and the unquantifiable impact of his vision and compassion. We remember Dr. West for his Dr. Wettisms, his wisdom, and his unwavering faith in the power of community. As we mourn Dr. James West's passing, we also celebrate his extraordinary life, a life dedicated to service, equality, and the betterment of Wake County and its people. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor and celebrate an icon of North Carolina's cultural landscape, Mr. Ira David Wood III, as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of his legendary portrayal of Ebenezer Scrooge in Ira David Wood's A Christmas Carol. Mr. Wood's unique and comedic adaptation of this Christmas classic has become a beloved holiday tradition for the Raleigh community. His visionary leadership in theater, coupled with his remarkable talents as an actor, author, singer, and playwright, has left a profound impact on the arts in North Carolina. As the founder and executive director of Theater in the Park in Raleigh, Mr. Wood has been a cornerstone of Raleigh's vibrant art scene since 1972. His leadership and vision have earned him prestigious recognitions, including 2 Medals of Arts Awards and the Order of the Long Leaf Pine, the highest civilian honor in North Carolina. As we celebrate this milestone, let's applaud Mr. Wood's extraordinary contributions, not only to the arts, but to the heart and soul of North Carolina. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Wood on this remarkable achievement and wishing him continued success. Mr. Speaker, last week I visited the site of the 2018 Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school shooting in Parkland, Florida. Meeting victims' families was a heartbreaking experience that I will never forget. There's no way to describe what it felt like to see the bullet-riddled, blood-stained classrooms and hallways that remain frozen in time. We owe it to each victim and family impacted by this tragedy to stop the epidemic of gun violence plaguing our nation. Just this week, another act of senseless violence rocked my district when a student was tragically killed and another seriously injured at Southeast Raleigh Magnet High School. My thoughts are with the victims' families and loved ones affected by this unspeakable tragedy. I'm sure a lot more details will be released in the coming days, but for now, our mission remains clear. We can and must do more to keep our kids safe in school. I remain committed to working with anyone on solutions to protect our kids. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. For years, the Iranian regime has aided and abetted terrorist organizations, including Hamas. On October 7th, we saw Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists carry out a brutal and barbaric assault against the Jewish people and the State of Israel. Both Iran and Hamas seek to destroy democracy, and we must hold them accountable for their actions. I'm proud to support this bill coming to the floor today that will ensure that not a single dollar of this funding, whether directly or indirectly, goes to support Hamas or its efforts to destroy Israel. We must continue to stand with Israel and ensure they have the funding and resources to disarm and dismantle Hamas and every Iranian-backed terrorist threat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor and celebrate the life of Dr. Ambrose Oliver Findley, Jr., affectionately known as Butch, who recently passed and is survived by his loving wife, Wanda, and his children, grandchildren, sister, nephews, and dear friends. Butch's life was filled with tremendous acts of service. After obtaining a bachelor's in psychology from the University of South Florida, Butch's commitment to the well-being of others led him to the U.S. Navy, where he selflessly served as a hospital corpsman. A man of diverse talents and interests, Butch then returned to the University of South Florida and obtained a bachelor's in biology and pre-med. Butch's devotion to the medical profession later led him to attend the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine and complete his residency at the General Hospital in Pinellas Park, Florida. After this pivotal chapter, Butch once again answered the call of duty, this time as a physician in the United States Army, where he served at the rank of captain in Fort Stewart, Georgia. For 42 years, Butch then dedicated himself to the well-being of Georgians in Rabun County, leaving an indelible mark on the Northeast Georgian community that he served, first at Ridgecrest Hospital and later at MedLink Rabun. He was not merely a physician, he was a beacon of hope and healing, touching countless lives. Beyond the stethoscope, Butch reveled in the simple joys of life. Whether exploring new adventures or finding solace in the comfort of home, he cherished precious moments with his family and friends. Butch's kindness, compassion, and profound sense of duty will forever resonate in the hearts of those who knew him. As we bid farewell to a beloved husband, father, grandfather, brother, and friend, we find peace knowing that he is now with our Heavenly Father. Georgia's 9th District will always remember and honor the incredible legacy that Dr. Butch Finley Jr. left behind. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Hall County's top industries for 2023. Earlier this month, the Greater Hall County Chamber of Commerce held its 15th annual Industry Appreciation Luncheon at Lanier Technical College in Gainesville. On behalf of the 9th District, I'd like to recognize this year's winners. First, congratulations to Marjack Poultry for receiving the Top Large Employer Award for 2023. Based in Gainesville, the poultry capital of the world, Marjack Poultry plays a pivotal role in our community's economic prosperity. With the help of its 1,400 dedicated employees, Marjack Poultry processes 2.4 million birds per week, with plans to expand capacity by 50% and create 100 new jobs. I'm proud to recognize Marjack Poultry for this exciting award, and I thank the company for investing in our community. This year's top medium-sized employer award is Corporate Storage, a successful third-party logistics provider with 56 hardworking employees. Over the years, Corporate Storage has evolved from the initial moving and storage company, Adams Transfer Company, which was founded in Athens back in 1903, into a thriving business that provides commercial warehousing, records management, and logistics services. Corporate Storage recently completed a $15 million expansion to improve service for manufacturing, healthcare, and food processing customers throughout North Georgia. Congratulations, Corporate Storage, for this well-deserved recognition. Last but not least, I'd like to honor the top small employer, PD Blowers Incorporated, which employs 28 Georgians at its headquarters in Gainesville. Founded in 1990, PD Blowers is a custom manufacturer of positive displacement blower systems, including fabrication, design, and systems integration. The business has built an outstanding reputation as a leading distributor in its field due to years of exceptional customer service, innovative solutions, and on-time delivery. Congratulations, PD Blowers Incorporated. Additional companies honored by the Greater Hall Chamber of Commerce include Carroll Daniel Construction for workforce development, Performance Food Service for workforce excellence, Marel for safety performance, ZF for corporate responsibility, and Harris Products Group for environmental responsibility. Congratulations to Hall County's 2023 top industry winners. I thank each of the recognized companies for investing in our community, driving innovation, and fostering economic growth in Hall County. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this holiday season, I am thankful for the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts for once again organizing a 43-mile march through Western Massachusetts to raise awareness about hunger and to fundraise for families in need. And I'm proud to announce that this year's march, the 14th annual, raised $500,000. I couldn't be more grateful to all the marchers, fundraisers, and community organizers who made this happen. I was so proud to join them on November 20th and 21st as we walk sunup to sundown, traveling from Springfield to Greenfield. We stopped at crucial community centers that work hard to feed anyone who's hungry. And a huge thank you to our fearless leader, radio personality Monty Belmonte, who's been the inspiration for the march for the past 14 years. He pushed an empty shopping cart all 43 miles and stopped to pose with roaring crowds every chance he could. He's a true local icon and hero. We were joined by dozens of hunger advocates who marched on against freezing Massachusetts winds, but kept their heads up the whole way. We were fed by the brand new Holyoke Culinary Arts food truck, Wake the Dead Donuts, Berkshire Brewing, Richardson's Candy, and finally a hot meal from Pay What You Can Stone Soup Cafe. Of course, there were countless volunteers who made sure we had plenty of Dunkin'. We peeked into community action centers like Lorraine's Soup Kitchen in Chicopee, Kate's Kitchen of Holyoke, and the Amherst Survival Center. And I want to thank the rest stops set up by the MLK Family Services Center, Fame of Holyoke, and the WRSI and NEPM radio stations, Adventure East, Hawks and Reed, and Home Depot. But I want to thank Congressman Richie Nell for joining us at the kickoff. I want to thank Congressman Joe Kennedy for keeping me company for several hours on Route 116, and Governor Maura Healey for being the first ever governor to join this incredible event. I was proud of the many state legislators who joined the march, including State Senators Joe Comerford and Jake Oliveira, and Representatives Natalie Blais, Mindy Dome, Dan Carey, and Lindsay Sabadoza. Special thank you to Andrew Morehouse, the Executive Director of the Food Bank, Tim Garvin with the United Way, the Franklin County Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Dave, Jamie Hogue, and the amazing staff at Attorney General Andrea Campbell's office who marched with us, and as well as District Attorney Dave Sullivan and so many more. And although the march was hard, we all know being hungry is harder. Across the country, 44 million people are food insecure. In Massachusetts, 1 in 5 families don't have reliable access to affordable, nutritious food. That is a disgrace. As I say every week on this floor, hunger is a political condition. And in this Congress, we've seen House Republicans attack anti-hunger programs every chance they get, from advocating for onerous and, let me just say, ineffective work requirements to slashing programs that feed hungry moms, infants, and children. It appears this extreme MAGA majority will stop at nothing to turn the clock back on the progress we've made to fight hunger. And that's why the March for the Food Bank of Western Massachusetts is so critical. It is a display of care and generosity in spite of the fact that some here in Washington are hell-bent on taking food from people who need it most. With the $500,000 that these volunteers raise, the food bank will serve 1.5 million meals. But charity alone will not address the root causes that plunge people into hunger. Food banks are a Band-Aid, but we in Congress should be pressing for deeper, enduring solutions. People shouldn't have to turn to a food bank every month. They should just have enough money to be able to buy groceries. Programs like SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, keep hard-working families from having to choose between buying food and paying rent. SNAP gives participants the dignity of shopping for their own food. We ought to fund, not cut these programs. And by the way, even if you don't agree with me that ending hunger is a moral imperative, you ought to still get on board because it saves us money in the long run. SNAP lifted 2.8 million Americans out of poverty in 2021 and can generate almost double the economic output for each dollar invested in it. Why do so many on the other side insist on cutting it every chance they get? Let us instead choose to invest in SNAP, in WIC, and in our whole anti-hunger safety net. Instead of cutting services for those in need, we need to invest in our people and our communities and in our country. We can end hunger now. What we need is the political will. And the people who marched with me on November 20th and 21st have the political will. They are counting on us here in Congress to live up to the promise of our country and make sure that nobody, absolutely nobody, goes hungry. If we do that, we can end hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's primary role is to protect the country by securing our borders. The Biden administration has allowed, even facilitated, an invasion of more than 8 million foreign nationals led by drug cartels, terrorists, and human traffickers. Joe Biden has created a fentanyl crisis, a national security crisis, and a child trafficking disaster, making the U.S. vulnerable in every way. And in addition, this invasion costs taxpayers billions of dollars every year. Cartels are bringing unaccompanied minors across the border, and these taxpayer dollars are being used to fly unaccompanied children across the country on secret flights. Secretary Mayorkas has lost track of 85,000 children, and he must be held accountable through impeachment. Americans miss President Trump. He made border security his top priority. In Congress, I will always defend children and fight for strong borders. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While gun deaths in the United States far outpace those of other countries and now are the leading cause of death among children under 18, recent CDC data shows a glimmer of hope. Gun homicides are down slightly from 2021. We've seen this reduction in places like Philadelphia and Chester as a host of community violence prevention programs funded by the American Rescue Plan and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act take hold. But tragically, the data also shows gun suicides reached a record high last year, with nearly 27,000 people across the United States dying from gun suicide. More than half of gun deaths in Pennsylvania alone were from suicides last year. We have ways to reduce gun suicide in this country: red flag laws, safe storage, waiting periods, all of which have been proven to reduce gun suicide. But the NRA and extremist Republicans continue to block these common sense, constitutional measures which can save lives. When we speak about gun violence, we often say there are solutions, research-based solutions. We don't have to live this way. So today, I'll add, in the case of gun suicide, we should also be mindful that people don't have to die this way. By creating legal space between a person in crisis and access to a firearm, more people will live. More families will be spared the immeasurable pain of losing a loved one. We need congressional action now. Mr. Speaker, election misinformation continues to plague our country as leaders who know better repeat or fail to contradict baseless conspiracy theories and lies about the integrity of our elections. Not only do these lies and conspiracy theories undermine public faith in our democracy and elections, they cost taxpayer dollars. Since the 2020 election, in the county where I live, we have seen multiple baseless lawsuits filed seeking to overturn or audit election results. None of them have produced evidence of misconduct or inaccurate results. But what they have done is cost taxpayer dollars in legal fees, court resources, and time and effort by county employees and election officials that has to be diverted to defending these groundless suits. I am proud of the professional administrators and volunteers who work so diligently every election to safeguard our democracy and make it work. But it's also important that leaders from across the political spectrum step up and stand up for our democratic processes and call out those who are trying to undermine them and call out those who are wasting taxpayer dollars. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Sabino High School football team, who recently won the Arizona's 3A Division State Championship, defeating their opponent 68-46. This win holds special significance to my district, as this is the first time in 8 years that a Tucson area high school clinched the football state title. I also want to recognize head coach Ryan McBriar and his staff. Coach McBriar has a record of 57 wins and only 19 losses throughout his coaching career. This title is a testament to the dedication of the players and the coaches, an incredible accomplishment they won't soon forget. I'm confident that the lessons of determination, teamwork, and perseverance will stay with these young players for a lifetime. Congratulations again to the Sabino SaberCats for their successful 2023 season. This victory is a true reflection that hard work does pay off. Mr. Speaker, Today, I rise to honor the remarkable efforts of Debbie and Mark Hall for their activism and their fight against Alzheimer's disease. Earlier this year, I had the privilege of sitting down and speaking with the Halls, as well as participating in this year's Walk to End Alzheimer's. Debbie, who spent 40 years as a nurse, was diagnosed with this devastating disease at the age of 65 in 2020. Her diagnosis spurred the couple's mission to raise money and support efforts to find a cure for Alzheimer's. Now they are known as tireless advocates in the fight to raise awareness, find a cure, and support those who suffer from Alzheimer's and their loved ones. I have to tell you, I've been around Debbie and Mark a few times, and the love for each other and the support for each other is unmatchable. It is lovely to see the way they look at each other and support each other, and yes, even dance with each other. So it is something amazing to see. And our community and the fight against Alzheimer's are stronger because of the work of the Halls in Southern Arizona. As we conclude Alzheimer's Awareness Month, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to them for their dedication and compassion that they bring to Arizona's 6th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Freddie Ortiz, a devoted CBP agent who tragically lost his life in the line of duty. On November 13th, Agent Ortiz was responding to reports of illegal border activity when he was involved in a fatal ATV crash in Douglas, Arizona. Agent Ortiz dedicated his life to service to our country, serving in the U.S. Navy before spending the last 13 years in CBP. The loss of Freddie Ortiz underscores a harsh reality. Our law enforcement and Border Patrol put their lives on the line every day when they wake up and put on their uniforms. As we gather with family and friends this holiday season, I encourage you all to remember families like the Ortizes, who will be missing a loved one at their table because they made the ultimate sacrifice. Freddie's service, sacrifice, and legacy will never be forgotten. It will never be forgotten. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember 3 generational leaders who have earned the honor of being eulogized in this great chamber and in perpetuity in our congressional record. Sandra Graham, Pearline James, and Mukia Baker Gomez, 3 incredible Black women whose love for community was manifest in their historic achievements and the legacy they invite all us to aspire to. Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark the passing of Miss Sandra Graham. Sandra Graham's contributions to Cambridge and the Commonwealth far outpace her impressive and well-earned list of titles: first woman of color elected to the Cambridge City Council, the first woman of color to be the vice mayor, 6-term state representative, secretary to the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials, founder of the Massachusetts Child Care Coalition, co-founder of the Riverside Cambridgeport Community Development Corporation, among others. She truly was a trailblazer on a mission to do good along the way, and she wasn't afraid to make good trouble in the name of justice, both inside and outside of politics. She was a tenacious truth teller, and I count myself amongst those who will miss her righteous reprimands. Her impact is an indelible one which will endure throughout our Commonwealth and in her loving family, which I know was her greatest legacy, as she was a proud mom, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and great-great-grandmother. May she rest in peace and power. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to an incredible woman of faith, Pearline James. In church, I grew up singing a song, "They will know we are Christians by our love." And indeed, Mrs. James was God's love in action. Pastor Pearline James served God and her community as an associate pastor at Full Life Gospel Center in Dorchester. She did this with love, dedication, and compassion for all God's children.
It's no surprise, as one of 21 siblings and the second eldest, that she was a mother and a nurturer to many. She brought life and love to every child and family that passed through she and her beloved husband Evan's child care center in their home, JP's Family Child Care, in the 1970s. She was passionate about education, and at the age of 60, she returned to school, earning a degree, graduating with a 3.8 GPA. While Miss James laid in hospice, the true impact of the love she imparted into the city was on full display, and nurses were quoted saying she had no less than 300 visitors. Her daughter, Nell, said her mother often would invoke the lyrics of "It Is Well With My Soul," a gospel hymn whose words include, "Whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul." She is survived by the great love of her life, Evan, by her daughter, Nell, Rosemary, Debbie, 10 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to a woman, a leader, a mentor, a brilliant strategist, whose shoulders so many historic electoral firsts stand on, including myself, Mukia Baker Gomez. In 2018, I became the first person of color to represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the House of Representatives' 230-year history. That foundation, that possibility, the literal electoral blueprint to winning elections in Boston and building coalitions began with Mukia Baker Gomez. Her political acumen and shrewd counsel were enviable. Her commitment to community, unwavering and unshakable, especially to Black people. Her every move and her impact outside of politics has been even greater. She played a key role in an inclusive economy, fighting to ensure that contractors of color would be prioritized. She was a history maker, and although she never chased a title, it was important to me to eulogize her because I will not have her contributions erased or unacknowledged. Mukia, thank you for everything. I love you and I miss you. She is survived by the love of her life, Kevin, her loving children, Talisha, Kenyatta, her siblings, and a host of family by blood and by bond. Thank you, Mukia, for your sacrifice, tenacity, and for always speaking truth to power. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 70 years, the United States and Japan have been bound together by a steadfast and loyal alliance. Our nations have come together in decades of peace and cooperation. Today, however, our Japanese allies are facing mounting threats. China is ramping up its expansionist efforts, and the tyrannical regime of North Korea continues to develop its arsenal of nuclear weapons and intermediate-range ballistic missiles, which pose a direct threat to the civilian population of Japan. In this increasingly unstable and bellicose environment, it has never been more important for the United States to stand strong in support of Japan. North Korea, in particular, is guilty of grave human rights abuses against the Japanese citizens. Since the 1970s, North Korea has covertly abducted 17 Japanese citizens from the homeland islands, some while they slept in their beds. In addition to these 17 officially recognized abductees, there are numerous other cases of missing Japanese citizens for whom the possibility of having been abducted and taken to North Korea simply can't be ruled out. The agony of not knowing haunts these families, and the fear of this abductions in the night from the sea have haunted coastal communities in Japan for decades. Every single one of these abductions is a horrific tragedy that has caused untold suffering. Perhaps even more disturbing is North Korea's heartless and transparent deception concerning the status of these victims. For example, while North Korea claims 8 of these abductees have died from causes like suicide, heart attacks, and traffic accidents inside North Korea, the regime has never produced any objectively verifiable evidence of their deaths to the families that just want to know. The North Koreans have conveniently claimed that the remains of some of the abductees washed away in floods. They have even handed over alleged abductee remains to Japan only for the DNA testing to later show that these alleged remains do not match the identities of the abducted victims. It's unimaginably cruel. North Korea's treatment of Japan and its citizens is nothing short of evil and an inhuman crime. America doesn't allow its allies to be bullied. That is why I introduced House Resolution 620, a resolution that seeks to carry out justice for the Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea. This resolution accomplishes three major goals. First, it provides official congressional recognition of the horrific abductions of Japanese citizens by the North Koreans. This includes an acknowledgement that North Korea has violated basic human rights of these Japanese citizens and that only 5 of the 17 officially recognized abductees have been returned to Japan. Second, this resolution urges North Korea to take action on rectifying these abuses. It calls upon North Korea to release all foreign abducted nationals, including those from Japan. It also urges North Korea to return the remains of all deceased abductees, provide information about their demise, and make reparations for these crimes. Lastly, the resolution reaffirms Congress's commitment to our alliance with Japan and to American strength abroad. When America is weak, our enemies are empowered, our allies are endangered, and our national security is put at risk. When America is strong, we hold our enemies accountable for their actions, we defend our allies, and we keep our country safe. The alliance with Japan is the bedrock of America's influence in Asia and our security. Strong and unapologetic support for Japan is an essential component of American foreign policy. We in Congress must all speak as one and stand with Japan. We will not let such a faithful and crucial ally be pushed around by a tyrannical and rogue regime. I'm incredibly proud to introduce this resolution. I thank Congresswoman Takuda for co-leading this bipartisan effort. Stop for a moment and remember the suffering of these families that have had their family members taken from them without any knowledge of their well-being. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Today I rise to introduce my first piece of legislation, the JUST Act. When the United States Department of Agriculture was established by President Lincoln in 1862, it reflected a recognition of the strategic importance of agriculture in the nation's development. It aimed to address the needs of farmers, promote scientific advancements in agriculture, and contribute to rural development. However, racism, perpetuated by the rules and the laws of Jim Crow, remained strong. This was at the early years of the Civil War. 61 years later, we remember in 1923, the massacre, the removal of black prosperous farmers in the state of Florida, in Rosewood, Florida, where black farmers were taken off of their land. In the 1920s, 30% of America's families lived in rural America on farmlands. The USDA was created to provide a safety net for America's farmers, ranchers, and growers, which included assistance for struggling industries, disaster assistance, crop insurance, technical assistance, access to credit, and help producers implement conservation practices. Well, for decades, the USDA has had an unfortunate and checkered history regarding civil rights, manifesting most notably in discriminatory lending practices, violations, land loss, and limited representation. Reports dating back to the 1960s have found discrimination in the USDA in both program delivery and the treatment of its employees of African American descent. To date, USDA continues to be the subject of a number of lawsuits brought by minority farmers and ranchers alleging discrimination. This reputation is so pervasive that the USDA has been called on numerous occasions the last plantation. When Secretary Tom Vilsack began his tenure as Secretary of Agriculture in 2009, he promised a new era of civil rights at the USDA. For that, I applaud him for his recognition, his honesty, his candor, and his willing to confront a very hard truth, not fixing the blame, but trying to fix the problem to make sure that America's agricultural access and resources and industry would be open to all. At that time, there were over 14,000 unresolved discrimination complaints in the Department of Agriculture. The discrimination perpetuated through USDA's farm lending programs undermined black farmers' ability to continue their operations during the 20th century, resulting in over 900,000 black farmers losing their lands from the people that were originally the custodians of this land, African Americans that had been kidnapped and captured and enslaved, that made cotton king, that when they had the opportunity to farm, the USDA had turned their back on these family farmers. Well, between 1920 and 1997, African American farmers had declined by 98% because of government policy. Right here in the 1920s, down Pennsylvania Avenue in 1925, we remember when the Ku Klux Klan was a mainstream organization. When we remember that President Harding died in in Indiana. There was a Klan rally at the fairgrounds commemorating his death. Well, that ghost still had lingered on. Contemporary data shows that African Americans still only account for 1.4% of the country's 3.4 million producers. Equity issues remain in program delivery to this very day. An NPR analysis most recently found that in 2022, only 36% of black farmers received direct loans from USDA, while their white counterparts received 72% loan acceptance. Perhaps some of the biggest gaps in the loan demographics can also be seen in the rejection numbers, where 16% of black farmers are rejected. The highest amount, corresponding figure for white farmers, was 4%. 48% of black farmers withdrew their applications in frustration, and that number corresponds with Asian Americans, compared to only 24% of those identifying as Caucasian. While efforts are underway to address this current crisis through the Inflation Reduction Act and other measures, there must be a process in place to clarify and bolster civil rights protection at the USDA. The Just Act and Transparency of 2023, 100 years after Rosewood,
gentleman's time
would correct this. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
As Christmas time approaches, I rise to share the history of one of the most beloved carols, and there are more to come. God rest ye merry gentlemen. The first line means, gentlemen, may God keep you in good spirits. It's a blessing. Immensely popular throughout its history, the carol has merit in mention in Charles Dickens in his famous tale of the Christmas Carol. It is also a very old carol and was almost certainly sung by wandering groups of singers called waits. In merry old England, the music was an important part of everyday life. Minstrels carried the news of the day to a town or more towns and were handsomely rewarded for their efforts. In many towns, the waits played a role as town criers, singing the hours of the day, and reporting local happenings. Christmas time kept them especially busy as they strolled through the snowy streets and told the story of the Nativity in song, adding to the festive atmosphere. Townspeople would show their appreciation by giving the singers money and food. This is the words of that famous carol. God rest ye, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember our Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. O tidings of comfort and joy, O tidings of comfort and joy, O tidings of comfort and joy. In Bethlehem in Israel, a blessed babe was born, and laid within a manger upon this blessed morn, to which his mother Mary did nothing take in scorn. O tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy, O tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. From God our heavenly Father, a blessed angel came, and unto certain shepherds brought tidings of the same. Now that in Bethlehem was born the Son of God by name. O tidings of comfort and joy, O tidings of comfort and joy, O tidings of comfort and joy. I hope that you will keep this history in mind of this beautiful song as you celebrate during the holiday season. On behalf of the people of Central Texas, I wish each of you a Merry Christmas and a happy holiday. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on this solemn occasion to urge my colleagues to take the rare step of exercising the expulsion clause of the United States Constitution. Congressman George Santos has failed to uphold the principles of scrupulous, selfless public service. He's violated the law, and he's violated this body's ethics rules. As a member of the Ethics Committee, I can report that the evidence against him is substantial and damning. I can also report that there was no rush to judgment. During the course of our investigation, the Ethics Committee authorized 37 subpoenas, issued 43 requests for information, obtained and reviewed over 172,000 pages of documents, interviewed over 40 witnesses, and reviewed relevant public information, including the federal indictments and the criminal case in New York. Our bipartisan investigation revealed that he laundered $50,000 of his campaign donors' money through 2 personal accounts and spent it on himself, on designer clothes, on a car payment, on a credit card, and on personal debts. He cheated the government out of $24,000 in employment benefits during the pandemic when he was earning a salary of $120,000 from an investment firm. He lied and said he loaned his unsuccessful campaign for Congress over $80,000 and then repaid himself for the fictitious loan, meaning a personal profit of $27,000. In his second, this time successful campaign for Congress, he lied again, and this time to the tune of $500,000. He also transferred and hid from the FEC a sum of $50,000 from his congressional campaign to a state political action committee. He spent over $40,000 of campaign funds on personal expenses, like expensive travel and meals, casino stays, an adult website, and cosmetic procedures, personally enriching himself at his donor's expense. All of this on top of the constant lying about his resume, about his family history. There are the charges of fraud, identity theft, credit card skimming, swindling a disabled veteran. In short, the evidence of criminal and ethical violations is extensive and overwhelming. Now, Mr. Santos has complained that he's not received due process. He also suggested that he was unaware of the fraud and misconduct, apparently trying to shift the blame to his treasurer and others. But Mr. Santos worked closely with his treasurer, who pled guilty just last month for her role in this scheme. The text messages they exchanged about the fake loans show that he was a knowing and active participant in the misconduct. And the campaign staffers we interviewed as part of our investigation also made clear that he was certainly aware of the campaign's financial abuses. In addition, his campaign consultants gave him a 141-page vulnerability report, which detailed many of his frauds and lies. They demanded that he drop out of the race. When he refused, just like he's doing today, 3 of his staffers quit in protest. The Ethics Committee also offered Mr. Santos a chance to meet with us for an interview or a deposition to explain his side. Now, he's done countless interviews and gave a press conference just a few feet from here earlier this morning, but somehow he never found time to meet with us. Somehow he never even tried to offer a plausible explanation for his conduct. In fact, all he said today was that he would address our report at a later time. But he said something over the weekend that stuck with me. He said he'd wear expulsion as a badge of honor. But when all this is over, I'm afraid he won't be wearing a badge of honor. He'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit. This is a historic moment. The House has only expelled 5 members in our entire history, but the Constitution is clear. We don't have to wait until Mr. Santos is remanded to the Bureau of Prisons before we can vote to expel him from the House of Representatives. The Constitution is also clear in the safeguards it provides. To ensure that the power to expel a duly elected member was not abused, the framers in their wisdom set the high bar of a 2/3 vote. Unlike some of the rushed motions to censure that we've seen here on this floor just in the past year, Mr. Santos received a full and extensive investigation, a detailed report from the Ethics Committee, and the evidence of criminal and ethical misconduct is extensive, overwhelming, and undisputed. Finally, the Ethics Committee's investigation and report was bipartisan, and its findings were unanimous. Given all of these safeguards and all of this evidence, now is the time to hold Mr. Santos accountable. Now is the time to show the American people that we can hold ourselves to at least a minimal standard of conduct. Now is the time to vote to expel George Santos from the United States House of Representatives. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the life and service of Mrs. Sue Nell Banker of Fort Worth, Texas, who passed away October 16th in 2021. Mrs. Banker was a dedicated mother, grandmother, and a stalwart Christian. She was married to a dear friend of mine, Al Banker, who's really one of the most magnificent human beings I've ever had the good fortune to encounter. Mrs. Banker was born on April 27, 1949, in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And on December 5th, 1970, she married Al Banker, and they lived together and had a very happy marriage for over a half century. Sue Banker personified the American dream. In 1998, she started her own all-state insurance agency firm and quickly became one of the largest firms in the state of Texas. And she continued to operate it successfully for many years. Without a doubt, she was an inspirational role for many people and many entrepreneurs in particular in the North Texas area and beyond. Ms. Banker was also an exemplary member of her community and a leader in the business world. She was a devoted woman of faith who never hesitated to pray for the health and well-being of others. She was very selfless, and those that knew her knew that she was incredibly gracious and very generous with her wealth, but also, and far more importantly, her time. And beyond that of a familiar nature, she was also dedicated to human service, and she will forever be remembered in the hearts and minds of those individuals that she cared for and served. I've requested that a U.S. flag be flown over our nation's capital to recognize a wonderful American life that Sue Banker led
And she always put God first. She put her country first. She put her family first. She put her friends first. And I know that she's been sorely missed. And Al Banker lost his soulmate 2 years ago. And Al is a great salesman. He is a self-made guy. He's done incredibly well. He's very generous. And the reason for his success was Sue and the virtues that they shared, which were honesty and integrity and loyalty. And you know what we're all striving for in our lives? Doesn't matter if it's personal, political, professional. You're searching and starving for authenticity, for people to be genuine. And that's one of the reasons why so many people do succeed in business, is you have to have these virtues in place. And Al Banker has those. And he touches the lives in such a tremendous and magnificent way of the folks that he encounters. For me, he's not only a dear friend, but a mentor and really an inspiration to recognize and make sure that you put family first, and recognize that you represent, as a member of this august chamber, 767,000 people. And you have to serve them. And that's what Al Banker did. That's why he was so successful, is he served, and he not only did he make great commercials, but he gave great rates and helped people just that little bit more when they needed insurance, whether it was home, auto, life, what have you. He was there, and people trusted him. And I just wanted to take this moment, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the loss that Al Banker suffered when his wife, Sue, left the surly bonds of this earth. I think the greatest compliment any of us can pay to another person is to look them in the eye and say, the world's a better place because you're in it. And the world was certainly a better place when Sue Banker was in it. And Al, the world's a better place because you are still with us. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the time. God bless the Banker family, and God bless Texas. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a little over a month now, month and a half, since October 7, and the horrific things that happened to the good, peaceful people of Israel. Many, many deaths and unspeakable demonic actions taken by Hamas against innocent Israeli citizens attending a festival or other things in their neighborhoods. I can't begin to speak about how ugly some of these things are. The rape, the murder, the beheadings. It's beyond polite company. But maybe we need to be a little less polite in talking about just what kind of horrific activity Hamas has been up to in Gaza. Subject to Gaza, even Gazan people are subject to the terrorism of not being able to make a move or make a change in that area they're trying to live in. But Israelis have bent over backwards for decades in so-called land for peace deals, so-called two-state solutions. And yet, when you give 99% of what they asked for to the Palestinian Authority previously, to Arafat, to Hamas, they aren't really there at the table to negotiate. They are not there to acknowledge the state of Israel as a Jewish state or its right to exist. They want it eliminated. When they talk about from the river to the sea, there's no room for compromise with them for acknowledging a Jewish state, the Jewish people, the state of Israel. So why are we pussyfooting around saying, oh, ceasefire, more land for peace, more two-state solution? You do not want the existence of Israel. That's the first question you should ask any of them when you sit down. Okay, you want this solution, you want that solution? Do you agree that there should be the existence of the state of Israel as a Jewish state? They will turn away from the table because there's not a negotiation. There's not an agreement. They do not care to have peace. They care to wipe Israel off the face of the map. So what does that mean right now in the short term? Yes, it looks like a seventh day of ceasefire, at least in the Gaza area. But when you squeeze that balloon, you get other problems, like in the violence in Jerusalem on the West Bank, and others that will pop up. Whether it's Hamas here one day or Hezbollah in another area up north, we still know that Iran is sponsoring this terrorism, and Qatar is happy to help finance it. Well, it's time to get very real about this. So what Israel really needs to do is be able to root out the problems, the corruption, the deep problems that exist within Gaza. That means the many, many miles of tunnels that go sometimes 200 feet underground, and the shafts that go up inside houses, inside mosques, inside hospitals. All those areas that Hamas happily hides behind so that they can try and make Israel look bad when they surgically go in and try and remove these evil terrorists and use the innocent citizens there as the shields. No, there's a dramatic difference in the two sides, even though at our universities and on the media and our young people are getting duped by this, waving their Palestinian flags. There's a dramatic difference from the two sides. One seeks peace, one seeks existence, the other seeks to wipe another off the map. They don't want peace. They don't want existence. So I call upon the Biden administration to stand behind Israel in a real way, in a meaningful way. The IDF needs to be able to do what needs to get done, the job done in northern Gaza, and finish the job of wiping out the existence of Hamas, who will continue to launch rockets and commit terrorism against Israel and even its so-called own people. Allow Israel to finish the job instead of us duplicitously saying, oh, we need to have a ceasefire, because there wouldn't be a fire to begin with, one to cease, had not Hamas started, really, with the first moments of deeding the Gaza Strip over to that side years ago, when the rockets were launched before the ink was even dry on the agreement. That's what we need to have done. The Biden administration needs to show it's firmly behind Israel and what needs to get done instead of these half measures. Israel has a right to exist. Israel needs us as a firm ally, and we need to get off our backsides and get the aid to them that they really need, that we've passed in this House. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the critical point that we as Americans stand at with our domestic energy supply. We're living in a self-created energy crisis because of bad energy policy. It is unacceptable many hardworking Americans are struggling to make ends meet because this administration refuses to utilize the abundant resources that we as a nation are blessed with. Pennsylvania is key to restoring American energy independence. Before President Biden took office, America was the largest energy producer in the world. In just over 3 years, the Biden administration has effectively waged war on our domestic energy production and kneecapped innovation in our oil and gas industries. As a result, American consumers are seeing increased demand and higher prices for conventional fuels. By utilizing the Commonwealth's resources, we can provide jobs and invest directly into our communities that have suffered at the hand of the Biden administration's anti-energy policies. Thankfully, my colleagues and I in the House have passed several bills that will put America back on top as the global leader in energy production. For example, H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, will allow our energy producers to remain market responsive by removing bureaucratic red tape and streamline the production of our critical energy resources. We also updated the flexible air permitting rule, a federal air emissions permit, by ensuring that operators can have changes made to their production approved up front without having to wait for subsequent reviews of the changes. This flexibility allows owners and operators to act quickly and without government regulation slowing down the production of critical energy resources. In my fight to restore American energy independence, I was proud to co-sponsor the Natural Gas Tax Repeal Act, which will eliminate President Biden's plan to increase burdensome fees and taxes on energy companies. This bill will prevent further cost increases for consumers, a burden that falls most heavily on lower-income Americans. House Republicans have also led on a number of permitting reforms that were included in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Most notably, we passed the first significant reforms to the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, that removed burdensome environmental consideration requirements and reduced redundancies within federal agencies to end the delays to critical infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, another key aspect of unleashing American domestic energy, we need to invest in renewable energy to counteract high gas prices and global volatility. No amount of talk of electric vehicles or speaking in platitudes about a green economy will change the fact that everyday Americans are paying an unnecessary price at the pump. We cannot go electric overnight. However, we can unleash American energy production in the short term and allow our producers to fill both domestic and global demand. The United States has an abundance of clean-burning natural gas, especially in Pennsylvania, which is the second largest producer of natural gas in the United States. Unleashing domestic production of energy can only add certainty to the United States energy supply. It is my hope that with our continued work here in the House, we can ultimately return to our status as a leading producer of energy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we approach your eternal light with humble hearts in hope that we will use the opportunities you give us this day to reflect your divine goodness. Shine forth in the work we do and in the words we speak the kindness, gentleness, forbearance, and love you offer to all people. But who are we to be bearers of such immeasurable grace? Who are we to be so bold in our anointing as messengers of your mercy? As if to answer us in our hesitation, you set before us countless individual men and women whose lives have proven remarkably influential. Remind us that you used the singular impact of people such as the controversial yet competent Henry Kissinger and the kind and compassionate Rosalind Carter to demonstrate the difference one person can make. Even as we pay tribute this week to their contributions on both the global and domestic fronts, remind us once again that you call each one of us to live likewise into the time and place to which you have called us. May we have the courage to let the light you shine through us to shine forth to others. May we do nothing that would attempt to defeat your most gracious purpose, but when our days are done, may you be glorified. We pray in the name of the one in whom we live and move and have our being. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Emma Zackrell, a student at Clarion Limestone, for her award-winning artwork. Emma is a talented artist who continues to wow teachers and professionals alike. At the Laurel Festival in Brookville this past summer, she earned the Best of Show for her watercolor of Till Lindemann, a German singer and songwriter. During Clarion's Autumn Leaf Festival this year, the teenager earned third place in the professional category. Zackrell competed in that division because she was commissioned to do illustrations in The Iron Furnaces of the Cove. That is a book by her relative, Byron Smale. Earlier this year in Clarion, during Summerfest, Zackrell won in her age group with her chalk drawing of Batman. She has also received recognition for her work of the Juniata Furnace. Mr. Speaker, Emma continues to pursue her passion while also maintaining straight A's, a member of her local Girl Scout troop, playing on her high school volleyball team, and a member of the band. Congratulations, Emma, on your art awards, and I wish you the best of luck as you continue to pursue your dreams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad to join the residents back home in honoring the service of Milton Russ Bullock. Milton Bullock, born in Princeville, North Carolina, is widely known for his tenor voice as a singer in the legendary group The Platters, with Billboard hits like You've Got the Magic Touch and Only You. While he has captivated many worldwide, it's his impact in his hometown that I wish to applaud. After touring with the Platters, Milton Bullock returned to eastern North Carolina, where he ran for office and has been a dedicated community leader. As a commissioner on the Princeville Town Council, he has served as a role model for youth, helped with disaster assistance, and preserved the rich history of Princeville, which is the first African-American settlement in the nation. Milton Bullock has been on many stages. However, we're glad he didn't forget home. Milton, only you I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Right. Guess it's as low as it can go. Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the Ubly High School varsity football team for winning the Michigan Division VIII state championship. The Bearcats from Ubly High School took home their first ever state championship in football, winning 21-6 and capping off their undefeated season as champions. Congratulations to Coach Sweeney and all the young men on the varsity team for their remarkable accomplishment. You have made Michigan's 9th district proud, and I hope you cherish this memory for the rest of your lives. Congratulations again, Ubly High School, and go Bearcats. And with that, Madam, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, I rise to acknowledge Jennifer Kumiyama, a talented performer, advocate, and a constituent of Long Beach, California. Now, I'm so proud that she was cast as a voice of Dahlia in the new Disney movie, Wish. Now, Jennifer was born with arthrogryposis and uses a wheelchair. She broke barriers when she became the first person in a wheelchair to actually perform on a Disney stage. Now, in addition to her career as a performer, she does vital work every day as the accessibility coordinator for the city of Long Beach. Now, in Wish, her character Dahlia is a courageous leader who also uses a wooden crutch to help her walk. This is a huge deal for representation. People with disabilities remain dramatically underrepresented in the media. And despite over 25% of American adults having some type of disability, movie and TV shows that feature people with disabilities or hire folks with disabilities is few and far between. I think we can all agree that this representation, especially for young people, is so important. We couldn't be more proud of Jennifer for her breaking barriers all across her life and for this latest performance. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this month, we marked the 5 years since the 2018 Camp Fire struck Paradise and surrounding areas in Northern California. Indeed, the deadliest and most destructive wildfire in California history. Recovery has not been easy and will take continued coordination of all levels of government, and importantly, also the citizens. Sadly, one of the most instrumental people in the recovery efforts was Casey Hatcher, who passed away just days before the anniversary. I especially want to recognize Casey, who was a Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Butte County. We're all grateful for her fantastic work. Ms. Hatcher served in Butte County's Emergency Operations Center during many activations, including the 2017 Oroville Dam spillway crisis, the Wall Fire, the Ponderosa Fire, the 2017 LaPorte and Cherokee fires, the 2018 Camp Fire, the 2020 North Complex Fire, and the 2021 Dixie Fire. You're getting a theme here of fire. She served Butte County diligently as the Camp Fire Recovery Director, working closely with the California Office of Emergency Services and FEMA. Her dedication, perseverance, and leadership have been paramount to the recovery of the entire region. We would not have gotten this far without her or as timely. As remember the 5 years since the Camp Fire, I'm also remembering Casey Hatcher, her dedication, her caring and compassionate approach to helping her neighbors. God bless her, her family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request consent to address the body for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This month is National Adoption Month, and as a proud dad of 6 and a foster parent, adoption is personal to me. On the 5th of this year, my wife Kelly and I were blessed to adopt our 2 foster kids and our 2 youngest daughters, Jaina and Aaliyah. These 2 sweet sisters complete our family and bring us together so much joy. The journey of adopting opened my eyes to the challenges families across America face through the adoption process. And in honoring my daughters and so many Iowa families in the same boat, we are fighting to simplify the adoption process right here in America and make it easier for every child to join their forever family. That's why in Congress I've introduced the Fight for Families Act to make adoption more affordable for low and middle income families as well as grandparents and seniors on fixed incomes. Every child in America deserves a loving home, and this forever opportunity I will fight for every day and refuse to let a DC bureaucracy get in the way of that. I look forward to joining my friends on both sides of the aisle to make this a reality. And with that, Madam Speaker, I proudly yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the commitment of a devoted Central Washington public servant, Kevin Fuhr. Formerly the Chief of Police for Moses Lake, Chief Fuhr has concluded an illustrious 32-year career in law enforcement and is now ready to move on to the next chapter of his life. While other regions of Washington had trouble hiring new police officers, Chief Fuhr's leadership drew people to his department in the pursuit of working with him. Chief Fuhr's force also spearheaded an exceptional outreach program, and his leadership on my Central Washington Fentanyl Task Force has fostered a remarkable level of trust within our communities. When most folks retire, they look forward to all the spare time they will have. Not Chief Fuhr, as he has recently been hired as a city manager for Moses Lake, underscoring his unwavering dedication to Central Washington. I've known Kevin for a long time, and I am proud to call him a dear friend. His leadership, integrity, and commitment to the prosperity of our region has resulted in a wonderful career with so much to show for it. It's been a pleasure working with him, and I am looking forward to that continuing in his new role. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you and the great work you do. I rise to honor my good friend Pace Robinson, who recently passed away at the age of 65. My buddy Stephen Rosen called me the other day and gave me the bad news. They'd been playing golf just the day before, and things seem to be going really well. Pace grew up in Knoxville and was a family man through and through. He worked with his dad, Mitchell, at the Modern Supply until Mitchell passed away, and Pace became the company's president until he retired in 2017. He met the love of his life, Karen, at the 1982 World's Fair, and they were married for 38 great years. They had 2 sons together, Eli and Asher, and he loved them dearly. He also had a granddaughter, Poppy, and he loved her with all his heart. Pace was a respected leader in his community. He helped lead the Knoxville Jewish Federation, the Knoxville Jewish Alliance, the Webb School of Knoxville, and many other groups over the years. He was also a great businessman. He was respected by his employees. He loved his regular poker game where for over 30 years the stakes were still a quarter a chip. I've known Pace for a long time, Madam Speaker, and he and his family have supported me through my career, even though they didn't always agree with me on every issue. And I wanted to give my condolences, especially to his wonderful wife, Karen, Eli, Asher, Poppy, and all the friends and family knew and loved him. And I'll never forget what a good friend he was to me. And I know next year when I go to that first UT football game and I walk up to the tailgate and not see him there, it will be a big void there. He was quite a man. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sadly, under Biden, only 36% of voters said the American dream is achievable. That is, if you work hard, you get ahead, especially with equality and not be held back by forced equity sameness. This is according to a recent Wall Street Journal National Opinion poll. This gruesomely indicates it's been reduced from 53% 10 years ago to where it is now, 36%. Even CBS News reports that the failing Biden economy, quote, the typical American household must spend an additional $11,443 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they had in January of 2021. That's before inflation even soared to 40-year highs. Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to fight and push for legislation to reduce inflation and create jobs. Our sympathy and appreciation for the life of Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who served with President Richard Nixon. He is beloved in South Carolina because he became a naturalized citizen in our state at Camp Croft in Spartanburg. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. With Biden open borders for terrorists, it is sadly clear that there will be more 9/11s across America imminent in our country. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate all the young athletes from Wisconsin's 7th District that took home the state championship title this fall sports season. These winners include Nora Gremben from Northland Pines High School in Eagle River, Autumn Mahalski of Shawamigan High School in Park Falls for girls cross country, the Rhinelander Hodags girls swim and dive team, the St. Croix Falls Saints girls volleyball team, and the Edgar, Florence, Stratford, and Rice Lake football teams. Congratulations to each and every one of these state champions, and I wish you the best of luck in your future seasons. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Vietnam War veteran Jim Hosel. Since 2016, Jim has served on the board of the Medina County Veterans Service Commission. Jim has spent 10 years as a member of the Honor Guard team for both VFW Post 5137 and American Legion Post 202. He also serves as a mentor in the Medina County Valor Corps, where he assists veterans who have run into difficulties with the law. Jim even serves the youth in Medina County, where he works closely with the Juvenile Detention Center, selecting opportunities for teens to provide community service. For the last 8 years, Jim has spent each summer at Buckeye Boys State mentoring high school juniors in local, county, and in state government. Jim's love and service to country has never wavered. His life and work for the people of my district, our district, the state of Ohio, and our country make a better America. Thank you, Jim Hosel, for your service. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. In the matter of Rep. Jamal Bowman from New York, whereas Representative Jamal Bowman is a member of the United States House of Representatives, whereas on September 30th, 2023, Representative Jamal Bowman knowingly and willingly gave a false fire alarm in the Cannon House Office building, whereas on October 26, 2023, Representative Jamal Bowman pleaded guilty to 1 count of falsely pulling the alarm, and whereas Representative Jamal Bowman's actions caused the closing of the Cannon House Office building and resulted in the disruption of an official proceeding in the Congress. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, Representative Jamal Bowman be hereby is expelled from the House of Representatives.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from New York will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Sui Tanadar, U.S. Representative for the 13th Congressional District of Michigan, have been served with a third-party subpoena to testify in litigation before the 36th District Court for the State of Michigan. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that the compliance with the subpoena is inconsistent with the rights and privileges of the House. Signed sincerely, Sui Tanadar, Member of Congress.
What purpose does the gentleman seek?
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker, excuse me. I had wrong advice. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials in the record for H.R. 5961.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 891 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5961. The chair appoints the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5961, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to freeze certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here today because the Biden administration cut a dangerous, reckless hostage deal that puts a price on every American head all over the world. And we have a responsibility to the American people to repair this damage. First, let me say that I'm relieved that Americans held hostage by Iran are safely at home. They have been through a terrible ordeal and should never have been imprisoned in the first place. But as part of this deal, the administration dropped charges against 5 Iranian criminals charged with endangering our national security, including by aiding Iran's nuclear program. And at Iran's request, the administration waived sanctions on $6 billion of Iranian funds, which have been frozen in South Korea, to allow that money be transferred and funneled to a bank account in Doha, Qatar, an undisclosed bank, Madam Chair. Under this deal, Iran is getting access to $1.2 billion per blue passport, per American citizen. It is obvious that this agreement incentivizes more hostage-taking. The administration is claiming this money can only be used for humanitarian purchases like food and medicine. But we all know that Iran has a long history of sanction evasion and money laundering means that we cannot truly know where the funds end up or how they will be used. If we had any doubt about Iran's intentions, look no further than DOJ's 2019 indictment under the previous administration against the Turkish bank. This bank played a central role in facilitating billions of dollars worth of fraudulent Iranian transactions. These transactions were manipulated to look like humanitarian expenses when in fact no such purchases took place. This is nothing new. But let's look at Iran's own words. Iran's President Raisi bragged to the world that Iran would spend the $6 billion, quote, wherever we need it, end of quote. What more evidence do we need, Madam Chair, than that? This is not going for humanitarian purposes. It's going towards terrorism, wherever we need it. And money is fungible, as everybody knows. Giving Iran access to these funds for any purpose frees up money for its malign activities, including its support to proxies like we saw on October 7th to Hamas. Blocking money to Iran is the most consequential thing we can do here in this Congress to stop Iran's financing of terrorism to Hamas and other proxies to help keep our troops safe, who are now under fire from Iran's backed militias. After Hamas's brutal October 7th massacre of over 1,200 innocent people in Israel, the largest attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust, Madam Chair, and over 70 attacks on our forces by Iran's backed proxies this fall, no one can deny Iran's role as the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Put simply, the Middle East is on fire, and Iran's proxies are becoming more aggressive every day with increasing attacks, threatening to throw the Middle East into complete destabilization. And now Iran's destabilization influence extends beyond the Middle East. They continue to supply deadly drones to Russia, supporting their unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine. Iran is going to keep funneling tens of millions of dollars to Hamas and other terror groups, propping them up with our adversaries like China, like Russia, and North Korea, with weapons. We need to take every measure possible to stop Iran from giving its proxies another dime. After the October 7th attack by Hamas, in which they took 240 hostages, and Madam Chair, we met with some of the families yesterday, and it was one of the most horrific experiences what their loved ones are going through right now in Gaza. Americans held hostage who we have still not been able to get out. They are in an absolute hell right now, in darkness. But it's absolutely undeniable that this hostage deal was a catastrophic mistake. The narrative was something before October 7th. Now they're trying to hide from this deal after October 7th because they know what they did was wrong, because they know what they're doing is funding terror in the Middle East. This body, this Congress, needs to repair that damage. And that's why my bill, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, imposes new sanctions to permanently prevent the transfer of $6 billion in Iranian funds covered under the 2023 hostage deal, which, by the way, Madam Chair, I haven't seen this deal. The administration says there's a deal. They have not provided that deal to me, nor to my colleagues, to my knowledge. But one thing is clear. This is a moment of moral clarity. With such instability in the region, the last thing we need to do is to give Iran access to $6 billion to be diverted to more Iranian-sponsored terrorism. We must sanction anyone who enables the transfer or processing transactions of these funds, period. Put very simply and succinctly, I can't imagine how anybody could vote against this bill. How could anybody support $6 billion going into Iran when we know both in classified space, which we can't talk about here, but in the declassified space, exactly who was behind October 7th. Iran is the head of the snake, and the snake had its tentacles all throughout the Middle East, in Gaza with Hamas, in Yemen with the Houthi rebels, in Iraq and Syria with the Iran-backed militias, who, by the way, Madam Chair, are hitting our troops every day. They are under fire by Iran. And we're going to give them $6 billion? Now, the other side will say that's Iran's money. It's sanctioned money. This administration chose to lift the sanctions on the $6 billion. My bill says no, Mr. President. We in the Congress say no to this policy, and we are going to put sanctions on the money so Iran cannot get access to this to fund more terrorism, more killing of innocent Jewish people. And I don't have to go into graphic detail about what happened on October 7th, but we all saw the Hamas video and the gruesomeness of it. I, Madam Chair, will not sit by idly and allow this to happen while Americans are under fire and the Jewish people are being killed by these terrorists. So I urge my colleagues to support this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Let me first start off by saying the President of the United States did the right thing. It's easy to show why we should vote against this bill. My good friend, the chairman, has talked about October the 7th over and over. Our committee has had several family members come before our committee where we have vowed to do everything we can to get their family members back home. And for me, it's been very personal. Yesterday, we had a group that we talked to of family members. And we said, we will not stop until we get your family members back home. Because negotiating to bring our hostages home is hard because you have to do it with bad people. Guess what? Hamas committed the heinous acts on October the 7th. But who are we negotiating with to get the hostages home? Hamas. Not easy. But we vow in front of these witnesses. I would wonder what we would say to those 5 individuals, families, who are now safe at home before they were released. Would we have promised them, and didn't we promise them? We would do everything we could to get them back home. Yes, President Biden did the right thing. He brought 5 Americans home who were rotting in Iran's notorious Evin prison, and every member of Congress, I repeat, every member of Congress who was aware of these cases wanted our fellow citizens to come home. Now, they're saying they should not have come home. This was done wanting them to come home in a bipartisan voice. And President Biden thus succeeded in doing what his predecessors could not. He got them home. Iran, of course, as is Hamas, is a murderous and corrupt regime. They're not pleasant, and this isn't easy. But thanks to this agreement, 5 American families are now whole again. And Iran has lost the leverage of holding these American hostages. Now, H.R. 5961 would sanction parties that carry out the financial terms of the hostage agreement in question. These include 3 European commercial banks and the Central Bank of Qatar, who, by the way, has been very instrumental in working with us to get hostages home that were taken on October the 7th. But let's really talk about the facts. Yes, I've been in classified sessions and non-classified sessions and have heard it, as all of us have. So let's talk about the facts. Billions of Iran's own profits from oil sales were sitting in a restricted account in South Korea. It was there. It was done by the prior administration. It was established by the Trump administration for Iran to make approved humanitarian purchases. So this wasn't done by the Biden administration. It was sitting in South Korea by the Trump administration for humanitarian purchases. The United States had no control over that dollars while it was sitting there. The agreement moved that $6 billion from the restricted account in South Korea, converted it to euros, and relocated it into the restricted account in Qatar, which now the United States has visibility over. Not a single penny. Facts. Not conjecture. Facts. And I don't think anyone can refute the fact that not a single penny has moved into Iran. Not one. Not a penny, less known a dime. Not a penny has moved into Iran. Under the terms of the agreement, Iran can use the money in Qatar to make approved humanitarian purchases to acquire medicine, medical equipment, agricultural goods, and food. Iran's government physically will never touch this money. The entirety of the transaction occurs outside of Iran, and Iran only receives the vetted humanitarian goods. By the way, that's some of our values. And that's why we, in all of this, are talking about humanitarian concerns for people who are just victimized by bad people. And thus far, Iran has not made any requests of the humanitarian fund, and nothing has been gained by Iran. All of the money remains in the account, an account that the United States can watch. We have leverage over that account due to our relationship with the correspondent banks in Europe that would help process any transactions. In other words, we now have more control over this money than we did when it was sitting in South Korea. In fact, this account provides us with leverage, not the other way around. Furthermore, following the horrific attacks in Israel on October the 7th, the United States and Qatar froze the humanitarian fund. So it's frozen now in Qatar. No humanitarian purchases will be approved anytime soon. Again, nothing has changed. The money remains in the account, and we continue to have leverage. Nothing has changed from the money when it was sitting in South Korea. The only thing that has changed is 5 American citizens are no longer sitting in Iranian prison. They are back home with their families. Madam Speaker, if H.R. 5961 is passed into law, that leverage will be gone. It will disappear. We'll also lose our ability to conduct diplomacy with Iran and others in the future. If we blow up this agreement by passing this bill, we, the United States, will be the ones breaking yet another sensitive negotiated agreement. Our word and integrity will no longer be good in negotiations, whether it's with Iran or any other parties. The United States must continue to address, and here's where I think we agree. No one is saying that the United States needs to continue to address Iran's backing of groups like Hezbollah and Hamas. The Iranian-supported Hamas terrorists unleashed pure evil when they broke a ceasefire in the attacks on October the 7th. The population of Gaza would not be engulfed in war right now if it was not for Hamas. But we must also remain sober and serious about the challenge of Iran's nefarious nuclear program. None of the bad options we possess to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions are better than the diplomatic track, which has already proven successful. It was the United States who actually violated the JCPOA, not Iran. Pulling out of this hostage agreement will be the second time we violated an agreement with Iran's leaders. Passage of this bill would mean potentially slamming the door closed on future diplomacy, leaving us only with dangerous and highly risky options of confronting Iran's nuclear program. And we all agree, Iran must not ever have a nuclear weapon. But guess what? Since we pulled out of JCPOA, they're closer to getting a nuclear weapon than had we been in there. Madam Speaker, the prisoner swap confirms to the Iranian regime that the United States is a reliable negotiating partner, just as we see taking place right now, as we bring the hostages home from Gaza. They have to deal with Hamas. Both sides have to keep their word. We have one, Israel, who is a strong, diplomatic, honest country, moving forward, fighting for its existence, but have to deal with Hamas. They made an agreement, and they're living by that agreement. And hostages are coming home. And we want that to continue to each and every one of them. And they're not just simply being released, Israel is giving something back in return. In our case, Iran is actually not getting anything because they're not getting a dime to be utilized for their nefarious purposes. So let me conclude with this. The agreement has freed 5 Americans. 5 Americans. I repeat, 5 American citizens who were suffering in an Iranian prison, who we all, in a bipartisan way, said we would do anything to get them home. We wanted them to be home. It shifted Iran's own money from an account in Korea that we did not control to one where we play a role and have control that we didn't in South Korea. Not a single penny has left the account. I don't think anybody can refute that. Not a single penny has left the account. Not a single penny has entered Iran. Not a single U.S. taxpayer dollars have been involved. And this fund remains frozen indefinitely by the United States and Qatar, who has been working closely with us and Israel. There is no reason to jeopardize future negotiations or further inflame an already dangerous situation by passing this bill. Fact of the matter is, I don't see why we would want to pass this bill. We know that diplomacy is the way to deal. That's the first thing that we need to move forward, and bringing our people home. Lastly, let me just say this, because I want to be absolutely clear. I don't want Iran's leaders to benefit from our actions in any shape, fashion, or form. This hostage agreement that stands today, they have not benefited from it, and they will not benefit from it. But unfortunately, this legislation will shoot American global credibility in the foot without even touching Iranian regime leaders. We encourage this House not to rush into passing this bill. Let's keep the door open for diplomacy. This stands as an example with Iran and others because we have adversaries. But you always have to deal with those adversaries and negotiate and talk to try to figure out how we can live in a better place. Let's think ahead. Let's not play checkers. Let's play chess. That's what this is all about. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Self.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Chairman McCall's bill to ensure no funding for Iranian terrorism. While I am stunned at what I heard from my colleague across the aisle, I will try to bring clarity to this. In August, President Biden surrendered access to $6 billion to Iran. Make no mistake about it, for 5 hostages. Once again, he demonstrated weakness to our adversaries. Once again. In doing so, he signaled to Hamas that his administration is willing to reward hostage-taking. The policy of the United States for years was no negotiations with terrorists or with hostage-takers. We knew at that time that precedent was powerful. Now, weak precedent is dangerous. In October, Hamas official Ali Baraka said of the $6 billion deal, quote, the U.S. conducts prisoner swaps. Only recently it did one with Iran. Why wouldn't it conduct a prisoner swap with us, end quote. Now Hamas is holding the West hostage, the entire West hostage, as they fortify their defenses while Israeli hostages are traded for Palestinian prisoners, including terrorists. There is only one language that is understood by our adversaries. That is strength. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and send a message that we will not fund the radical jihadist agenda. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Let me just say, I keep hearing this demonstrates weakness. The Biden administration demonstrated strength. Strength. The willing to stand with your enemies and negotiate. You know, I can recall for me, even in our own country, what I learned to live by. Many folks was thinking that when Dr. King was moving forward with nonviolence, that he was demonstrating weakness, that we should go back and fight. He demonstrated strength. And sometimes in dealing and negotiating, that is where the strength comes from. And if you just go out swinging, you demonstrate weakness. So I say that what Joe Biden has done was kept his word, number one. He said that he would bring, wherever he could, American hostages home. This body has said to American families, we would do everything and anything to bring their families home. We should keep our word. And President Biden kept his word to those 5 American hostages. And the United States House of Representatives should keep its word and not challenge the agreement that the president made to return those 5 American hostages. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It should not take an act of Congress to stop our president, the President of the United States, from sending $6 billion to Iran. Iran is the world's most prolific sponsor of terrorism, But here we are having to go through this. This administration has said that this money is to be used for humanitarian purposes only. Madam Speaker, that's like giving money to a junkie and expecting them to buy food with it. You can tell them to buy food with it, and they can promise you that they will buy food with it, but we all know he ain't buying food with it. In this case, Iran will not use this money for humanitarian assistance, and even if they did, it would just free up other cash so that they can fund their international terror organizations and their nuclear ambitions. Now that we have control of these assets, let's not let this money be weaponized against us, our allies, and especially Israel. I urge support of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Yes, again. And I haven't heard a reply. Not one penny has gone to Iran. If I'm wrong, then someone tell me. Not 1 cent. The money is frozen in Qatar. Not 1 penny. None of this could have been used by Hamas, Iran, or anything for October the 7th. They didn't have a dime. The money was there already. It was put there for humanitarian purposes by the Trump administration. It was in South Korea, where we didn't have any control over it. I didn't hear anybody talk about that when the Trump administration was there, that he should not have sent the money to South Korea. This should not be something that we're playing politics on. So the money shifted from South Korea, changed into euros, and gone to Qatar, where we have now more visibility than ever. Not a dime is going to Iran. We got 5 American hostages home, and then we're going to question the deal. I yield back the balance I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Chair, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. So, this is a preemptive effort. Why the fight so hard? Yeah, if a single penny has not been cut loose yet, good. That means we're taking an action here that's going to prevent that. Had the Biden administration not cut loose the $6 billion in frozen assets to begin with, wouldn't have to do this. So why do we have a nonsensical effort to allow Iran to have the option? So that's why we need to head this off at the pass with H.R. 5961, No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. So we saw a sophisticated attack launched in Gaza by Hamas, and continuing this process to allow Iran to be the biggest state sponsor of terror in the world. We need to head it off at the pass, as I said. And this is ridiculous that we have to fight so hard to have this preemptive effort. I just don't understand. I don't understand a lot of things coming out of the Middle East with the pro-Palestinian efforts all over this country and all over the world, when Israel is simply a country that seeks peace. So, yes, we got 5 wrongfully detained American hostages in exchange for this frozen assets, but the president must impose sanctions on the foreign financial institutions who are involved in processing the transfer of these funds. Head it off at the pass. Don't allow it to happen. Why would we be in the business of helping Iran to help destroy Israel? I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I continue to reserve.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Indo-Pacific, Ms. Young Kim.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall, for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5967, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, to keep Iran from accessing the $6 billion in assets that were unfrozen in September. This bill imposes sanctions on international financial institutions that process, participate in, or facilitate transactions using or involving the $6 billion in unfrozen Iranian assets that were transferred from South Korea to Qatar in exchange for 5 hostages kept in Iran in September. While I'm glad the hostages came back to their homes, we cannot incentivize more hostage taking by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The administration claims that this funding could only be used for humanitarian purposes, but Iranian President Raisi has countered that Islamic Republic of Iran can use the assets wherever we need it. That's his words. Allowing Iran to access these funds would be foolish. Hamas' October 7 attack on Israel showed the world how much destruction Iran is capable of through its illicit finance of terrorist organizations. We also now see Iran's proxy militia and terrorist organizations carrying attacks on U.S. troops and military assets in Syria and Iraq. Congress must take strong action to bolster our actions or sanctions policy and stop Iran from accessing assets that it can use to carry out its terrorist agenda across the Middle East. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Let me just say this. The United States has values. In the midst of what's taking place and what took place in Israel and is taking place in Gaza right now, and why we're fighting so hard to make sure that we have a supplemental that includes humanitarian aid. We know that there are people in Gaza, Palestinians, who are not part of Hamas, and everyone wants to make sure, and as we are doing through in this pause, that humanitarian aid is getting into them. It shows the best of who we are as Americans. And so it is in Iran. Every Iranian is not part of the regime. In fact, the regime, it's cruel. It does not provide humanitarian aid to many of its citizens. We don't want to be like the regime. We want to show our humanity. So yes, when human beings are suffering, we want to make sure that we get in humanitarian aid so that we can take care of them. That's what's happening right now. That's why we're having the pause in the Middle East, in Gaza. Because doing the hostage exchange, bringing people home, which we should be doing, what we are also doing is bringing in humanitarian aid to aid those individuals who Hamas would never aid. Our values. So people around the world would respect and know who we are. We should never give up on our values. And so the money that we're talking about is not going to be used or getting into the hands of the Iranian regime. We're talking about trying to show that we have care and humanity for those that are the victims of the regime. Humanitarian aid. That's who we should be. We should be proud of the fact that we want to try to take care of those who are part, unfortunately, of dictators and authoritarian regimes who will not take care of their people. That's not who we are. So if in the future, through the constraints that we have and the approvals that need to take place, we can help somebody that's been victimized, I think that's the right thing to do. But to say we don't care is the wrong thing to do. And I just wonder, and maybe I wish we could, if we would invite those 5 families of those that are now returned home, what would we say to them? We wish your folks should have stayed in the prison because the president should not have made this deal because of the humanitarian aid? What would we say to them? What can we say to them now? They're listening to us. We should renege on the deal and let their loved ones stay in prison? Thank God President Biden understands being a humanitarian, bringing our folks home, and at the same time having a hard line against Iran and Hamas and its affiliates. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chair, I know it's hard to believe, and I know that my friends across on the other side of the aisle find it hard to believe, but the Iranian regime is not our friend. They are no friend to the U.S., nor to our allies. And it's not that we don't care. Yes, we do care. But the Iranian regime is one of the world's leaders in state-sponsored terrorism. And they cannot be appeased. We know that. That's why it was alarming when President Biden freed up $6 billion in previously frozen funds for Iran in September. And I'm glad that this was later refrozen due to the pushback from my colleagues and I, who don't trust Iran any further. We can pick them up and throw them, to use that money responsibly. The expectation of receiving the funds no doubt contributed to the uptick in terror we've seen in the Middle East. I think everyone would agree with that. According to our intelligence community, Iran provides $100 million a year to foreign terrorist organizations, including Hamas and Hezbollah. On October the 7th, Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists brutally attacked Israel, killing 1,400 people and taking over 200 hostages. This legislation, the No Funds for Iranian Terror Act, places immediate and mandatory sanctions on foreign financial institutions that facilitate the transfer of the restricted Iranian funds covered under President Biden's deal. It's imperative that the $6 billion remains permanently off limits to the Iranian regime. So long as President Biden and his administration continue to weaken our country on the world stage, House Republicans stand ready to respond with strength. I look forward to voting for this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to pass this vital legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
The one question that I think that remains unanswered to my colleagues on the other side: are you willing to go and tell the family members of those 5 hostages that were not home, that are now home, that they should still be in that prison? That we should not have worked out a deal with the $6 billion frozen for humanitarian concern, that we should renege on the deal. And they should go back to prison. Because the one thing that is missing is that we've got these family members, these hostages home, and they can't be held over our head by Iran anymore. But I don't hear an answer to that. What do you say to these families? As we've talked to families who have loved ones that are hostages, what do you say to them? You should still be there? Or we should not have made the deal? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I think I'm hearing, that this deal should not have been made, and those American hostages should still be sitting in that Iran prison. So I ask my colleagues on the other side, what do you say to those 5 families? Do we renege on the deal? Do you tell them they should not be home, so we should not have made the deal? We have hostages before us all the time. What do you say to them? I know what I'm going to say to them. I'm glad their family members are home, and I'm glad that Joe Biden made the deal to get them home, and he's not threatening, not using any U.S. dollars, and there's no threat from Iran in regards to that money, that $6 billion to be utilized for any aggression on their part. I reserve.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Ready to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me just say this. First, the debate on the House floor today is a rare moment where the House Foreign Affairs Committee is debating legislation under a rule rather than under suspension. For those who don't know what that means, It signifies that this bill is not bipartisan. That is in contrast to the great majority of legislation that comes out of the Foreign Affairs Committee. This is the first primary foreign affairs bill this year that we are debating under a rule this Congress. And in the previous two Congresses, under Democratic leadership, we debated a total of one bill under a rule. Now, one thing I will say, and as I've talked throughout this debate, one thing that is a fact is that Mr. McCall is my friend, and that we always try to reach an agreement on all bills. There's no question about that. So I'm not questioning that at all. And we are frequently, as we did yesterday, very successful. We had a completely bipartisan markup, including on potentially game-changing bill that would codify an outbound investment regime to protect our economy and on our national security. And I want to say that that's the way I do believe this committee is ran, and we work very closely together. But on this bill is one of those times where I do fundamentally disagree with the arguments put forward by the majority. I submitted an amendment that would have added a national security waiver to the legislation. Such a waiver is a very restrictive standard. The president could only waive the sanctions if it was vital to the national security of the United States. He could not waive the sanctions for trivial reasons, nor even for the important economic one. He could only waive the sanctions to protect our national security. But of course, that amendment was not made in order. Every major sanctions bill over the last 20 years has had basic exemptions and waivers, like the amendment I offered to this bill. This history includes numerous Republican sanctions bills targeting Iran. By moving a bill today without those very basic guardrails, what we are doing is undermining bipartisan practices that have been held for decades. We are also forfeiting leverage to promote American interests and undercutting our credibility around the world. And as such, I oppose this legislation. It is not the legislation, it's the wrong time for this legislation. It is improper. It will hurt down the road. We need to look and have a vision for down the road. Because for me, what we do is not just about today. It's about, I have 3 granddaughters, and I say this everywhere. It's about 5, 2, and 6 months. So it's about what takes place and what opportunities might be available 60 years from now. As we look back at prior history, things that was done by prior Congresses had an effect 50 and 60 years later. People that are our allies now 60 years ago was our enemy. Time changes things. People who were our allies, our enemies, 60 years ago are now our allies. Let's think forward. Let's vote this bill down. Or at least we should have the waivers in there. I must oppose this legislation. And I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say to my dear friend from New York, I have great admiration and respect for him. And he's right. We do work things out. On our committee, we're the most bipartisan committee. It's important that we speak with one voice as a nation to the world. However, as we also have agreed, there are some times we just can't get to an agreement. This is one of those times. I just can't in good faith support the administration's position on this. The gentleman's asked a couple of questions about why didn't this pass on suspension, and that's always our goal. But the fact is that 5 members on his side of the aisle voted in support of this bill. I think what you're going to find on the vote on the floor today is you're going to have more than 5 vote for this bill. And I admire him in his support for the president. I'd probably do the same in his case, but I have to, with all due respect, disagree. And what would I say to the 5 American families? I'd say, thank God your loved one's home. I would say, we're with you. But I don't think this is just about the 5 American hostages. There's something else going on. It just doesn't make sense, Mr. Chairman. You have 5 innocent Americans exchanged for 5 indicted Iranians on charges related to national security. That alone is a bad deal. I mean, we talk about negotiations. That's not a good negotiation. But, Mr. Chairman, you throw $6 billion on top of this. What is that all about? I have to ask the question, why was this money that was frozen in a South Korean bank transferred to an undisclosed Doha bank account to then be made available for humanitarian purposes to Iran? Now, what they'll say is, well, it's still frozen. But then again, why was the money transferred to an undisclosed Doha bank account? If it was for humanitarian, why couldn't the South Korean bank transfer it? I'll tell you why it was transferred to the Doha bank account, and we don't even know the name of the bank, Mr. Chairman. It was transferred at the request of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And why did they want that? Because they know that they can get access to the Doha bank account. They know that in Qatar, they're going to be more friendly to them than the South Koreans. This didn't happen by accident. It happened by design. That is precisely why the money was money laundered to this other bank account to funnel into Iran. And for what purpose? Humanitarian, and I get that. I don't doubt the gentleman from New York's, my good friend's heart and his sincerity. He believes this. But the facts are stubborn things. You know, under the previous administration, a bank was prosecuted for the same scheme that this administration is perpetuating in the Turkish bank, and this is from the DOJ Public Affairs, facilitating transactions fraudulently to appear to be purchases of food and medicine by Iranian customers in order to appear to fall within the so-called humanitarian exception. But don't take my word for this. Take the president of Iran's word for this. I will do whatever I want with the money. Let's be clear-eyed and sober about this. Let's not be naive. Putting $6 billion into Iran at this critical time, Mr. Chairman, after October 7th, the bloodiest day of killing Jews since the Holocaust. This is why their narrative is changing. Now it's like, well, but the president of Iran hasn't asked for the money yet. Oh, and by the way, it's frozen. Well, then why did you transfer it to the Doha bank account? I'll tell you why. Because Iran requested it. And the idea that Iran's not going to ask for this money, I have to say with all due respect, is incredulous. Of course they want this money. Question is, why hasn't it been transferred already? And you know what? The answer is October the 7th. That's why it hasn't been transferred. They got caught with their pants down. Now they realize, oh my God, we can't transfer this money. Think of the optics here. This is going to look really bad. And there's another thing that's very nefarious going on here. There is some deal going on, Mr. Chairman, that we don't know about. And we have every right of oversight. They won't call things treaties because the Senate won't confirm it. They call them deals. But what is going on? It's not just about the hostages, and thank God they're home. And I would tell the families, God bless them. But there's something else going on here. There's an undercurrent of another deal going on. And it's the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement. That is why the money was transferred, in my judgment, is to facilitate another deal with Iran. And the irony of all ironies, Mr. Chairman, is the special envoy for Iran is now under investigation by the FBI for violations of his security clearance. The very man negotiating the JCPOA, the Iran deal, get this, is under investigation by the FBI for violating his national security clearance. You can't make this up. You can't really make this up. He talked about the presidential waiver. We said the whole point of this bill is to ensure they cannot use the $6 billion unless they do two things. One, cease their support for international terrorism, and two, stop their nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction programs. This bill doesn't undercut our leverage. It turns this money into leverage to stop their most dangerous activities. You know, I think this is a bad deal. I think that the underlying intent is something more secretive. Mr. Chairman, I have to ask the question, has any member of Congress seen this deal that we're talking about? Has a gentleman from New York seen this hostage deal with Iran? I haven't seen it. I'm in the classified. I haven't seen it, classified or not. Where is the deal? Why won't the administration present the deal to the Congress pursuant to our oversight responsibilities? That is transparency. That is why we introduced the bill, because Congress has every right on behalf of the American people before $6 billion is transferred into Iran to see what the deal is. So in closing, we met with these hostage families yesterday, and it is brutal. Children. I was in the kibbutz in Gaza, the Gaza border in southern Israel, Kfar Aza, and the daycare center. They went into the daycare center and killed the children I saw there. They decapitated them, and they killed everybody I met in the kibbutz. I can't look at these, the families of the victims or the families of the hostages in good faith. I cannot look them in the eye and say, you know what? I support your efforts to get your loved ones home, but guess what? I also support this deal that the president has decided to do to put $6 billion into the Islamic Republic of Iran, the largest state sponsor of terror, the very country responsible for the Hamas attacks, killing more Jews than I've seen in my lifetime. My father was a bombardier on a B-17 in World War II. He bombed the Nazis. He saw the Holocaust in his lifetime. I never thought I'd see anything like that in my lifetime, but guess what? This is the largest killing since the Holocaust. I can't look those families in the eye, Mr. Chairman, and tell them that I'm going to support this deal to add additional money for terrorism, especially $6 billion. This is not about the 5 Americans. We released 5 Iranians guilty of espionage, in my judgment. This is about the undercurrent of a deal that we don't know about. They're secretive about it. And they need to come forward to the American people through the Congress and let us know what was that deal. But I, for one, will not sit here in this chamber and allow this to happen. And that's why if they won't do it, then we will. And Congress will stop this money from going into Iran, not just for politics, not even for the American people, but for the victims of terrorism around the world, especially the people of Israel. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields the balance of his time. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-14, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the House Report 118-280, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order or accepted, except those printed in Part C of the House Report 118-280. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part C of the House Rule 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in favor of my amendment to H.R. 5961, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. Mr. Chair, this Congress has a responsibility to unequivocally denounce the cruelty and the inhumanity perpetrated by the terrorist organizations funded by Iran, namely Hamas. As we work to prohibit further funds from being used by the ruthless Iranian regime to prop up terrorists and subsidize terror attacks, we must also ensure that we swiftly and clearly condemn the criminal acts already carried out by Iran's agents of terror. The deliberate use of innocent civilians as humanitarian infrastructure by Hamas and other Iran-backed terror groups to shield themselves, their weapons, and their operations is entirely unconscionable. Their unabashed and irredeemable disregard for human life is equally outrageous. Hamas and other terrorist organizations purposefully placing innocent, non-combatant women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable individuals in harm's way must stop. This is a blatant contravention of international humanitarian law. Beyond all of that, Mr. Chair, it is a fundamental violation of human dignity. My amendment ensures that the United States emphatically condemns these actions of Iran-backed terrorist organizations. It further demands that the immediate, unconditional surrender of Hamas and other terrorist organizations so that innocent civilian lives may be saved both in Israel and in Palestine. This has not and should not be a partisan issue. This Congress and this government must continue to be united in our condemnation of terror and terrorists. Anything less is a betrayal of our obligation as a global leader for human rights, human dignity, and human freedom. Mr. Chair, I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? No. Seeing none, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the remainder of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment. Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part C of House Rule 118-280. For what purpose the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Ms. Sheriff McCormick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sheriff McCormick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my amendment. I'm offering my amendment to H.R. 5961 to reaffirm what I hope should be a bipartisan principle. Our problem lies with the Iranian regime, not the Iranian people. Innocent Iranians have suffered at the hands of cruel authoritarian leaders who have zero regard for human rights. The Ayatollah and his regime have racked up a laundry list of gross abuses. Iranian security forces and prison personnel torture and sexually assault detainees. The country sees a staggering level of repression without any room for peaceful dissent. Iranian authorities disable the internet during protests to mask their human rights violation. Women and girls are treated as second-class citizens without any form of basic dignity. We must cut off any source of funding for the terrorist-supporting, human rights-violating Iranian regime, but not at the expense of basic humanitarian assistance. The Iranian people are suffering enough. At any time, and any attempt to restrain the flow of aid would exacerbate this pain. I also want to emphasize that there are robust safeguards on the funds currently in Qatar. First, the Biden administration has made it abundantly clear that the funds are going nowhere anytime soon. They are guardrails to ensure that food and medicine and similar goods alone can be purchased. No other transactions will be approved. And Iran does not have access to this money currently, nor will they in the future. They can only contract with third-party suppliers to receive goods. These suppliers will work with the financial institutions to process the payments. In other words, it's humanitarian aid or nothing at all. My amendment emphasizes that we should support humanitarian aid for the Iranian people. All of us can take issue with the Iranian tyrannical leaders, but we cannot penalize the Iranian citizens who have been forced to endure harsh, oppressive regime. A threat to the Iranian people is a threat to all of us. As Americans, we must uphold our responsibility as world leaders and stand with the Iranian people. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and remember the duality of our great leadership is in our strength and our compassion, and not in us further exacerbating any pain or oppression, but ensuring that we stand as world leaders and support humanitarian aid, but continue to fight the authoritarian regime. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves her balance. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
I would like to yield 1 minute to the ranking member, Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I strongly support this amendment. The United States must stand for humanitarian aid and must stand for helping the people of Iran, even while we condemn the Iranian governing regime. The regime's medieval views on women's rights and religious freedom and their depraved agenda of financing terrorists around the region are separate from the people of Iran. This amendment simply separates the government from the people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to vote for this very good and humanitarian amendment and urge all to vote for it and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close by encouraging all of my colleagues to vote in support of this amendment. I yield back the rest of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the remainder of her time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my amendment to correct the number of hostages that Hamas terrorists took when they attacked Israel on October 7th. It was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. That day, Hamas terrorists brutally murdered, raped, burned alive, and decapitated more than 1,000 innocent babies, children, women, men, and elderly, including dozens of Americans. Let me be very clear, more than 230 people were abducted and taken hostage by Hamas, a terrorist organization, including nearly a dozen Americans. Again, Americans were killed. Americans remain hostage. There are some people who equivocate about Hamas, a foreign terrorist organization. There should be no equivocation. They are designated by the United States of America as a foreign terrorist organization. They're terrorists. And anybody who spent time looking at images of the barbaric, heinous, and unthinkable acts that took place on October 7th, like I have, knows what Hamas is capable of. We'll never unsee it. I know the chairman, the ranking member, was there as well and has seen it. We cannot forget that Hamas is an evil terrorist organization. Their charter advocates jihad against the Jewish people and the destruction of the Jewish state. In the region, militarily, beyond their support for Hamas, Iran is backing proxies that have attacked American troops in Iraq and Syria. We've seen an uptick in skirmishes between Hezbollah and Israel near the Lebanese border. President Biden has been phenomenal with his resolve and unwavering support for our key ally, Israel, which is critical to America's national security, critical to the fight against terror, the democracy in the region. And the president has taken action in Syria in response to attacks by Iranian-backed proxies on American personnel, regular attacks. We've seen them in Syria, we've seen it in Iraq, we've seen it from the Houthis. The president understands that you have to actually hold terrorists who commit atrocities against our country accountable, or they will strike again and be stronger. Hamas terrorists have even made it clear, their leadership, that they will not back down and are committed to, quote, a second, third, and fourth October 7th against Israel. The president has continued to demonstrate strength, resolve, and leadership to get hostages home. Thankfully, in recent days, groups of hostages have been rescued, including 4-year-old Abigail, an American citizen. As of today, there are still nearly 160 hostages, including Americans. 40 American citizens were slaughtered by Hamas, and other terrorists have been living in horrifying fear and uncertainty at the hands of terrorists for more than 50 days. It blows my mind that this isn't talked about every single day in our country, that Americans remain hostage. Americans were killed and are still suffering in Gaza. May all their memories be a blessing. This should be the beginning and end of the argument of why we must crush Hamas and stop Iranian-backed terrorist proxies. These terrorists continue to attack Israel and American personnel around the globe. The names and ages of the Americans still held hostage by terrorists in Gaza follow. Gad Hagai, 73 years old. Judith Weinstein, 70 years old. Keith Samuel Siegel, 64 years old. Sagi Dekel Chen, 35 years old. Hirsch Goldberg Pollan, 23 years old. Omer New Truth, 22 years old. Itay Chen, 19 years old. The eighth American still hostage is 19-year-old Idan Alexander from Tenafly, New Jersey, in my district. Here's Idan, you'll see him here. A wonderful, wonderful person. I've met with his family, they're phenomenal, and his sister. After Idan graduated from Tenafly High School in 2022, he began serving with the Israel Defense Forces. He grew up in northern New Jersey, swimmer, went to the prom, I've seen all the photos. Since day one, I've been in constant contact with the Alexander family and with the State Department. Their unimaginable strength in the face of unfathomable pain gives all of us hope. I don't know how they do it. It's time to get our Americans and all of the hostages home. It is in America's interest and critical to our national security to ensure that October 7th can never and must never happen again. Our objectives are clear: to stand by Israel, our key ally, the democracy in the region, our partner in the fight against terror, to get all the Americans and all hostages home, to crush the terrorists and provide much-needed humanitarian aid to innocent Palestinian civilians being used by Hamas as human shields. You'll notice that Hamas does not allow any of the innocent Palestinians to go underground to be protected. There's no protection for them. They use them as human shields. Israel must eliminate every single terrorist responsible from Hamas for the atrocities committed on October 7th. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
This time has expired. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-230, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does is allow a 45-day waiting period between certification and removal of sanctions. I heard my good friend, Mr. Gottheimer, mention how this administration is the best friend Israel has. If that's the case, why is he wanting to give $6 billion to Iran, which is the sponsor of terror? If he's so interested in protecting Americans, why has he got our border wide open to people to come illegally from every country around the world? This amendment is directly in response to an administration that has done anything but be on the side of Israel. I want to applaud the work of Chairman McCall and the Foreign Affairs Committee for his commonplace legislation that effectively freezes the $6 billion of Iranian funds by imposing immediate and mandatory sanctions on financial institutions attempting to engage in transactions with these funds. Despite claims by the administration to the contrary, the $6 billion handed over to Iran by the Biden administration to the country that's the leading sponsor of terror, that's taken all of the hostages in that he shows pictures of, this money is fungible, and Iran is complicit in the attacks launched on October 7th that killed close to 1,500 innocent people that went out for a music festival. I wholeheartedly support this legislation. However, I have one concern. Section 3 of this legislation contains language that allows this president, Biden, to terminate sanctions if the president simply certifies in writing that Iran no longer provides support for terrorism and has ceased the development of nuclear weapons. This president simply will not do that. That's why he's letting the money go. As currently written, this legislation provides no opportunity for Congress to exercise oversight. The president can simply terminate sanctions if he thinks Iran meets certain requirements. In September 2023, the Biden administration waived sanctions to allow the $6 billion in Iranian funds in South Korean banks to be transferred to banks in Qatar in exchange for the release of 5 hostages. No matter what the Biden administration says, money is fungible. This deal gave Iran access to more money to fund its terrorist activities, including support for regional proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. Just 1 month after this deal, Hamas launched its brutal attack on Israel, killing innocent civilians and taking dozens of hostages. We've seen what happens when we give too much authority to this executive branch. Their actions speak louder than their words. I don't want this to happen again. This is why my amendment would require a 45-day waiting period between presidential certification and removal of sanctions to provide an opportunity for congressional oversight. The president shouldn't be doing this anyway. To have a 45-day waiting period to try to correct and let Congress deal with what his actions are is incomprehensible to me. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
In closing, let me say, I named some things that this president's doing. The purpose of my amendment is for the $6 billion that is going to the leading sponsor of terror that the Biden administration is okaying. And I will add another thing that has not been widely publicized. We have a sitting member of Congress, Corey Mills, from Florida, who had to charter his own airplane to rescue hostages. When he contacted this Biden administration, guess who gave him no support? The Biden administration, to rescue the pictures of the hostages that were shown by my good friend Josh Gottheimer. This is a wayward administration that is lawless. This amendment simply bills in additional time for Congress to conduct proper oversight of executive branch certifications. We should not continue to further delegate legislative authority derived from Article 1 of the Constitution of the executive branch. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in Part C of the House Report 118-280. For what purpose the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The unprovoked assault on Israel on October 7th shocked millions around the world and demonstrated the unrelenting brutality of Hamas. While many countries around the world supported Israel, and it confronted the single deadliest day for the Jews since the Holocaust, many did not. And many of the countries that pointedly refused to condemn Hamas are located in the Middle East. Mr. Chairman, my amendment expresses a sense of Congress that all U.S. allies in the Middle East should publicly and unequivocally condemn the anti-Semitism displayed by the Iranian-backed terror groups, including Hamas. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Does anyone seek time in opposition? The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized to close.
Mr. Chairman, Kuwait, a country that American soldiers liberated from Saddam Hussein, expressed its grave concern and blamed Israel for the blatant attacks. Kuwait further urged international community to stop the provocative practices by the occupation. Talk about victim blaming, Mr. Chairman, especially when the guilty party, Hamas, has proudly taken responsibility for attacking and raping Jewish civilians. Lebanon, a country which at this point is effectively controlled by the terrorist group Hezbollah, congratulated the resisting Palestinian people. Hezbollah hailed Hamas for its large-scale, heroic operation, an operation that saw an 8-year-old girl have her hands cut off, and she was left to bleed to death. Tunisia declared its full and unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people following Hamas brutality on October 7th. In no uncertain terms, the country, a listed major non-NATO ally, maintained their position to fully stand by the Palestinian people until they recover their entire land. An attack that saw a pregnant woman, her mouth duct taped, her baby cut out of her stomach. Qatar,
a country whose state-controlled media outlet, Al Jazeera, controlled by Qatar, should also be known as the Qatari Terrorist News Network, is the mouthpiece of Hamas terrorists, blamed Israel for being solely responsible for the ongoing escalation, and stressed their unwavering stance on the justice of the Palestinian cause, and for the international community to compel Israel to cease its blatant violation. Attacks which saw women bound, gang raped, and then murdered. Attacks that saw a baby put in an oven and baked alive. The father, their eyes gouged out. The mother raped. On November 1st, the Kingdom of Jordan, a country which was given well over $500 million of taxpayer dollars in this last year's omnibus, recalled its ambassador to Israel. Other countries, including Oman, Turkey, Egypt, choose to equivocate instead of condemning Hamas. Wherever you're at on the political spectrum, the attack was inhumane. It was brutal. It was blatant. And those culpable should be punished. And the international community, including many of the Arab states that I've mentioned, should join with the international community in condemning Hamas and should speak for the innocent. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 6, printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most Americans would be surprised and disgusted to learn that Iran has been given approximately $50 billion in sanctions relief package by the Biden administration. More to the point, it was done in exchange for a promise from Iran that they wouldn't produce weapons-grade uranium. That's it. That's all we apparently got. More to the point, think about the implications of this deal. The Ayatollah, who embraces and chants death to America and death to Israel, can produce even more deadly long-range missiles, but that's fine by Joe Biden. How about highly enriched uranium? Somewhere in Foggy Bottom, Anthony Blinken is nodding his head, sure, why not? The Ayatollah can put his country on the cusp of the nuclear threshold and hold it over as a constant threat. He can continue to pocket billions of dollars made available by the so-called adults in charge at our State Department, taxpayer dollars. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is counterproductive. The House has voted in a bipartisan manner to support general licenses to Iran to allow open internet access to the protesters against the regime of Iran. That could violate this vaguely drafted amendment. In the recent past, the United States has spent very small sums of money to promote civil society and democratic ideals in Iran, and that could violate this amendment. This amendment, I believe, with all due respect, is carelessly drafted and unvetted, and therefore I must oppose it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Civil. October 7th. Iran sponsored the murder, rape, and torture of innocent civilians. Civil. I do not trust Iran with nuclear material. Civil. They raped little girls. Civil. I should think not. This is a no-brainer, Mr. Chairman. This administration, whether due to side deals, incompetence, or just selling America out, is bringing the world's most grievous, grotesque sponsor of state terrorism closer to nuclear capabilities. Mr. Chairman, I'm from the South. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Iran should be punished for what happened in Israel. Hamas should be driven into the sea. And respectfully to my colleague, we should take extraordinary measures to send a message to the world that this will never happen again. Iran must pay, and pay dearly. This is but a first step. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from New York.
I yield. Back.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the world is in a precarious place. We see the CCP making moves in the Pacific against Taiwan. Russia has made a move against Ukraine. And Iranian-backed terrorists killed innocent civilians. There should be no relief for Iran. There should be no sanctions relief for Iran, for they are not civil. They do not belong at the seat, at the table with the rest of the world. They need to be driven into the Stone Ages where they belong and how they behave. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While Hamas terrorists were brutalizing Israeli citizens, Hamas's top leadership were celebrating from a penthouse in Doha. Qatar, or Qatar as we would say in the U.S., claims to be our ally. They want to hold a special place with the United States. We have a forward operating base there.
And while they're claiming to be our friend, they are literally housing, aiding, and abetting, you get it, terrorists from Hamas. Roughly a dozen, worth billions, flying on private jets, drinking champagne, partying, while Israeli citizens are being slaughtered. Qatar has the opportunity to stand with the United States, stand with the innocent people of Israel that were murdered. This sense of Congress simply urges that Qatar should condemn Hamas, turn over Hamas leadership to the U.S. and to Israel custody, and pledge never to facilitate the transfer of covered Iranian funds to Iran. Mr. Chairman, there's a direct link between the money that was wired to Doha and to terrorism. Iran has said they'll use the money however they see fit. It's time for our allies, or so-called allies, to be our allies. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment targets Qatar, the most important partner of the United States in freeing Americans and Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Passage of this amendment, and to my opinion, this overall bill, would jeopardize sensitive, ongoing diplomacy related to the hostage crisis in Gaza and further endanger Americans and Israelis in harm's way. Israel's national security advisor publicly praised Qatar's role as crucial to ongoing efforts to facilitate humanitarian solutions. Furthermore, it was reported in late October that Qatar's emir told Secretary of State Blinken that his government was open to reconsidering the presence of Hamas in Qatar once the hostage crisis is resolved. I agree that Hamas' continued presence in Qatar and Turkey is problematic. These terrorist leaders are living a life of luxury while their people suffer in Gaza. They should be held accountable. But this is not the way to go about it. Let's free our hostages. Then we can talk and work with Qatar to hold Hamas's leadership in Doha accountable. This amendment is simply grandstanding and not the best way to deal with this issue, and certainly is being offered at the worst possible time. So I ask my colleagues not to damage our diplomatic channels. Diplomacy is very important. And if we challenge or damage these diplomatic channels, it further endangers Americans. So we can't pass this legislation. We should not pass this legislation. So I ask my colleagues to please join me in voting no on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a thief that robs your house, then 2 days later mows your lawn, is still a thief. And so a country that houses terrorists is still an accomplice. It's a fact. So while they're giving over or assisting with the release of the hostages, they have the opportunity to give over the Hamas leaders who planned and orchestrated the attack. But will they do it? Of course not, because they're guilty. Qatar reportedly gives Hamas between $360 million and $480 million per year. So to my friend, I wonder how many of those dollars from Qatar giving to Hamas, bought bullets, bought anti-tank mines, paid for the training of the soldiers that raped children. I wonder how many of those millions of dollars built the training camps in Gaza. See, because when the militants, the terrorists went in, they were well armed. They were well trained. I wonder how many of the millions of dollars Qatar gave Hamas paid for that. Al Jazeera, the terrorist news network, has praised the attack. It's controlled by Qatar. You know, if my child or children that I love stick their hand in the cookie jar, just because I love them doesn't mean that they will escape punishment. Qatar may claim to be our friend, but they just got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and perhaps they should be punished. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Gooden.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the spirit of this amendment. I appreciate my colleague. I appreciate this bill, which I'm supporting. And I agree that Hamas is a terrorist organization, and I want nothing more for them to be taken down. But what I've not heard from my colleague within my party is all the good that has happened thanks to Qatar's efforts in the last few weeks. Now, there's a whole lot of bad to talk about, but I didn't hear anything about the hostage negotiations that would not be happening without the people of Qatar, without the leadership there. I want to thank the Qatari leadership for helping us get those hostages out. A couple weeks ago, I had a family member of a 12-year-old boy in my office that said, "Congressman, will you do anything you can? We are trying to get these hostages out. The people of Israel want them out, and we're not making any progress. What can you do?" You know what I did? I went down to the Qatari embassy. I sent someone down and said, "I want to speak to you guys. We need some action. We need more efforts. We need more results." And in the last week, what we have seen are hostages coming out of the Gaza Strip. Now, there are those that say we shouldn't negotiate with terrorists, but the people of Israel, and I'd like to defer to the Israelis on this matter because they're the ones that are living among these folks. They're saying they want these hostages back. They're saying they want to work with the Qataris in bringing them back. They've thanked them for their efforts. The other thing I haven't heard from my colleague within my party, and frankly, I'm disappointed some of my colleagues within my party have not spoken up against this amendment in particular, is the great, fantastic United States Air Force base that we have in Qatar. If they're such accomplices to terror, if they're such bad folks over there running the Qatari government, why do we have an Air Force base there? Folks, this amendment is badly timed. I agree with the concepts in this amendment. I agree that I would love everyone on earth to condemn Hamas, but this amendment right now does not help us achieve our goal, and that is to bring these hostages back. That is what our friends in Israel want. They want these hostages back. If you don't want these hostages back, if you don't want a United States Air Force presence over in the Middle East, then go ahead and vote for this amendment. Because what you're saying is that to the Qataris, we want you to cease efforts. We want you to turn over whoever it is you've got that you're negotiating with. And by the way, the American government, we're the ones that asked them to keep this channel open with Hamas. We're the ones, the United States, said Hamas needs to be close and able to be accessible within the Qataris. And so I would ask my colleagues, I'd ask staffers that are watching this amendment debate back in the office, go back to your boss, especially if you're a Republican, and say, you know what, we got a member from our own party that's saying this is a bad idea because we've got hostage negotiations that are happening right now that will not be helped if this amendment is passed. Everyone in this chamber knows this amendment is going nowhere if it gets on the bill, but that doesn't matter. The concept of giving the middle finger to the one group in the Middle East that is actually helping us achieve some hostage release, and that's the Qataris, I think is a bad policy, and I urge opposition to this amendment. Yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I am ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
With respect to Qatar's recent activities on the world stage, I'll just say this. Qatar should not get a pass whenever it decides to stop playing lawbreaker in order to start playing first responder. I think it's a misnomer to think that without Qatar that somehow negotiations wouldn't take place. The reality of the situation on the ground is the reason why Hamas is negotiating is because Israel is kicking their butts and is going to continue to do so. These negotiations would happen with or without Qatar. Qatar benefits from our Air Force base there. So, if my colleague from my own party thinks giving money to Qatar so that Hamas can rape little girls, then that's his choice, not mine. You can't pretend to be our friend when you're funding an organization that attacks and brutalizes innocent civilians. You can't have it both ways. It just doesn't work that way. You can't have your network praising the attacks. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I just simply will say, very briefly, when you hear from Israel, its leaders, Israel's national security advisor, publicly praising Qatar's role as crucial. When I visited Israel and talked to the head of their defense, talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu, all said that Qatar was crucial to this negotiation. Let's not do this. It's the wrong time. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Of an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in Part C of House Report Number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I were to describe to you a group that has just seized a cargo ship in what Israel has since referred to as an Iranian act of terrorism, you might come to the conclusion that perpetrators can't distinguish between civilians and military targets. If I were to also tell you that the same group just earlier this week shot 2 ballistic missiles at a U.S. warship, you might come to the conclusion that these perpetrators are the enemies of the United States. Finally, if I told you that this group is guilty of kidnapping and torturing U.S. citizens, you might come to the conclusion that we need to wipe these people off the face of the earth. You might think that the Biden administration would agree, but apparently does not. And that is to the detriment of our national security. This is a sense of Congress that the Houthis continue to benefit from the Biden administration's unwillingness to unequivocally condemn. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The chairman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It is needless, this amendment, it's needless and simply not rooted in fact. The sponsor bases his claims for this amendment on the assertion that the administration has not condemned Houthi militants for their violent actions and continued destabilizing behavior. This simply is not accurate. The Biden administration has repeatedly called out the violence of Houthi militants and that they have perpetuated against civilians, including recent missile launches toward Israel as well as our Gulf partners. In fact, as recently as this past Tuesday, November 28th, the State Department called out the violence of Iranian proxies across the region as well, and I quote, especially called on the Houthis to immediately cease attacks. The United States led other G7 nations in this public effort, which follows other similar statements. These statements include the State Department's condemnation of Houthi militants seizing the cargo ship Galaxy Leader on November 20th. Spokesperson Matt Miller called such actions flagrant violations of international law and demanded the immediate release of the ship and its crew. The administration made similar statements earlier this year and last, calling out Houthi abuses against Yemeni civilians, missile launches against Gulf partners, and more. I, along with many of my colleagues, have and will continue to call out abuses, escalatory actions, and violence throughout the region, just as the administration has. This amendment is an unnecessary and ill-conceived attempt to misrepresent the facts, so I must oppose it, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do so as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Would the gentleman yield 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman is recognized from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague for yielding, support his amendment, and to support the underlying bill. And, Mr. Chairman, if you look at this piece of legislation, both the bill and the underlying amendment, if you go back to when this $6 billion swap for $6 billion in cash was initially negotiated earlier this year, many could argue, myself included, that it was an ill-advised negotiation back then. And this was prior to the invasion of Israel by Hamas. But I think it's important to understand the context. Anybody in the world knows that Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, including funding Hamas. So the idea that you can just take Hamas and keep it separate from Iran has always been a farce. Iran funds Hamas, and everybody knows it. So the idea that you would be negotiating in August or September to help Iran get $6 billion boggles the mind prior to the invasion and attacks on Israel. After the attacks, the administration should be joining us in supporting this bill. We shouldn't even need the bill. The administration should be standing there saying, we're not giving them the money anymore. And who's the money going to? The president of Iran has already told you what he's going to do with the $6 billion. You've got the Biden administration saying, don't worry, it's all about humanitarian aid. The problem is, the people that are going to be getting the $6 billion aren't saying that. Mr. Chairman, the president of Iran himself went on TV, 60 Minutes, said this money belongs to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we naturally will decide. The Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it. They can give it to Hamas tomorrow if they got this money, and the president of Iran said so. I don't care what John Kerry says when he flies around over there, or what Joe Biden might even say, because once the president of Iran gets the $6 billion, it's his money. And he said he's going to do whatever he wants with it. Why would we give it to him today? We shouldn't have even thought about giving it to him prior to the attacks by Hamas in October. We surely shouldn't be thinking about it today. And thank goodness in this House we're going to take a vote. And we're going to pass this bill. And hopefully it's an overwhelming bipartisan vote to send it to the Senate and help wake up our Senate friends to say this is a position that we should be vocal on, as they still haven't figured out what to do with funding for Iran. We passed a bipartisan bill to help Israel get the funding that they need to push back on the attacks, to go get more hostages, as we're seeing. We're hearing senators talking about
a permanent ceasefire or more conditions. We ought to be all coming together to support Israel in whatever tools they need. And this House has been vocal in a pretty bipartisan way, almost every step of the way, to do that. Today can be another one of those moments where we don't just stand up to Hamas, but we stand up to the group who funds Hamas as well. Everybody knows who funds Hamas. It's Iran. $6 billion going to the president, who said he's going to take the money for whatever purposes he wants. They shouldn't get the money. Let's keep it. Let's continue to support our great ally in that region at the time they need it the most. We will be there with Israel every step of the way with all the tools they need to be successful at destroying this terrorist organization, Hamas, and anybody else who wants to join with them, and helping embolden terrorism against Jews, against the anti-Semitism we see growing, not just in the Middle East, but here in this country as well. We all ought to be vocal with one united voice against it. It's wrong. Let's stand with Israel. Let's stand with our friends. And let's stand against anybody who wants to support terrorism around the world. Let's pass this amendment. Let's pass the bill. And let's get the Senate to put this bill on the president's desk. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee.
I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Let me just say this. Joe Biden has been one of the most staunchest Israel supporters of any president of the United States. And so you're going to take the word of the Ayatollah over the word of the President of the United States. The President of the United States has said not a penny will get to the Ayatollah. But yet you want to take the side or believe in that brutal authoritarian dictator. I think that the American people know better than that. I think that the American people understand better than that. I think that the American people can look at the facts and see that Joe Biden, as he stands and fights with and talks on a regular basis with the leadership of Israel every day since October 7th, just about, on what side he's on, I wouldn't trust or believe anything that the Ayatollah says. But I do believe in Joe Biden, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment from the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
So ordered.
On October 7th, the world watched in horror as Hamas brutally attacked innocent civilians inside Israel. And I'm glad to see that we have bipartisan agreement on standing with Israel, standing firm against Hamas. However, I have major concerns when it comes to Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. The fanaticism and extremism they use to stoke instability in the Middle East, to expand their influence, to threaten the existence of Israel, and to threaten the United States. So far, dozens and dozens of attacks since October 7th that have been carried out at the behest of Iranian proxies in the Middle East towards U.S. troops. The only currency that is recognized by the Iranian regime is strength, something that the administration has not shown. This attack and Israel's valid defense of its sovereignty in the wake of the barbaric invasion is a wake-up call to the threats of the Iran-backed terrorist groups that pose not just to the Middle East, but also to the rest of the world. This is a watershed moment, and it demands a resolute response. The United States must increase pressure on the Iranian regime by denying it the access to funds abroad. Deterrence is the name of the game. In August and September of 2023, the Biden administration facilitated Tehran's access to $6 billion in oil revenues, sanctions that had previously been placed on Iran as a signal of strength, waivers that had been moved by the Biden administration. But as currently written in H.R. 5961, the only thing that's being frozen is the $6 billion of Iranian funds currently in Qatar. It does not freeze other Iranian sanctioned funds, such as the sanctions waiver announced by the Biden administration last week, which would allow Iraq to send $10 billion to Iran. The founders intended us to have a system of checks and balances, and that's exactly what my amendment would do. My amendment would freeze all Iranian sanctioned funds, not just the $6 billion in Qatar, but additionally it would prohibit the president from using any sort of waiver authority, including licenses, guidance, or facts to lift sanctions. And as we have seen, we cannot trust this administration to hold fast, to have a strong deterrent policy, and to send the Iranian regime a strong signal. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would be counterproductive to America's interests. No president, whether he be Democratic or Republican, has used this waiver for anything but the most pressing of reasons. Rescinding this waiver would likely prevent the administration from waiving sanctions that allow Iraq to pay for electricity imports from Iran. Without this waiver, Iraq likely would be unable to import electricity from Iran, leading to electricity outages and instability across Iraq. We have seen what instability in Iraq looks like over the past decade. The decay of central governance, the rise of ISIS, and a growing terrorist ideology that struck America and Europe in numerous deadly attacks. America has many interests in the Middle East, and this waiver is important for ensuring that this administration or any future administration has the flexibility it needs to promote American interests. It's important for the presidents, this one and those in the future, to have that flexibility. And thereby, I have to oppose my good friend from Texas amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in strong support of this amendment offered by my colleague from Texas, Rep. Pfluger. It will strengthen H.R. 5961 by unequivocally blocking sanctioned Iranian funds from potentially being unfrozen and keeping these dollars out of the hands of the world's leading state sponsor of terror. This amendment will close troubling loopholes that allow President Biden to abuse waiver or license authorities to release billions in frozen Iranian assets. Enough is enough. We cannot continue policies that enrich Iran, embolden terrorists like Hamas, and put American troops in harm's way. Rep. Pfluger's amendment also aligns with and reaffirms the goal of my bill, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act, because the Houthis are also proxy terrorists for Iran. His amendment prevents Iranian funds from being used against our national security interests and limits President Biden's ability to circumvent congressional oversight. I applaud Rep. Pfluger for his work on this critical amendment, and as a co-sponsor of it, I urge all members to support it. We must stand united in stopping Iran from financing terrorists and in protecting American troops and allies abroad. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield. Balance my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my good friend and also fellow Air Force veteran from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I want to begin by thanking a fellow combat veteran for leading this effort to hold the terrorist group Hamas accountable by cutting off its #1 funding source, that coming from Iran. This extends to Hezbollah, it extends to the IRGC, and it extends to Houthi rebels throughout the region. In the last weeks alone, we have seen attack after attack threatening American forces, including those of our friends still serving in uniform today. The effort that I am proud to co-lead with Congressman Pfluger highlights Revoking Iranians Funding Act, an effort that the administration has taken a first step on, but that without the firm plant by Congress to prevent this waiver from going forward, has time and time been exploited by the president of Iran. The $20 billion that came out of the Turk Bank, the funding illicitly of money coming through on this type of frozen asset needs to be stopped. Congress must act. I applaud my friend for leading this charge and am proud to co-sponsor it going forward. With that, I would urge support of the entire body.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
And Mr. Chair, has my colleague yielded back? Has he closed? Okay. How much time is remaining?
30 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the failed strategy of appeasement has not worked. Deterrence is what's needed. We must reverse course. President Biden must reverse course on his policy towards Iran to stop terrorism from impacting us here. The system is blinking red. My amendment strengthens this bill. It puts deterrence at the forefront of the global stage. It restricts any money from going to Iran that they would use to foment terrorism and chaos throughout not only the Middle East, but also here in our home. Our homeland security depends on this amendment, depends on passage of this bill. I urge all of my colleagues across the aisle here on the Republican side to support this amendment and to pass this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
Chairman, on that I ask for a roll call.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 10, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
The Iranian regime is a danger to international security and democratic order everywhere. The regime has funded terrorism across the Middle East for years, enabling groups like Hamas to attack Israel and commit other atrocities. And the Iran regime doesn't stop with supporting regional terrorism. It commits its own atrocities, consistently and brutally cracking down on its own citizens fighting for basic freedoms. If all that weren't enough, the Iran regime further refuses to abandon its pursuit of nuclear weapons, putting the world at risk. Challenges like these require Congress to make policy that meets the moment. But we can only do that if members of Congress and the people we represent can do oversight and can fully understand our administration's policy toward Iran. Americans will benefit from more information on how our nation is approaching preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and ending Iran's support for terrorist networks. Congress will also benefit from this information so that we can better legislate on Iran consistent with the security interests and the values of the United States. Under President Obama's administration, the United States government issued periodic reports on its evolving policy in Syria. This set a model for the executive branch sharing information with lawmakers and the public regarding United States foreign policy toward countries of concern. In Congress, we know that the details of our nation's Iran policy are complex and they are fluid. but precedent exists for our administration to provide a more complete window into its foreign policy objectives in specific countries. This bipartisan amendment would commission a detailed report on United States policy with regard to Iran, with regard to human rights, nuclear proliferation, the ballistic missile program, and regional terrorism. Look, we don't need talking heads force-feeding us conclusions about this administration's Iran policy. Let's get an oversight report about what that policy is and let everyone draw their own conclusions. And then the lawmakers on both sides of the aisle can better make policy that addresses the challenges we face, operating from a shared platform of information. Let's trust the American people and each other with information. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose? Does any member wish to claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 11, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
In Iran, we see a familiar pattern. Iranians standing up, demanding change for themselves, their families, and their country. Then, the Iranian regime cracks down, arresting protesters and journalists and unleashing violence against its own people. Instead of giving its people the freedoms they seek, the regime limits freedoms, including restricting internet access. For authoritarian governments like the Iranian regime, restricting internet access couldn't be more crucial as a tool in repressing their own citizens. The internet is a portal to information about human rights, democratic order, economic prosperity, and thriving civil society. These things support freedom, and freedom is exactly the opposite of what the Iranian regime wants. To give Iranians a better future, we need to support them in having real access to the internet, and that means the internet without censorship, without digital surveillance, without online repression. And my amendment will help us do that. First, the amendment will require an assessment of the ways the Iranian government shuts down, censors, and weaponizes the internet. Then it'll commission an assessment of whether United States policy is currently best supporting the flow of communication tools to the Iranian people. And finally, it'll require the United States to develop strategies to counter Iran's online repression and prevent the Iranian regime from using tools of digital repression. Iranians have struggled for decades against threats to their basic freedoms. The more the Iranian people have tools like real internet access, the better positioned they will be to fight the repression of the Iranian regime. That's why members on both sides of the aisle who care deeply about creating a better future for the Iranian people have supported and collaborated with me on this amendment. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Does any member claim opposition to the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to speak on my amendment, amendment number 12 to H.R. 5961, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. My amendment is simple. It adds a 5-year sunset provision. My amendment is in line with the Majority Leader's floor protocols for the 118th Congress. Specifically, the Majority Leader's floor protocols on legislation that calls for sunset requirements to advance the policies originally outlined in the Pledge to America, to adopt the requirement that programs end or sunset by a date certain. That should include new sanction authorities as well. It is important for Congress to maintain its Article I powers over foreign policy, and it does that by including a sunset provision. If we are going to be consistent with the floor protocols that the majority has established for new programs, if we want to reclaim our Article I powers, this act should not go into force without a sunset provision. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
This bill already contains behavior-based termination criteria for the sanctions described. Our sanctions on Iran should not disappear on an arbitrary date. Our sanctions need to remain in place until Iran stops threatening the United States as already described in the bill. Iran has been a state sponsor of terrorism for over 40 years under, I might add, the same administration, the same terrorist administration in Iran. If we put a 5-year sunset on this bill, Iran and its terrorist proxies will think they can just wait us out. After October 7th, it became clear that we need to take every possible measure available to deter Iran and its proxies. The best way to project American strength is to make it absolutely clear that our sanctions will remain in place until Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States. Therefore, I oppose this amendment to add an arbitrary sunset, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished, the most honorable member of the Congress from the great state of New York, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Gregory Meeks.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. I rise in strong support of the Jackson Amendment. The world in 2023 does not look like the world in 2018. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Hamas has attacked Israel. Burmese partial democracy has collapsed in a coup. On the positive side of the ledger, NATO is more united rather than divided. AUKUS PAC has fortified our relationship with our closest allies. And Japan and Korea are cooperating with each other like never before. In 2018, most of us were unfamiliar with the term coronavirus. In 2023, now many of us are trying to forget it. The point here is that the world can change dramatically in just 5 years. Congress does itself a disservice when we lock into policies without oversight or a chance to reconsider. And Mr. Jackson's amendment would fix that flaw in the bill, and I strongly support his amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, the Honorable Ranking Member Gregory Meeks. I yield my time back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to oppose Rep. Jackson's amendment to add a 5-year sunset period. We cannot risk funds going to terrorism ever. Certainly not now, and certainly not in 5 years. Additionally, the only thing standing in the way of $14.3 billion going to support Israel's eradication of Hamas is Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer. The House has done its job. The Senate and the President have so far done nothing but be a roadblock. Yes, we are witnessing a Biden-Schumer roadblock, a BS roadblock, and it's totally unacceptable. It's a dangerous state of affairs, and Biden and Schumer are the problem. How can we support our closest ally in the Middle East when the President and the Senate stand in the way? The House has done its job. It's now time for the President and Mr. Schumer to clear their BS roadblock, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman yielded back.
Time remaining, please.
Gentleman has 3 minutes.
Thank you. Deterrence is based on strength and the willing to use it. In my time in the Middle East, I understand that our adversaries there, to include Iran and its proxies, understand only strength. If we put an arbitrary sunset clause in this bill, it will be demonstrating weakness and not strength. I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5961, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 5961 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 878. Whereas Representative George Santos is a member of the United States House of Representatives, whereas soon after his election in November 2022, Representative Santos's background came under public scrutiny. Whereas on February 28, 2023, the Committee on Ethics of the House unanimously voted to impanel an investigative subcommittee, hereinafter in this resolution referred to as the ISC, to review whether Representative Santos may have engaged in unlawful activity with respect to his 2022 congressional campaign, failed to properly disclose required information on statements filed with the House, violated federal conflict of interest laws in connection with his role in a firm providing fiduciary services, and engaged in sexual misconduct towards an individual seeking employment in his congressional office. Whereas the ISC met 9 times and over the course of its investigation authorized 37 subpoenas and 43 voluntary requests for information, RFIs, leading to its receipt of over 172,000 pages of documents, contacted or interviewed over 40 witnesses, and reviewed materials received from the Office of Congressional Ethics and relevant court records. Whereas the ISC determined in its investigation that there was substantial evidence of violations of federal law, the rules of the House, and other applicable standards related to many of the allegations charged in the indictment, and substantial evidence of additional unlawful and unethical conduct not charged in the indictment. Whereas these additional violations relate to falsely reported loans reportedly received by his 2020 campaign and Leadership Political Action Committee, GADS PAC, improper loan repayments to himself, systemic reporting errors in his 2020 and 2022 campaign's Federal Election Commission filings, and substantial evidence that campaign funds were converted to personal use. Whereas the ISC also identified additional errors and omissions in his 2020 and 2022 financial disclosure statements, as well as violations of federal law and the rules of the House related to his unfiled 2021 and 2023 financial disclosure statements, which were not charged in the indictment. Whereas the ISC also found that Representative Santos failed to meet his duty of candor with respect to the ISC's investigation and instead presented the ISC with misrepresentations and delay tactics. Whereas on May 10, 2023, Representative Santos was charged in federal court in the Eastern District of New York with wire fraud in connection with a fraudulent political contribution scheme, unlawful monetary transactions in connection with the wire fraud allegations, theft of public money in connection with his alleged receipt of unemployment benefits, fraudulent application for and receipt of unemployment benefits, and false statements in connection with his 2020 and 2022 House of Representatives financial disclosure statements. Whereas Nancy Marks, who served as treasurer to Representative Santos's campaign, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud, falsifying records and identity theft in connection with the Santos campaign. Whereas a superseding indictment was filed on October 10, 2023, charging Representative Santos with additional violations related to his 2022 campaign, including allegations of falsifying Federal Election Commission reports in connection with a $500,000 personal loan that was never made, falsifying the names of contributors to his campaign, engaging in aggravated identity theft and access device fraud, and enriching himself through a fraudulent contribution scheme. Whereas Sam Miele, who served as a fundraiser to Representative Santos's campaign, pleaded guilty to a federal wire fraud charge after impersonating a senior congressional aide for the purposes of soliciting funds. Whereas the ISC that was established to review the allegations against Representative Santos adopted a report of its findings and submitted the report to the full committee. Whereas the Committee on Ethics of the House unanimously voted to adopt the ISC report based upon the investigation providing substantial evidence that Representative Santos, 1, knowingly caused his campaign committee to file false or incomplete reports with the Federal Election Commission, used campaign funds for personal purposes, engaged in fraudulent conduct in connection with Redstone Strategies, LLC, and engaged in knowing and willful violations of the Ethics in Government Act as it relates to his financial disclosure statements filed with the House. 2, was a knowing and active participant in the wrongdoing, and 3, was given an opportunity pursuant to Committee Rule 17B to submit a signed written statement responding to the allegations raised in a complaint filed by his fellow members, but did not do so. Whereas the ISC, 1, requested that Representative Santos provide all documents and information responsive to its request for information, but he did not do so. 2, asked Representative Santos to voluntarily testify, but he did not do so. And 3, provided Representative Santos the opportunity, pursuant to Committee Rule 19B3, to provide a statement under oath, but he did not do so. Whereas as a member of the United States House of Representatives, Representative Santos must be held accountable to the highest standard of conduct in order to safeguard the public's faith in this institution. Whereas the Constitution of the United States charges the House with policing the behavior of its own members, and the House should take action against Representative Santos, commiserate with his violations of federal law and the rules of the House. And whereas given his egregious violations, Representative George Santos is not fit to serve as a member of the United States House of Representatives, now therefore be resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, George Santos be, and he hereby is, expelled from the United States House of Representatives.
The resolution qualifies. Pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 9, the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here this afternoon at a point that none of us wanted to ever be at. But the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives has filed their report, which revealed a complex web of illegal activities that involved Representative George Santos's campaign, his personal and business finances. Santos tried to exploit every aspect of his candidacy for personal financial gain. Records subpoenaed by the Committee on Ethics show that Congressman Santos stole from his campaign by deceiving donors into providing contributions that were actually payments for his personal benefit. Santos also reported fictitious loans to his political committees to induce donors and party committees to contribute more to his campaign, keeping the elaborate scheme moving forward. George Santos is a liar. In fact, he's admitted to many of them, who has used his position of public trust to personally benefit himself from day one. Santos now faces 23 criminal charges in connection with his long list of misdeeds. We have already seen 2 former Santos staffers, including his former treasurer, plead guilty to federal charges in connection with Santos's corrupt campaign. Despite blaming others, including his former treasurer, for the numerous campaign violations, all signs point towards Mr. Santos that he knowingly and actively participated in a widespread misconduct of his campaign. In fact, the Ethics Committee report records demonstrate this to a T. George Santos has continuously said that he has not received his due process. I ask my colleagues, if we do not take the Ethics Committee and their results seriously, then why even have the committee in the first place? Through the ISC investigation, Santos has been awarded due process and has been provided ample opportunity to be heard during both the investigation by the House Committee on Ethics and throughout the expulsion process. Even after being offered multiple opportunities to present his side of the story, Mr. Santos refused to engage with the Ethics Committee in good faith and refused to cooperate with those tasked with leading the investigation. The ISC report notes that he failed to submit a written response to the allegations, failed to provide numerous documents requested, refused to testify voluntarily, and failed to provide a statement under oath. Santos also informed the committee that if he was subpoenaed, he would plead the Fifth. We continually hear that the expulsion of Congressman Santos would set a new precedent. And Mr. Speaker, it would. And to my colleagues that have said that it would start a new precedent, to those that are here with us in this institution, in this great chamber today, that are arguing about precedent, I simply ask you this. The American people expect us to do the right thing. The American people are watching for us to do the right thing. And if we have an opportunity in this great institution to start a new precedent, one, that means we hold members of the House of Representatives to a higher standard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty confident that the American people would applaud that. I'm pretty confident that the American people expect that. And I hope that tomorrow, in this great chamber, we set that precedent, Mr. Speaker. We set a precedent that we, as members of America's oldest institution, are held to a higher standard. Mr. Speaker, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every member expelled in history of this institution has been convicted of crimes or Confederate turncoats guilty of treason. Neither of those apply to me, but here we are. On what basis does this body feel that precedent must be changed for me? An American citizen, duly elected to represent the 3rd District of New York. I have been convicted of no crimes, Mr. Speaker. My loyalty to this country that gave me life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is true and unquestionable. I stand here today debating for the 2nd time in less than a month for the same exact reasons that were brought up last time. The difference is that one can say I've been indicted once more by the findings of the Ethics Committee, a process that by the admission of the chair himself was not complete and conclusive because they didn't want to put more time into it. As if this committee runs on a schedule that, quite frankly, is in a rush. When some members have been under investigation for over 5 years, some leave while still under investigation, Mr. Chair. So I'm not trying to be arrogant or spiteful or, disrespectful of the committee. But I'm curious to know, what is the schedule of the Ethics Committee? Why rush this? To deliver a predetermined outcome sought out by some members of our conference or some members of this body? This is what it looks like to me. It is a predetermined necessity for some members in this body to engage in this smear campaign to destroy me. I will not stand by quietly. They want me out of this body. The people of the 3rd District of New York sent me here. If they want me out, they're going to have to go silence those people and take the hard vote. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how a predetermined outcome happens from a committee reviewing 170,000 pages of documents, numerous subpoenas, weeks and months of investigation. I'm not sure how a predetermined outcome is generated from that. With that, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the chairman of the House Ethics Committee, my good friend from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, George Santos has built his persona, his personal and political life, on a foundation of lies. Many of those lies are well documented. We know that Mr. Santos lied about his education, both graduate and postgraduate, claiming that he attended universities where he was never enrolled, claiming that he obtained degrees that he did not earn. We know that Mr. Santos lied about his employment when he claimed that he worked for 2 prestigious financial institutions, Citigroup and Goldman Sachs. We know that Mr. Santos lied about his religious faith when he said he was Jewish, and then later when called out said he meant to say he was Jew-ish. And we know that Mr. Santos lied when he said that he had 4 employees who were killed in a mass shooting in Florida. But Mr. Speaker, those lies, while troubling, those lies did not justify his removal from this body. But these and other misleading statements reflect directly on Mr. Santos's credibility. In May, Mr. Speaker, George Santos said that he looked forward to seeing the ethics process play out, and that if the committee finds reason to remove him, then that is the process. Today, Mr. Speaker, George Santos would have you believe that the process that he endorsed in May is fatally flawed, and that he instead is the subject of a political witch hunt. Mr. Santos has described the report issued by the Ethics Committee as slanderous. He said that if there was a single ounce of ethics in the Ethics Committee, they would not have released the biased report. He referred to the report as a political hit piece. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that in March of this year, George Santos promised to fully cooperate with the ethics investigation. That just weeks ago, Mr. Santos said, "I have been very cooperative since the investigation started, and that I have no plans to change that." But Mr. Speaker, the record of the investigation reveals otherwise. The report of the Ethics Committee noted these things, Mr. Speaker. First, that Mr. Santos failed to submit a written response to the allegations filed by his fellow members. That Mr. Santos failed to provide many of the documents requested by the investigative subcommittee. That when given an opportunity to provide a statement under oath, that Mr. Santos denied to do so. That when asked to voluntarily testify, Mr. Santos refused. And the committee learned through his counsel that if the investigative subcommittee were to subpoena Mr. Santos, that he would plead the fifth and not give any testimony for fear that it may incriminate himself. And so while Mr. Santos has failed to speak with the committee, Mr. Speaker, he has spoken freely to the media. Just this past weekend, he was participating in a 3-hour live stream podcast with Monica Matthews. In that 3-hour interview, he said, "I've made it very clear I'm not running for re-election. It's not because it was a damning report. I'm not running because I don't want to work with a bunch of hypocrites. It's gross. I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend none of us know what's going on and sell off the American people, not show up to vote because they're too hungover, whatever the reason is, or just not show up to vote at all and give their cards out like candy for someone else to vote for them." He went on to say regarding the ethics report, he said it's flawed. It was designed to smear me. It was designed to force me from my seat. That was the intention of the report. This wasn't a finding of fact. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a few minutes about the report of the investigative subcommittee, the report of the ethics committee, the work that they did over an 8-month period. And I will tell you that the findings of the committee were shocking. We know that the Ethics Committee authorized 37 subpoenas. They issued 43 requests for information. They interviewed 40 witnesses. They reviewed 172,000 pages of documents, and they issued a 56-page investigation report. In addition to this 56-page investigation report, Mr. Speaker, these are the exhibits that they attached to the investigative report. The 50-plus page report goes into great detail, and it paints a picture of the fraud committed by Santos. And in many cases, it also tracks the allegations for which Mr. Santos has been indicted in the Eastern District of New York. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the language of the report, the language of the report says this, that the investigative subcommittee revealed a complex web of unlawful activity involving Representative Santos's campaign, personal and business finances. It says that Representative Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal profit. The report says that he blatantly stole from his campaign, that he deceived donors into providing what they thought were contributions to his campaign, but they were in fact payments for his personal benefit. The report goes on to say he reported fictitious loans to his political committees, to induce donors and party committees to make further contributions to his campaign. And then later the report says that despite Santos's efforts to blame his former treasurer for the numerous campaign violations, the ISC records demonstrates that Representative Santos knowingly and actively participated in this conduct. Mr. Speaker, through records that were subpoenaed by the Ethics Committee, we learned that Mr. Santos spent campaign-related funds on personal rent, on personal credit card payments, on ATM withdrawals. We know that he purchased luxury designer purchases at least 2 high-end stores. Then he spent money on payments made at OnlyFans. And that Mr. Santos spent almost $3,000 on Botox treatments. In addition to these questionable expenses, there were travel expenses, questionable expenses, involving trips to Atlantic City, Las Vegas, Nevada, and the Hamptons. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, there was additional fraud that was uncovered and contained in this report issued by the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee found that in 2020, that bank records indicate that Mr. Santos was repaid over $29,000 for fictitious loans that he never made his campaign. The report goes on to say that in 2021, that he falsely reported loaning his campaign $580,000, and he falsely reported loaning an additional $25,000 to his leadership PAC. The report goes on to document that the committee found, according to bank records, that Mr. Santos transferred $200,000 from Redstone Strategies, an entity found to be an unregistered super PAC controlled by Mr. Santos, that he transferred in 2022 alone over $200,000 into his personal account. Mr. Speaker, I know that some members of this body have expressed concern about due process. They believe that Mr. Santos was not given due process, therefore that this should not go forward. And Mr. Speaker, I want to address the argument of due process. Mr. Speaker, you are well aware that due process is referred to in the 5th and 14th Amendment. In the 5th Amendment, it says, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, or property without due process of law. We know the 14th Amendment then applies the 5th Amendment to the states, where it says, no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And then, as you are also well aware, the 6th Amendment talks about criminal proceedings and the rights that attach to a criminal proceeding. Mr. Speaker, we're not here today on a criminal proceeding. The rights of the 6th Amendment don't apply, but due process under the 5th and 14th Amendment do apply here at this proceedings. And so it is important to talk about due process. The due process that are contained in the 5th and 14th Amendment. If you study due process, Mr. Speaker, you'll know that there are two subsections, two components, if you will, two legs upon which due process must stand. That first subsection, that first leg, is substantive due process. What is substantive due process? Substantive due process asks this question: is there a right to bring the action in question? Mr. Speaker, I say that there is. And we know that that right exists because that right is found in the United States Constitution. The expulsion clause, which is found in Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution, says this, Mr. Speaker. Says that each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of a 2/3 vote, expel a member. So, Mr. Speaker, I tell you that as it relates to substantive due process, that clearly substantive due process applies in this case. But that second leg, the second stool of due process, is procedural due process. Procedural due process is a process that it governs the fairness of the proceedings. And there are three primary requirements, three primary tenets of procedural due process. Those requirements are, first, was adequate notice given. And Mr. Speaker, I hold in this case adequate notice was given. Adequate notice was given in the fact that the investigative subcommittee notified Mr. Santos in February that the investigation was going to be ongoing. And it actually had contact with he and his office well before that, in January, shortly after he was sworn in. I would argue that Mr. Santos has notice of this hearing because the motion was filed 2 weeks ago. The resolution was filed to expel him from this body. So clearly, Mr. Santos has been given proper notice. The second requirement of due process says, did Mr. Santos have an opportunity to be heard? And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that he has an opportunity to be heard. He had an opportunity repeatedly to be heard by the Ethics Committee. He had the opportunity to submit a written statement, which he refused to do so. He had an opportunity to submit a statement under oath. He refused to do so. He had an opportunity to come in and testify, and he declined to do so. Even when faced with the subpoena, he was planning to come in before the Ethics Committee and exercise his Fifth Amendment right not to testify. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hold that he has had ample opportunity to be heard by the investigative subcommittee. And he has once again presented the opportunity here today to before this body, before the American people, he has the opportunity today to rebut the findings of the Ethics Committee. He has the opportunity to point out any errors or omissions that he claims are in the report. And so clearly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Santos has had the opportunity to be heard. And then finally, the third and final point there is the opportunity to have a fair tribunal. And we are following the Constitution, which says that the body of other elected members, this body as a whole, must be the body that conducts a vote in this case. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you of a statement I earlier referenced. That statement made by Mr. Santos in May. That statement where he said that he looked forward to seeing the ethics process play out. And if the Ethics Committee finds a reason to remove him, then that is the process. Mr. Speaker, the findings of the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee found substantial evidence, language taken directly from the report, substantial evidence that Representative Santos knowingly caused his campaign to file false or incomplete reports with the Federal Election Commission. The investigative subcommittee found substantial evidence that he used campaign funds for personal purposes. It found substantial evidence that he engaged in fraudulent conduct and connections with Redstone Strategies, LLC. and it found substantial evidence that Mr. Santos did knowingly and willfully engage in violations of the Ethics in Government Act. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask, in accordance with Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution, I would ask that all members vote to support the expulsion of Representative Santos, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos.
Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot about process. We hear a lot about findings. Before I yield some time to my colleague from Texas, I just want to point out, in the resolution that the distinguished chairman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, filed, he states that I engage in sexual misconduct when his own report states otherwise. That's just a clear evidence of how this process has been skewed, how this process is sloppy, and how it is contradictory to the core. The fact that in the report it states that that was not the case, but they still bring it to the floor of the House of Representatives shows you the lack of respect for one's reputation. And with that, I would like to yield as much time as the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nell, may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in uncharted waters, folks. The swamp water is very murky, it's deep. You try to navigate those treacherous waters. Every once in a while, you try to find that safe lily pad to land on. You try to find a lily pad to land on. But for George Santos, there doesn't appear to be a safe lily pad. The United States House of Representatives is attempting to expel a member of Congress who has not been convicted of a crime. In the history of our country, folks, only 5 members have been expelled from Congress. 1861, John Clark, John Reed, Henry Burnett were expelled on the grounds for treason for supporting the Confederate rebellion. In 1980, Michael Myers was convicted of bribery involving an FBI sting that led to the convictions of 7 members of Congress. 6 of them resigned, and Myers was expelled on a vote of 376 to 30. Then in 2002, James Trafficant was convicted on 10 counts, including bribery, conspiracy to defraud the United States, corruption, obstruction of justice. All 5 of these men had one thing in common, and they were all convicted under federal law and then rightfully expelled from Congress. Kicking out Mr. Santos is setting a very dangerous precedent. Never before has Congress expelled a member based on indictments. Indictments require nothing more than probable cause. An indictment is not a conviction. So why today would we remove a member from this House based on an indictment? It's never been done before. It shouldn't happen today. In this country, I thought everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. I do not, and have not, and will not support the removal of Representative Santos, and I encourage my colleagues to agree. With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the Ethics Committee, Ms. Wild.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as ranking member of the Committee on Ethics, I rise in support of House Resolution 878, which seeks to expel George Santos from the House of Representatives. One of our most basic obligations as members of Congress is to adhere to the principle that public office is a public trust. As the Ethics Committee's report lays out in thorough detail, Mr. Santos has repeatedly, egregiously, and brazenly violated the public's trust. Mr. Santos is not a victim. He is a perpetrator of a massive fraud on his constituents and the American people. In fewer than 9 months, and despite Mr. Santos's non-cooperation and numerous attempts to mislead the committee, the Ethics Committee compiled a staggering factual record against him. And my colleague, Chairman Guest, has already outlined all of the subpoenas and pages of documents and witnesses, and I'm not going to go through that again. But let me just say that the staggering factual record.
It's expired.
May I ask for one more minute?
30 seconds.
Thank you. This achievement owes to the superb work of the committee's nonpartisan attorneys and investigative staff, who I would like to sincerely thank for their efforts and dedicated service to the House. And I just want to remind everyone that the Ethics Committee is the only committee in Congress that is completely bipartisan, an equal number of Democrats and Republicans, and this was a unanimous decision. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield time, as much time as he may consume, to my colleague, Clay Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many times in the course of my life as a military police officer and a civilian police officer, I've had occasion to say, calm down, son. I've heard your argument. I feel your passion. I understand your position. But you're about to go too far. Just calm down and step back. This is what I advise my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today. One of my brothers here, whom I love and respect, these men seated here, they're making a mistake. Mr. Speaker, one of the gentlemen said we should be held to a higher standard. Talking about the removal of a member of Congress, the American people to believe that the opinions of congressmen is a higher standard than the deliberate vote of the American people? Is a report from a committee a higher standard than the 2-year election cycle as established by our founding fathers and enshrined in our Constitution? Calm down. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken for 7 years to this body here, standing here, and very rarely have I had a prepared statement, nor do I today, but I'm going to read a letter that I distributed to my Republican colleagues for the benefit of my Democratic colleagues that did not receive a copy of the letter. Perhaps I'm wrong for that. I considered sending you all this letter, and I did not, and I apologize for that, because the media has gotten it, and it's out there. Although I completely respect the work of our colleagues on the Ethics Committee, I have serious concerns about the way this particular case is being handled, and I'll oppose the George Santos expulsion. In the 7 years I've been a member of Congress, many members have been subject to campaign expenditure ethics investigations. To my recollection, members have always had the opportunity to settle the matter by restitution, even if they disagreed with the Ethics Committee conclusions. Further, in many prior instances of allegations of misconduct, I recall no massive media release from the Ethics Committee. After a bit of a whispered brush fire, the matter just went away. Maybe the member left Congress, maybe the member didn't leave Congress, but they weren't publicly crucified and expelled. The very fact that we have all read the quote-unquote investigative report indicates a level of public character assassination that I have not witnessed through 4 terms of congressional service. It's troubling to me that a Republican-led ethics committee would present itself as so judgmental. Previous ethics committees' investigations have always been conducted quietly, reflective of our constitutional standards of innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Reports of similar allegations of campaign finance violations, like family vacations overseas and cosmetic dental procedures and sexual adventures of every sort, have not historically been released to the public. This particular Ethics Committee investigation seems to be quite public, and I'm not seeing any allowance for the member to make restitution of alleged campaign finance violations. Full media disclosure, combined with intention to move straight to expulsion, appears weaponized to me. Colleagues, you can believe what you like, but the 56-page investigative subcommittee report is most certainly not written within the parameters normally found in an unbiased, impartial investigative report. It's filled with conjecture, opinion, and pejorative language that no professional investigative report should include, no experienced cop would present to a DA, and no impartial DA would ever present to a court as unbiased. You may accept this report as grounds for expulsion from Congress, but I say no. It's not right. The totality of circumstance appears biased. It stinks of politics, and I'll oppose this action in every way. Perhaps my colleagues should step back from expulsion, look in the mirror, reflect upon the long-established historical record of congressional behavior, consider the founders' intent, and let we, the people of New York, determine their representative. This report is posing as an objective presentation of fact, yet it is most certainly written with notable disregard for professional objectivity, and it's wrapped in a media-incensed public disclosure that any reasonable man can see is a congressional equivalent of a public crucifixion. I'm stunned that members would cheer for this public shaming and expulsion. It's like witnessing an otherwise fair and compassionate village gather to celebrate the burning of an alleged witch. Since the Civil War, only 2 members of Congress have been expelled, and both have been convicted in court of federal crimes. That's the standard, and the House of Representatives should not deviate from that standard. I'm a solid no on expulsion, and I encourage every member to carefully consider what kind of precedent we're setting here. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to encourage my colleagues sincerely on both sides of the aisle to step back from this expulsion. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Esposito.
Well, thank you. And as I fully respect my friend from Louisiana and have much love for him, I want to reassure no one is cheering for this ethics report. And with that, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to my friend from New York and fellow Long Islander, Mr. LaLota.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address 3 issues in hopes of persuading my colleagues from both sides of the aisle who at this moment are either against or undecided about expelling George Santos to ultimately vote yes. Those 3 issues are fraud, due process, and election integrity. Regarding fraud, Mr. Speaker, both federal and state laws would require jail time or a monetary fine or both for any of our constituents who tricked another person into an agreement to another American's disadvantage. Here, in the 2022 election, by his own admission, George Santos induced New York voters and donors throughout the nation to support him by fraudulently creating an entire new person that donors and voters would support. Santos did this intentionally, figuring the uneducated, underemployed, and person of simple means he actually is could not earn the support of voters and donors. The facts of George Santos's fraud are not in dispute. George Santos is not the person he offered to voters. He didn't work where he said he did. He didn't go to school where he said he did. He's far from rich. He isn't Jewish. And his mother was not in the South Tower during 9/11. So the argument that New Yorkers voted George Santos in and that we should wait until November of 2024 for voters to decide his fate is inherently flawed, since voters weren't given a chance in the first chance to determine who they were actually voting for, Mr. Speaker. So while our constituents would go to jail or be fined for similar lies, one question we have before us today is that are we going to hold George Santos to the same standard which our constituents are held, or a lesser one? Regarding due process, Mr. Speaker, we should clear some things up. It's been a while since I took Professor Sample's civil procedure class or Professor Kuh's constitutional law class, but the due process clauses of our 5th and 14th Amendments do not apply to House proceedings. Rather, the constitutional proceedings which do apply here is Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2, which states clearly and simply, each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and, with the concurrence of 2/3, expel any member. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker. So while constitutional due process does not apply here, George Santos has actually been afforded every single element of it through the bipartisan Ethics Committee process. Due process requires notice, an opportunity to be heard, and a decision by a fair and impartial tribunal. First, Santos got his notice when the Ethics Committee informed him of the probe into his conduct. Second, Santos had every opportunity to be heard when the Ethics Committee invited him to confront the accusations against him, an invitation Santos rejected. Finally, his tribunal is us, the House of Representatives, whose collective impartiality is proven every day by the partisan fights we have every day, day in and day out. So, Mr. Speaker, while this proceeding is not covered by the due process clauses, George Santos has indeed been afforded much more process than a person in his shoes deserves. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak on the matter of election integrity. Before I came to the House, I was my county's elections commissioner for 7 years, where I fought for more integrity in our elections. As elections commissioner, I fought for removing deceased voters from our rolls, for voter ID, against fraudulently submitted absentee ballots, and against voters being registered in 2 different places. Following the 2016 and 2020 elections, members of Congress from both sides of the aisle voted not to certify those elections, stating the results were not reliable. Tomorrow, by voting yes to expulsion, Republicans and Democrats can stand for election integrity and against voter fraud, because there is no more provable case of election fraud before this Congress than George Santos's 2022 election fraud. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer that New Yorkers from Queens and Nassau counties deserve better than George Santos, a total fraud and a serial liar representing them in Congress. Each day that Mr. Santos is allowed to remain a member of Congress, my New York neighbors to the west are being denied real representation in these halls. That is because their representative is incapable of getting a bill passed, a project funded, or even sitting on a committee, because he lacks the minimum amount of trust necessary to be a member of Congress. Today, the best way to support my fellow New Yorkers and overcome George Santos's fraud is to expel George Santos from the House of Representatives. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume. My colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I do not believe that the Long Island crew is acting in bad faith, just exceedingly bad judgment. And here's why. Since the beginning of this Congress, there's only 2 ways you get expelled. You get convicted of a crime, or you participated in the Civil War. Neither apply to George Santos. And so I rise not to defend George Santos, whoever he is, but to defend the very precedent that my colleagues are willing to shatter. Now, let's speak to due process. Mr. Santos hasn't been convicted of anything, but we haven't even moved to expel the people who have. Mr. Bowman pled guilty to a misdemeanor for his little fire alarm stunt weeks ago. So, while the Ethics Committee is marching to throw George Santos out of Congress, they take no action as to someone who actually pled guilty to a crime? What's that all about? And then there's all this talk about, well, he could have come and testified to the Ethics Committee, and he didn't. So he had his due process, but that belies the fact that he faces a trial, and had Mr. Santos testified before the Ethics Committee, an argument could have been made that he waived any of his rights that he would have had at trial that any American would enjoy. So it was a procedural double bind that shouldn't be held against Mr. Santos as some sort of adverse inference. Let's also talk about this precedent. The fact pattern as to Mr. Santos is remarkably similar to the fact pattern of former Representative Duncan Hunter. Duncan Hunter used campaign money on girlfriends and trips and home improvements and all sorts of personal lavishes. He was indicted for those crimes, and continued to serve in Congress. He pled guilty to a number of those crimes and continued to serve in Congress. He was in Congress for like an additional pay period after having pled guilty to the very same things that Mr. Santos has been indicted for. And so I think it's persuasive to me that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Nell's two law enforcement officials with sterling reputations are here, not necessarily to defend Mr. Santos, but to defend this precedent and this due process that is being shattered. And I was struck when the author of this resolution said the quiet part out loud. He didn't try to shoehorn the expulsion of George Santos into some existing construct or precedent. He said, yep, we're making a whole new precedent. We're making whole new rules right now. But he defends that by saying that the new rules are better, that it's a higher standard. So we should just throw away everything that's happened from the first Congress to the 118th because the new precedent is more robust. The problem is it's a lower standard for due process without merit. Mr. Speaker, whatever Mr. Santos did with Botox or OnlyFans is far less concerning to me than the indictment against Senator Menendez, who's holding gold bars inscribed with Arabic on them from Egypt while he is still getting classified briefings today. But he's not getting thrown out of the Senate. He's getting classified briefings under indictment for bribery. But what? Because Santos was buying Botox and OnlyFans, we got to throw him out? If George Santos is convicted, he ought to be expelled. But until then, it is an incredibly dangerous thing for people in Washington, D.C. to substitute their judgment for the judgment of voters. Winston Churchill said that, in a democracy, people get the government that they deserve. Well, the people of Mr. Santos's district elected him. And this is not some district in rural Mississippi with one newspaper. This is New York City. And George Santos rolls in there, wins, and you know what? It's between him and his voters, him and the justice system, and the fact that the Ethics Committee has done this incredible violation of precedent will do grave damage to this institution for many years to come, because now there's no requirement of any conviction. There is a departure from the precedent from the Duncan Hunter matter and many others, and I fear what that may indicate lies ahead for the future of due process in the House of Representatives. I yield back.
Yep. Gentleman reserves.
I yield 1 minute to Mr. Garcia.
That was great.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, truth and justice are crucial components of a healthy and strong democracy. It speaks to the public trust we hold and the dignity of this institution. As a freshman member of Congress, I take the oath very seriously. I love this country deeply, and we should all have intentions to defend it. That's why I rise today to defend the integrity of the House and to support the expulsion of Representative Santos. I wish no personal harm to the representative from New York, and I imagine this is a difficult moment for him and for the institution. But I believe strongly in his actions, and he must be held accountable for them, as well as his lies. He fabricated his qualifications, his background, lied to the FEC, and unemployment fraud. That's why he's under a serious 23-count indictment. The bipartisan report is out. It's damning. It should convince all members to vote for this expulsion. People want better from Congress. They want good and ethical government, and they deserve the truth. I once again ask the representative from New York to resign and save himself and the country from this vote. And if not, I encourage a yes vote to restore integrity to the body and to expel Representative Santos. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear a lot the line, I encourage Representative Santos to resign, do the right thing, which is resign. What I hear is people don't want to take this vote. I'm just here. I'm willing to take the vote. Take the vote, guys. I'm okay with it. This is your time. This is what they've all built up to all year. The most damning feature of this farce is the total perversion of the priorities of this body and this conference, who ran on the commitment to America. Yes, witch hunting George Santos is great right there. I remember that. on the top line of the commitment to America. This conference has failed to pass 4 different appropriations bills, Mr. Speaker. It had rules fail on the floor. We had members weaponizing the Rules Committee because it didn't do what they wanted. Our borders are wide open. It's no man's land, being run by NGOs. And yet, this Congress has now taken 3 measures and the insurmountable amount of time that goes behind them to expel a member duly elected by the people of the 3rd District of New York. You see, I didn't think that my tenure in Congress would be this way, Mr. Speaker. I came here to do work. I came here to pass and work on conservative legislation. I have a stellar conservative record that I am proud of. The work I've done in this body, I am proud of. The votes I've taken in this body, I am proud of. Every vote that I've taken that might have been against leadership, I stand by those votes. Not because I disrespect leadership, but because I want a more conservative agenda for our country. Now, I can't say the same thing about some of my colleagues, especially the ones most adamant to remove me, almost as if we remove him, there's no comparison. It's that much simpler. They can go home and say they're conservative. They won't know what a real conservative will look like on Long Island. That's just the reality. The votes are there. Now, let's talk about the fact of due process that everybody seems to say that I have taken and I've received. You know, it's no secret in this body that obviously I have an ongoing process with the DOJ. I was given a deadline, an unrealistic deadline, to testify before the committee the same day that I had to go to court. And they gave us a hardliner, yes or no answer. They wouldn't settle for anything else. That was the deadline. I could not surpass that date, which means it was either I go to New York City to adhere to my DOJ case, or I go to the Ethics Committee. No disrespect to the committee. I've incurred over $200,000 of legal fees that have been predominantly paid for. So to suggest that I have not complied with them is yet another lie. They have received every document they've asked, and documents we did not have, we have told them, we don't have them. We don't have access to what you're asking for. And they persisted and insisted in inventing documents, communication between myself and people that did not exist, thus communication, and we informed them. This was all on the record. But I rise and I question again to the chairman, will he set the record straight that his expulsion resolution contradicts the findings of his report? Which one is it? Am I guilty of a sexual harassment claim or am I not? The report says I'm not. His filing on this expulsion resolution says I am. That is a very serious allegation, one that I sought to see the end of, where the House, the Office of Congressional Ethics, sent a referral to the investigative subcommittee saying that they did not suggest further investigation into the matter because it lacked credibility. Yet it sits on their expulsion resolution. I call that hypocrisy, more lying, more swamp behavior from this body. The same reason that Americans have no trust in this body, because unfortunately far too often, too many of our colleagues here will speak from both sides of their mouths without regard to who it might hurt. As it is said, people in this town will hurt people a whole lot so they can benefit just a little bit. With that, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes. All right, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend from New York, Mr. Molinaro. Dear God, Mr. Speaker, my future former colleague is divorced from reality. He has manufactured his entire life to defraud the voters of his district an honest choice for a member of Congress. He has lied to donors and to colleagues, taking advantage of election law, using campaign funds to personally benefit himself. And he has defamed not only his office, but the institution itself. I was not elected, nor any of us, to defend precedent. I was elected to defend the United States Constitution. And my colleague, in the most truthful thing he said today, said we don't want to be compared to him. My colleague is damn right. I do not want to be compared to him. And the voters that sent me here expect an independent voice, expect us to use the rules of the House, and expect us to stand up for the very decency and laws of this country in protecting the Constitution. He has lost the right to serve in this House, and I will vote to expel him.
Gentleman,
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
I have
New York.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute
I'd like to
remaining.
yield 45 seconds to my friend from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
Of all the lies that George Santos told, two are the most jarring. That his mother perished in 9/11, was in the building, got cancer from 9/11, or that his grandparents fled the Holocaust. In both instances, Mr. Santos used tragic events in history to try and propel himself to public office. Worse than that, he not only defrauded the voters of the 3rd District, he defrauded donors, stealing their money for personal gain. The facts and the evidence are clear. He can defend himself in a court of law, but for the purposes of this body, he's got to go. It's time to expel George Santos.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New
How
York.
much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman.
I have 15 seconds remaining.
Gentleman has 15 seconds
I
remaining.
yield those last 15 seconds to my friend from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized from Ohio.
Thank you. I'll keep this very brief. I myself have been a victim of George Santos, and as well as other members of Congress, in terms of defrauding through public donations. I had received an ethics complaint from the FEC, which I had to spend tens of thousands to defend myself. You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, is recognized.
I'd like to move to have the gentleman from Ohio's words stricken from the record, please.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but the chair will remind all members to direct their remarks to the chair and not to others.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but I would remind members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, hypocrisy, as I mentioned. My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis? Every last one of us has struggled with every little ounce of what happens within public service. I didn't come here. I can go and read about all my colleagues. I'm not going to stand here to smear them. I'm not going to stand here and use the time I have to say ill things about my colleagues. I refuse to stoop to that level. Well, the only thing I want to make clear is, if tomorrow, when this vote is on the floor, it is in the conscience of all of my colleagues that they believe that this is the correct thing to do, so be it. Take the vote. I'm at peace. I have accepted that whether I get expelled or I don't, I have accepted that I cannot control that faith, Mr. Speaker. I have done the best I can to serve in this body and to deliver the best I can in my campaign promises to vote as a conservative voice in this body. I stand by that. And with that, I'd like to yield as much time as my colleague may consume. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I ask of my colleagues, again, very respectfully on both sides of the aisle, is to just step back from this moment and reflect upon the sacred right of the American people to determine their representation in our representative republic. This is not a right that has been enumerated for this Congress. The American people run this thing. I believe the people of the 3rd District of New York are quite capable of removing Representative Santos if they choose to do so. In the history of our nation, we have never done what we're poised to do. Since the Civil War, 2 members of Congress have been removed by expulsion, both having been convicted of federal crimes. The people of these United States own the sacred right to remove their representative. This is reflective of our oath, ladies and gentlemen. And I say this sincerely, my beloved colleagues, step back from this egregious act that you've threatened. Reflect upon the American people that we serve, the oath that we've sworn, and allow the people of New York to cast their vote as they see fit. Mr. Speaker, I am prayerful that righteousness will indeed touch the heart of every member of Congress in this consideration, just as I'm prayerful that righteousness touches the heart as the voting Americans across the country determine who their representative will be. And I have faith that this anointed nation, touched by the hand of God, as our Constitution was debated and developed and the writ thereof was determined, I have faith in that document, and I am prayerful that my colleagues, Republican, and my colleagues, Democrat, will grant that sacred right as determined by our Constitution to the people to whom it belongs, in this case, the people of the 3rd District of New York. Mr. Chairman, I encourage all members to oppose the expulsion of Representative George Santos, and I yield.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Gentleman from New York.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, sir.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Oh,
So
okay.
let's just take a sec here.
All right. Pursuant to House Resolution 891 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 5961. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 5961, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to freeze certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 12, offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part C of House Report 118 to 280 on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 6 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 8 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Pfluger of Texas. Amendment number 10 by Ms. Porter of California. Amendment number 12 by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 118 to 280 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, of which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 11. There is one recorded as present. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report 118 to 280 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 422, the nays are 1 and 1 recorded as present. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in Part C of House Report 118 and 280 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, of which further proceedings were postponed, of which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 241, the nays are 181, with one recorded as present. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 8, printed in Part C of House Report 118 and 280 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 199, with 1 recorded as present. This amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 9, printed in Part C of House Report 118 and 280 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 231, the nays are 198, with 1 recorded as present. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in Part C of House Report 118-280 by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 28, with one recorded as present. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report 118 to 280 by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request, recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute remaining. Seconds remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 194, the nays are 236, one voting president. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment pursuant to the rule, the committee rises. Are you ready? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 5961, and pursuant to House Resolution 891, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 5961 and pursuant to House Resolution 891 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The questions on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to free certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 307, the nays are 119, one present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 891 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5283. Will the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Steve Stubbe, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House in the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5283, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to provide housing to specified aliens on any land under the administrative jurisdiction of the federal land management agencies.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, November 29, 2023, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 280, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 280, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-280, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 223. The amendment is not, and one answering present. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendment pursuant to the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union is under consideration H.R. 5283, and pursuant to the House Resolution 891, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 5283 and pursuant to House Resolution 891, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The questions on the adoption of the further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to provide housing to specified aliens on any land under the administrative jurisdiction of the federal land management agencies.
Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 203 with one voting present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 4666 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 4666, a bill to require the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration to submit a quarterly report on fraud relating to certain COVID-19 loans.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 4667 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 4667, a bill to require the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to issue guidance and rules for leaders and the Small Business Administration on handling amounts of paycheck protection loans returned by borrowers and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 5961 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to remove Representative Robin Kelly of Illinois from co-sponsorship of H.R. 972, and I yield back.
Without objection. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, I am pleased to transmit to the Congress, pursuant to subsections 123B and 123D of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 as amended, 42 U.S.C. 2153B, D, the Act, the text of an agreement for cooperation between the government of the United States of America and the government of the Republic of the Philippines concerning peaceful uses of nuclear energy, the agreement. I am also pleased to transmit my written approval, authorization, and determination concerning the agreement and an unclassified nuclear proliferation assessment statement, MPAS, concerning the agreement. In accordance with Section 123 of the Act, a classified annex to the MPAS prepared by the Secretary of State in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence, summarizing relevant classified information, will be submitted to the Congress separately. The joint memorandum submitted to me by the Secretaries of State and Energy and a letter from the chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission stating the views of the Commission are also enclosed. An addendum to the MPAS containing a comprehensive analysis of the export control system of the Republic of the Philippines with respect to nuclear-related matters, including interactions with other countries of proliferation concerning the actual or suspected nuclear dual-use or missile-related transfers to such countries, pursuant to Section 102AW of the National Security Act of 1947. 50 U.S.C. 3024. Is being submitted separately by the Director of the National Intelligence. The agreement has been negotiated in accordance with the Act and other applicable law. In my judgment, it meets all the applicable statutory requirements and will advance the nonproliferation and other foreign policy interests of the United States of America. The agreement contains all of the provisions required by subsection 123A of the Act. It provides a comprehensive framework for peaceful nuclear cooperation with the Republic of the Philippines based on a mutual commitment to nuclear nonproliferation. It would permit the transfer of material, equipment, including reactors, components, and information for peaceful nuclear purposes. It would not permit the transfer of restricted data or sensitive nuclear technology. Any special fissionable material transfer could only be in the form of a low-enriched uranium, with the exception of small quantities of material for the use of samples, standards, detectors, or targets, or for such other purposes as the parties may agree. Through the agreement, the Republic of the Philippines would affirm its intent to rely on existing international markets for nuclear fuel services rather than acquiring sensitive nuclear technology, i.e., for enrichment and reprocessing. And the United States would affirm its intent to support the supply of reactors, materials, and equipment in order to ensure a reliable supply of low-enriched uranium fuel to the Republic of the Philippines. The agreement has a term of 30 years. Although it can be terminated by either party upon providing 1 year's advance written notice. In the event of a termination or expiration of the agreement, key nonproliferation conditions and controls will continue in effect as long as any material, equipment, or components subject to the agreement remain in the territory of the party concerned or under its jurisdiction or control anywhere, or until such time as the parties agree that such material, equipment, or components are no longer usable for any nuclear activity relevant from the point of view of safeguards. I have considered the views and recommendations of the interested departments and agencies in reviewing the agreement and have determined that its performance will promote and will not constitute an unreasonable risk to the common defense and security. Accordingly, I have approved the agreement and authorized its execution and urge that the Congress give it favorable consideration. This transmission shall constitute a submittal for purposes of both subsections 123B and 123D of the Act. My administration is prepared to begin immediately consultations with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee, as provided in subsection 123B. Upon completion of the 30 days of continuous session review provided for in subsection 123B, the 60 days of continuous session review provided for in subsection 123D shall commence. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, November 30th, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Colin Talton, the longest-serving active sheriff in the state of Georgia. After 51 years of serving his community, Mr. Talton has decided to complete his final term serving Houston County before retiring. Sheriff Colin Talton was elected in 1972, where he served as a commissioner before becoming a sheriff. He is known for being a trusted, respectable, and devoted servant of his community. To honor his many years of service and dedication, local leaders, community members, and his family gathered at the Houston County Annex before the commissioners' meeting to celebrate the longtime sheriff. Congratulations, Sheriff Talton, on your remarkable achievements and on your well-deserved retirement. Your dedication and years of service are admirable and greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the groundbreaking of the country's most important infrastructure project, the Hudson River Tunnel. Officials are to start construction of a new Tunley Avenue Bridge. It will help connect New Jersey to a new Hudson River Tunnel. And the benefits of the Hudson River Tunnel project are numerous. It will create more than 72,000 jobs. It will generate more than $87 million per month for local communities. And it will utilize American suppliers and manufacturers through the Buy America requirement. And it will increase opportunities for minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses on the project. In addition, it will create faster and more effective means of transportation for 200,000 daily commuters. I fought to include $66 billion for the project such as this one in the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I am proud that my work will finally result in a new Hudson River Tunnel. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and bravery of New Hampshire's own Bradley Haas, who was killed in the line of duty while protecting the staff and patients at New Hampshire Hospital on November 17th, preventing what likely would have been a tragic mass shooting in our psychiatric hospital. There's no doubt that Chief Haas's courage saved countless lives. Our community, our state, and our country owe him and his family a debt that can never be repaid. Throughout his life of service, Chief Haas always devoted himself to working for others. He will be remembered as many things: a hero, a patriot, a community leader, and most of all, a friend. May he rest in peace. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise and ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise my.
Without objection, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a journalist who, through hard work and determination, brought the news to the people of Illinois' 17th Congressional District. Barb Ickes has been in newspaper storytelling for more than 30 years. She has broken countless news stories, exposed corruption, and helped Quad City Times readers through record floods, tough economic times, and monumental political events. She helped us navigate crossing the Mississippi River with her bridge beat and took us to her off-limits places. Barb has seen it all, and she shared it with our community. As Barb retires from her position as managing editor with the Quad City Times, we recognize her accomplishments and the legacy that she leaves for the next generation of news reporters. I'm honored to wish her the best as she turns the page to her next chapter. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, when I helped clients win asylum cases as a young law student, I heard the tragic stories of how they fled their countries, carrying with them fear and pain, but little else. It's already very hard to win asylum. You must first show that you have a credible fear of being persecuted in your home country. Asylum seekers must later prove their claims in an administrative or court process. There are many things wrong with our immigration system, but the credible fear showing is the right first step. But now we are seeing major permanent proposed changes to our asylum law as a condition for emergency funding for Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific. I stand in strong support of this emergency aid. It is essential. But just as it was wrong to tie Israel aid to gutting the IRS ability to go after tax cheats, it's wrong to tie harmful, significant, and permanent changes to asylum law to passing essential aid for our allies. Instead, we need comprehensive immigration reform. We need to protect our dreamers, and we need to support our allies. Our Latino communities, our asylum seekers, and our allies abroad deserve better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my friend and constituent, Oscar Ortiz, a devoted champion for educational equity. Oscar was a visionary. He believed that education was a powerful tool to realize our collective potential and dreams. As a teacher, and Maestro Ortiz helped his students find their power and joy in learning. And as an organizer with the Chicago Teachers Union, he energized our community to advance social justice and equity through education. Oscar committed his time on earth to building a future for everyone. His passion, his optimism was infectious, and I'm going to miss him dearly, and I know that countless others will do too. To his family and loved ones, know that you are in my hearts and prayers. Together, let's celebrate the blessing he was in our lives and the mark he has left in our city of Chicago. A bullhorn will never be the same after Oscar Ortiz. May his passion for change and the love of community always guide us. Rest in power, Oscar Ortiz. We love you. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks and append other materials.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and applaud Lourdes University of Sylvania, Ohio, and its new president, William Bissett, who held a vital convening last week as part of the university's Courage Conversations Town Hall series. It focused on the Israel-Palestine conflict, with dozens of students, staff, and faculty taking part. University President Bissett and Professor Mary Robinson, who chairs the History, Geography, and Political Science departments at Lourdes, said their goal was to offer an historical perspective to develop understanding of the past history of Israel and Palestine to help people grasp the full scope of what is taking place in that war-torn region. They hope the conversations will help provide a better understanding of a long-standing conflict in which world leaders have long sought a true path toward a lasting peace and a two-state solution. Thoughtful discussions in which history is examined, as was done at Lourdes University last week, is the way a breakthrough for peace and reconciliation will come about. May other organizations follow the lead of Lourdes University. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to submit a copy of an editorial from the Toledo Blade in the record that recognizes this event and its important contribution to human understanding. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
I'm proud to represent Mecklenburg and Gaston counties and just want to report back on some bipartisan progress we've had lately. We have a huge problem with fentanyl across the state, as we do across the country, but we've got new funding both to prevent overdoses and to crack down on the organized crime that is trafficking fentanyl into our communities. We've also got bipartisan support to close the weather radar gap, which exists in Charlotte. We've got the largest weather radar gap in the country. We're working on new technology to make sure we have more accurate forecasts to keep people safe. And we're working on the Junk Fee Prevention Act to save your family money and prevent all of those fees that attach as we make purchases online. It's a solid bipartisan start. More work to do. I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I should consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the extraordinary life of Trini Garza, better known in our community, Trinidad Garza, better known in our community as Trini. Trini was just a tremendous individual, a great person. I cannot say enough about this man. He loved trying to help kids when it came to education in the community. He was an incredible businessman, and he served our country in the U.S. Navy. He did so much for the city of Dallas, loved the Oak Cliff neighborhood that he lived in, and was just such a tremendous leader. He was part of the city's first Mexican-American Leadership Conference. He was also educated here in the North Texas area, and he was the first Hispanic member of the Board of Trustees in one of our local colleges. He was also appointed as Regional Director of the U.S. Department of Education under President Clinton. And the life and legacy of Trini Garza just goes on and on and on. He's going to be missed by so many deeply because of everything that he's done and accomplished, and everything that is going to be said about him and how will be commemorated will be well-deserved. Great job, Trini. Please rest in peace, and condolences to his entire family.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're sitting here on the precipice of entering December, a month in which those of us who profess the Christian faith and belief in Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior celebrate his birth into this world to give the world and each and every one of us in it hope for eternal life and eternal salvation. We are immeasurably blessed to live in a country where we can carry out our faith and exercise our beliefs. It's critically important that we just came out of the weekend of Thanksgiving. And in Thanksgiving, of course, we are thankful to live in a country in which we have "In God We Trust" emblazoned over the dais in which the Speaker sits, and sitting in front of the American flag. And as the Wall Street Journal eloquently prints every, I think, Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the "Into the Desolate Wilderness" editorial that has run in that paper for, I don't know, probably some 60 years. It elegantly lays out all of the hardships that faced those Europeans who came to the North American continent, and what it was like and what they experienced in going out into the desolate wilderness, and what that meant for mankind throughout the world. I am always struck at how often we as Americans in this generation, in this day and age, are too often either actually apologetic or forced to be apologetic or taught to be apologetic for being American, for our existence as Americans because of both actual and frankly perceived or taught past wrongs. I started this talking about my Christian faith. Those my colleagues and constituents and people across this country who share that faith know that we're taught in Romans that we all fall short of the glory of God, for we are all sinners. That is inherently true. It is true in the United States. It is true in Great Britain. It is true in Russia and China, throughout the world. We are all sinners and fall short of the glory of God. But the thing that is unique about this country is that we've set up a system that is designed to protect us against the worst impulses of man in terms of the centralization of power in the hands of a few to be used tyrannically against the many. That is the great gift that we've inherited from our forefathers who bled, died, fought, so that we could live here and live free, so that we could exercise our conscience. We could live according to the dictates of our conscience. That is why I'm thankful. That is what I was thankful for over Thanksgiving, because that is what it's supposed to be about. It's not just about the football game. It's not just about the turkey. It's not just about Friendsgiving or whatever people talk about these days. It is a specific holiday about our thankfulness as Americans and why that is so critically important to the ethos of being an American, because you aren't an American simply because of DNA or blood. You're an American because of the idea that is embodied in this chamber, in the people's house. And it is for that reason that I came to the House floor on the Thursday before we adjourned for Thanksgiving week, after this body had passed by a suspension of the rules, that is, without the normal debate process, without the regular order that was such a central part of the debates last year in this body, that we passed through suspension of the rules some $400 to $500 billion of additional spending up and through late January and early February of 2024. I found that then, and I continue to find it to be repulsive, that is how we would conduct business, that is how we would carry out the business of the people's house. And I made clear then that I thought that it was destructive, that it was carrying on the continued policies of the previous regime passed last December over the loud objections of my colleagues on this side of the aisle to pass a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill chock full of leftist priorities that are destroying the American dream. Nothing short of that. A Wall Street Journal poll from this month found that only 36% of voters said the American dream still holds true. The American dream is dying because Americans' government is failing them. It's actively working against them. And our people feel it. Our country, our society, our culture, our people, the people we represent are in deep despair. $11,400. According to CBS News, the typical American household must spend an additional $11,434 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed in January of 2021. That's a problem. The average American family in this country is hurting. And to watch the Democrat White House press secretary walk up to the microphone and just dismiss it and just pretend that the average American family is totally fine and can walk right out and go buy their Thanksgiving dinner and there's no harm, no foul, they're all good. The Biden administration policies, the Democrat policies, they're having no negative effect. Ignore these numbers. Ignore the cost of goods and buying food. Ignore the cost of housing. Ignore the cost of car ownership. That's what this administration wants the American people to do. Our constituents are literally being priced out of the American dream of owning a home. My staff, making decent money relative to some people in the world, come to me and say, I don't know how to buy a house. I don't know how I can possibly ever buy a house, certainly not in the nation's capital. Housing prices have nearly doubled since 2010. In Q2 of 2023, the median home price was $416,100. In 2010, it was $219,500. In May of 2023, median mortgage payments hit an all-time high at $2,165 a month. According to the Wall Street Journal, the buyer of the typical home faces a monthly principal and interest payment of nearly $2,200, more than double the level of early 2021. Goldman Sachs Housing Affordability Index hit a new record low in August. And that's just homes. What about cars? Your kind of second biggest expense. Americans can't even afford to purchase a car because of the efforts of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this administration to ban the internal combustion engine in pursuit of unicorn energy policies that are going to do nothing to actually reduce CO2, but they are driving the American people into bankruptcy with an inability to afford an automobile to go about their lives and their jobs. A new car costs $50,000. Nearly double the cost just 10 years ago. Electric vehicles are piling up on the lots of dealers across this country because the American people know they can't work for them. They can't afford them. They can't stop to charge like the Secretary of Energy did when she showed up and made a pregnant woman and her family get out of the way for a photo op while she charged her EV driving across the country. That's the truth. The truth of this administration and my Democratic colleagues is that they're perfectly content, as they have admitted to me in the Rules Committee and on this floor, driving the American family into bankruptcy so they can pursue climate change reform. That is absolutely a dereliction of duty on the part of the leadership of this country. When we have 250 coal-fired plants in this country, and China has 1,100, and they're building 2 a week, and we're building none, and we think we're going to dent CO2 by forcing American families into expensive electric vehicles, the batteries for which are produced by our enemies in China, with elements that are mined by child labor across the world. That's what this Democratic Party stands for: bankrupting American families, empowering our enemies, undermining our national security, exploiting child labor, all in pursuit of things cooked up by radical leftists and universities, all enriching, by the way, through the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, massive billion-dollar corporation with subsidies from taxpayers. That's the truth. We are destroying the American dream through the policies specifically chosen by my Democratic colleagues in the White House, in this body, and in the Senate. This administration's EPA has issued a rule to make 2/3 of new vehicles electric by 2032. That is in a mere 8 years. This body didn't vote on that. The administration is going to do it by fiat. That's not how this is supposed to work. That was my point in opening this speech. This country is designed to protect against the power resting in the hands of a few being exploited against the many. And there are 330 million people in this country whose lives are getting decimated, destroyed, while this administration tyrannically uses its power in the bureaucratic and executive branch to level the American dream. The average EV costs $16,000 more than an internal combustion engine equivalent. $16,000. And when I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Rules Committee, well, do you think that's worth it? They say yes. They say yes. They want every American family to have to cough up another $16,000 for an imperceptible, ineffective, alleged reduction in CO2 production. Meanwhile, we haven't done anything to produce nuclear power, which is actually reliable. The American people fully recognize that their lives have been upended. They're not 100% sure why, although I think they're starting to figure it out. As they watch the President of the United States dawdling along, completely unaware of what's going on, while the bureaucrats in the administration are cooking up all of these schemes to use their bureaucratic powers to undermine the American dream and drive up the price of cars, drive up the price of all vehicles, drive up the price of goods and services, drive up the price of houses, spend money we don't have, rising interest rates. The federal government spent $2 trillion more than it took in fiscal year 2023. We spent a total of $4.4 trillion in 2019. In 2023, we spent over $6 trillion. Our national debt is somewhere around $33.865 trillion. And we're doing nothing about it. Earlier this week, my friend Jody Arrington, the chairman of the Budget Committee, had a hearing on debt commissions. And it's important and it's good, and we should have those hearings and we should figure out what we're going to do on a bipartisan basis. But I got to be very honest. If we cannot in this body figure out how to limit even just the discretionary spending being used to fund bureaucrats and laws and regulations that are undermining our freedom, driving up the price of cars, driving up the price of houses, funding a Department of Justice to go target a guy like Scott Smith, a dad in Loudoun County, go fund an EPA to go shut down people's livelihoods, arrest a guy on his ranch for building a pond, funding a DOJ to go after some of my colleagues. If we can't reduce that spending as Republicans, then how in God's green earth are we going to sit down and stare an elderly American in the face and tell them that we're going to do something with their Social Security benefits or Medicare benefits? We're not. Because I got to be honest, we have been profoundly unserious in this body on both sides of the aisle about spending and about the abuse of power that we fund with taxpayer dollars and borrowed dollars to fund a bureaucracy that is at war with the American people and at war with the American dream. That's the truth. In that Thursday speech, and I'm going to yield to my friend from Pennsylvania here in a second, but in that Thursday speech just prior to adjourning for the Thanksgiving recess, I noted fairly explicitly and pointedly that we had not produced a significant win for the American people in this chamber, this Congress. I asked the question, what have we done? And all my colleagues sitting around the complex, I asked then and I ask now, come to the floor and come tell me what we have been able to do through this body, the Senate, and the White House. What have we been able to do in the last year to make the lives of the American people better? To make them more free, to secure their border, to make their country more secure, to make their military more focused on its mission rather than social engineering. I know what we've done here on the Republican side. We've passed a lot of good stuff through the hard work of my colleagues, unifying around passing a strong national defense authorization bill that undoes the abortion tourism, the transgender surgeries, the DEI, the critical race theory that's destroying the mission and the soul and the culture of the United States military, driving down recruiting and making us less safe and secure. We've passed the strongest border security bill we've ever passed. We did that here, united as Republicans. We passed 7 appropriations bills. We're on the precipice of passing more appropriations bills to take the power out of the hands of a few and return it to the body. We have done a number of great things fighting here as Republicans, but they don't mean a thing if we are not willing to sit down at the negotiation table and look at our Democratic colleagues in the Senate and look at the President of the United States and tell him this is how it's going to be done, or you're not going to get your funding. This is how it's going to be done, or don't even think about another dollar for Ukraine. That's my message to my Republican colleagues who, frankly, are getting a little too wound up at that question I asked, what have we done? Because the simplest solution to your frustration about that question being asked is to have an answer. And so to my friend from Pennsylvania, I wonder if he might agree.
Well, I do agree. Whether it's in your personal life, your business life, your family life, anything at all, your family, the people, your colleagues around you, the people that you work around, demand some deliverable. Deliverable might be showing up on time with a good attitude, but at least you delivered something. The American people, I remember that speech because I watched it from my good friend, the gentleman from Texas. He started out and he said, "What the hell is wrong with this country?" Well, nothing's wrong with the country. The problem is with this place.
Yep.
And there's a lot of good people on this side of the aisle, and maybe we haven't produced a deliverable, but I would also say this. There's been no help at all from the other side of the building, the other side of the aisle, or down the street at the White House. No help at all. I've got car manufacturers now, they're coming to see me and they're saying,
Yeah.
well, we're forced to build these electric cars. Nobody wants them. And then when they don't have anything else to buy, they buy them. And then they don't work. And then they bring them back in and they trade them in for something else. And then they sit there. We can't sell them. Congressman, what are you going to do for me? My goodness. Joe Biden's the president. The regulators, every single day, another rule, another regulation. They just keep coming and coming. Members of Congress, I don't know that we're irrelevant, but if we're not willing to stop funding these agencies that keep on prevailing against the American people, well, that's what we're going to be. The founders made each body to jealously guard its own power. And instead of jealously guarding our power, we've given it to bureaucrats, nameless, faceless people that got an agenda that pass rules with the force of law. And these rules that spend all this money make your holiday, your Thanksgiving dinner more expensive. My mom went out to get a turkey for our family. My mom makes the turkey for our family, and we'll all get together, and she called me up. She called her son up, and she said, it's $70. Mr. Speaker, from lettuce to lumber, people can't afford in America just to live their lives. They can't afford their bills. They can't afford their groceries. They can't afford gas in their car. They can't afford their credit card payments while they try and just live the life that they had lived. Because as the slide or the poster over there shows, their bills have gone up that much. They're paying the government, between the government and increased costs, an extra month of their pay every year, an extra month for things that they didn't have to just 3 years ago. And this body is the only one that has the power of the purse. This is the only body that can control the spending that is driving up every single cost. Every single cost. It starts here, and if we don't have the courage, we can have the conviction. People vote for the member, they say, well, this guy said when he goes to Washington, he's going to fight the swamp, he's going to fight this bureaucracy, he's going to fight this spending. But when the bill shows up on the floor, we see the bill up there or the amendment up there, oh my goodness, every single time you get 100 votes, 150 votes. Mr. Speaker, it takes 217 to pass these amendments to cut spending. And if you said you're going to cut spending at home, then your opportunity happens right here on the floor. And if you're not going to do it here, if you're not going to vote that way, don't go home to your constituents and say, I'm sorry you can't afford lettuce and a holiday turkey and your bills, your car payment, your home payment, your insurance payment, your heating bill. I'm sorry you can't afford it because I didn't do anything to help you. Your opportunity, the leverage, the moment is here. It is now. We've been working on spending bills for months. And the reason that we can't pass them here is because we're spending too much. And oh, by the way, that's a fight among this side of the aisle that actually some of us want to do something to save our constituents from this overbearing weight of the federal government and the regulatory agencies. And I got to say this to my good friend from Texas, with no help whatsoever from over there. No help.
Well, my friend from Pennsylvania is 100% correct. And this was a point that I made in the remarks I made right before Thanksgiving, which is what is it that we are going to say that we have accomplished other than to say that we're less bad than Democrats? And that's my question here for my Republican colleagues. When we're getting zero help from our Democrat colleagues who are intent on spending money we don't have to fund bureaucrats, to undermine our freedom, our way of life, our ability to afford our lives, our ability to have jobs, our ability to have a secure border, our ability to have secure streets, our ability to have education that is controlled by parents and not by leftist bureaucrats, our ability to have a military that can defend our country rather than being woke and socially engineered. We get zero help from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, which means what? It means that this Republican majority has to unite and ensure that we're going to force Senate Democrats and the president to come to the table using the leverage that we have for the things that they want. The Senate Majority Leader has professed a desire that we continue to fund a proxy war in Ukraine. It's very well documented. The President of the United States, the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this chamber want us to continue to fund a proxy war in Ukraine. Now, we can have that debate on the floor of the House. We can debate the merits of it. We can debate how much it should be lethal aid versus not. We can debate how to make it more transparent, debate how to make it more focused, or whether to do it at all. But a fundamental and core question that ought to be asked: why would we ever debate giving another dollar to Ukraine when our borders are wide open, Americans are being killed and endangered by cartels and fentanyl and violence and terrorists and gang members that come across our border, and this administration refuses to do a thing about it? Why, to my friend from Pennsylvania, would we even utter the word Ukraine on the floor of the House ever again until we have H.R. 2, the strong border security bill that we passed, signed into law by the President of the United States, metrics guaranteeing and demonstrating that we do not have continued flow and automatic entry and releases into the United States? Why would we do that?
There's no reason that we should do it. There's not a person in this chamber on that side of the aisle or this side of the aisle that agrees with Vladimir Putin, the Russian Federation, the invasion of Ukraine, the atrocities that have been committed there. There's not one person that agrees with it. At the same time, our country is under assault. Our country is being invaded. Our country can't afford its bills. And so before we have the audacity, the temerity to demand under force of law that our citizens get up in the morning, go to work, and pay their taxes to pay for the pensions and the salaries of workers, government workers in Ukraine. My goodness, are we tone deaf to the fact that the people in this country, the people in your communities, Mr. Roy from Texas, the people that I represent, can't afford to pay their bills? Can't afford to pay their bills. None of us agree with what's happening overseas in regard to Ukraine. But we have a duty. We were not elected by Ukrainian citizens. We were elected by United States citizens, American citizens that are paying their taxes under penalty of law. They will be thrown in jail if they don't pay their taxes. And it is the height of insult and injury to tell them, you're going to pay your taxes and you can't afford a holiday meal, but you can rest assured that that money is going to go over to Ukraine to pay for their salaries and pensions over there. The American people are sick of it. They sent us here to do something about it. And every time we have an opportunity, every single time we have an opportunity, we need to seize that opportunity. And quite honestly, it comes just down to this, Mr. Roy. When the Senate demands this, when the President demands it, Speaker of the House, this Republican majority respectfully just says no.
I agree with my friend from Pennsylvania. I believe you might need to, you have a
soon enough.
Event you need to get to, but I'll just, while you're still on the floor, I'll just close with this with a couple of questions. I assume that the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my friend, I assume when he ran for Congress and when he has run every term since, that you ran under a promise to fight to reduce, cut federal spending. I assume that's correct.
That is correct.
Do you think it is a fulfillment of your promise and pledge to work here to try to cut spending to pass continuing resolutions that fund government at the preceding year's astronomically high spending levels, particularly that of Nancy Pelosi's $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill? Do you think that gets it done?
Of course not. My constituents, my bosses, just like your bosses, were vehemently opposed to that last December, that cram down of all this money to all kinds of things, omnibus spending, everything in there. They didn't want it. and as a signal to what we would do if we governed, Republicans, every single one, voted against it. And now, 9 months later, 10 months later, we're supposed to act like, well, we didn't get our work done, so we're just going to continue that. Don't worry about it. Forget about what has happened 9 or 10 months ago. The American people have not forgotten. And you know how I know they haven't forgotten? Because I was at the grocery store on Monday before I came here. And a woman came up to me with her grocery cart. She recognized me and she said, "Don't the people that you work with grocery shop? Don't they know how much this costs?"
Right.
She knows. And she demands that we do better and that I be accountable and not vote for things I voted against 9 months ago and just act like they're okay. They're not okay 9 months later.
Because that woman, your constituent, recognizes the impact on the policies of this current administration, and frankly, I must say, the policies that are perpetuated by this body, including some on both sides of the aisle, that have resulted in this, that has resulted in families having to spend $11,400 more just to break even to where they were at the beginning of this administration. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? Right? I mean, I think that's the fundamental question. Did your constituents send you here to file bills, to file amendments, to simply vote and then go say, oh, isn't it so great that we voted and passed something out of committee? Do your constituents know when we pass something out of committee as a general matter? Do they know how many bills you filed? Do they know whether or not you got some amendment inserted, whatever, unless you tell them? Or are they looking for results? Do they want the border to actually be secured? Do they want spending to actually go down so there's less inflation and they can afford to live? Do they want us to have a military that's focused rather than woke? Do they want us to deliver results? Or do they just want us to sit up here and pound our chest at how we got certain bills introduced and I got some vote on some measure on the floor of the House?
I imagine in my district, just like yours, I visited a local construction company, 400 hardworking Americans. Men and women come in, they got steel-toed boots on, jeans, jackets with stains on them. They come in out of the cold, and they don't have time. They don't have time to worry about what amendment, what bill. You got to pass through the House, but there was no signatures. Here's what they worry about, to my friend from Texas, and I think your bosses feel the same way. We sent you to Washington to make our lives better. My prices are going up. My selections are going down. My choices are going down. The government is imposing itself on me, whether I want to install a gas stove in my home or whether I want to speak out about my political views and not end up on some list, or if I want to go deer hunting today and worry that I got the wrong ammunition or that my gun isn't configured so that the federal government doesn't come arrest me. And they say, we're counting on you to do this. So don't come home and talk to us about amendments and bills and I had a meeting with, because it doesn't affect my life. All the things that are happening to me every day from this administration are affecting my life, and I'm sick of it, and I'm sending you down there to stop it.
And I assume your constituents, like mine, totally understand that we don't have both chambers, we don't have the White House. They know that we can't move all the mountains. However, they nevertheless want us not to just shrug and give up and shrug and send a bill over to the Senate and say, sorry, we don't have the Senate. Blame Chuck Schumer, and then go campaign. They don't expect us, because I'm guessing that the gentleman, like me, has heard, even when we had the majority in the House, had a majority in the Senate, and had the White House. How many times did you hear the excuse, oh, I'm sorry, Congressman Perry, we don't have 60 votes in the Senate? Did you ever hear that one?
There's always some excuse, right? When we are in a position, when we have the House or we have the Senate or we have both and we have the presidency, there's always some excuse why it can't be done. But I will tell you this, there is no excuse for the radical march of the left, creeping into everybody's life, into every decision that you make, into everything you do. It just keeps happening. And our bosses, they're not down here in Washington, D.C. They don't understand committee rules and the process here on the floor. What they understand is they're getting up in the morning, it's dark outside, they're packing their lunch, they're kissing their kids goodbye before they get on the school bus, and they don't know why this is happening to them, but they sure know it's happening. They think about the extra cost every single week that they're trying to manage their budget, and they're like, well, we're making more money, but we still can't even afford to live the way we did. We can't afford our food. We can't afford, heaven forbid, the car breaks down. No, they don't understand why. What they demand to the good gentleman from Texas is results, is some product. They don't care about why it can't be done. And they're not asking for everything to change overnight. They know we didn't get here overnight, but they want something, some win. Show them some light at the end of this tunnel. But there isn't any. I haven't seen one yet.
Well, I think the gentleman from Pennsylvania is a good friend, and I'm honored to serve with him. I agree with him. And, I'll just say that our constituents don't send us to Washington to campaign. They don't send us to Washington to run around trying to figure out how we're going to score some political victory and set up votes so that we can run against our colleagues. Our constituents do recognize that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are continuing to leave them behind and ignore them in pursuit of fantasy energy policies and woke ideology and radical leftist views of open borders that empower our enemies and endanger Americans. They fully get that. But they expect us to stand up and fight for them. They expect us to do the right thing and then let the voters decide. And I would submit that it is a critical junction of this country that we are facing existential threats, that it is critical that the 200 and however many Republicans we have right now unite together and go over to the Senate and tell the Senate that we've got to solve problems for the American people, secure borders, strengthen our military, reduce spending, get inflation down, make the American people believe that the American dream exists again.
Before I gotta go, I do want to say this because the gentleman from Texas is right. We have to unite so that we can be effective against these forces of evil that are destroying the American dream. But it's not uniting for the sake of uniting.
Correct.
It's uniting around a purpose. And our bosses, they are very forgiving. They are very gracious. They understand if you fight and the good fight and you lose. But what they will not accept, what they cannot accept, and what they should not accept is not fighting at all or surrendering before the fight even begins.
I know that
the gentleman from Texas.
Well, and I appreciate that. I know he's about to leave. I know that he appreciates and we share our faith in the good Lord and our faith in Jesus Christ. And he will appreciate the words of Paul in 2 Timothy, that I have fought a good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing. And that is obviously a spiritual reference, and he's speaking in spiritual terms. But it's the kind of words that I think my friend agrees with me should be inspiring us as members of this body, regardless of party, that we advance, that we move forward, that we defend this country.
That's our job. Our job is to defend this Constitution. I carry my constituents, my bosses know I carry one with me every day. It's a piece of paper, Mr. Speaker. It cannot defend itself. It relies on the integrity, the fortitude, the courage, and the conviction of good people willing to come here and serve and fight on its behalf, like the good gentleman from Texas.
Well, I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. When I started this speech, I talked about the Wall Street Journal poll from this month, finding that only 36% of voters said the American dream still holds true, and that our country, our society is in deep despair and it needs help. I talked about the $11,400, according to CBS, that the typical American household must spend additionally every year just to maintain the same standard of living that they enjoyed in January of 2021. The fact of the matter is the American people are suffering, and we in this body know it, and yet we're doing nothing about it. All we're doing is making it worse by spending more money we don't have, by indebting our children, our grandchildren, now $34 trillion in debt. And all I get from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is lip service about taxes. When we have been bringing in revenue to the Treasury at the top level we've ever done in the history of this country, 19.2%. We have plenty of revenue. What we refuse to do is deal with our spending problem, promises that we have made, but we cannot honestly deliver on them without printing money. I talked about the extent to which the average American family can no longer afford a car. A new car costing $50,000, nearly double what it cost 10 years ago. Why? Because of absurd regulations and mandates coming out of this administration unilaterally through bureaucrats, backed up by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, passing legislation to mandate EVs that are piling up on the lots of dealerships that people can't afford and that don't allow them to do their job. Debt that's piling up, interest rates going up, houses unaffordable, health care. Americans are expected to spend $6,500 for a family policy and $1,400 for an individual. They're expecting 2024 premiums to increase 8% for group rates. Health care is completely unaffordable for the average American. All this is happening as big health care gets richer, and the federal government continues to flood more money into the market. Big insurance revenues, $1.25 trillion. CBO estimates federal subsidies for health insurance for Americans under 65 will reach $1 trillion. Nobody in America knows what these numbers mean. Nobody. What they mean is you can't afford health care. You can't go to the doctor. You can't choose the doctor of your choice. We're enriching bureaucrats in healthcare companies. We're enriching bureaucrats in pharma, hospitals, and big insurance. And we're doing it through crony capitalism that was inflated under Obamacare, so that I've got a constituent who came up to me last week who is on Obamacare and can't go to MD Anderson for the cancer that's killing her. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pat themselves on the back for coverage. I'd like to know if any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to call up my constituent and congratulate her for having coverage she can't use. She can't use it to go get health care, while we enrich the insurance companies at levels they were never enriched before, while we devastate them. She literally can't go get the care she needs under the coverage of Obamacare, while healthcare companies are rolling in money. I can't go back to MD Anderson if my cancer comes back on the plan that I would have under Obamacare as a member of Congress. That's the truth. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pretend that it's not devastating the American family, that we're driving up the cost of health care, making it impossible to get the doctor of your choice, making it impossible for people to live and enjoy the American dream. On the southern border in Texas, my constituents text and call me every single day, every day. I have constituents and friends in South Texas calling me about the devastation being wrought in South Texas. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't care. They don't care about the little girls getting sold in the sex trafficking trade, the now almost 1,000 migrants who died along the southern river, along the Rio Grande and southern border last year. They don't care about the fentanyl trafficking pouring into Texas, killing my constituents. I had 6 kids die in the school district I live in last year from fentanyl poisoning, pouring into our communities through wide open borders. And everybody knows it. Mayorkas goes down to the border and he won't even apologize to the Border Patrol agents he accused of whipping people that didn't happen. $6.6 million illegal aliens since January of 21. 1.7 million known gotaways. That is bigger than the entire population of San Antonio, Texas, which I represent and is the 7th largest city. And we don't know who they are. I had members of the Texas legislature showing me videos of people they saw over Thanksgiving weekend in South Texas, single adult males running away from Border Patrol. And if you're running away from Border Patrol in 2023, I assure you it's because you're up to no good. Because the entire world knows if you come here and you go up to Border Patrol and you say the word asylum, you're going to get released into the United States. Texas is under siege. We've spent $12.5 billion of our own money to do the job the federal government refuses to do, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, while Secretary Mayorkas, while President Biden, while Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer ignore the crisis and pretend that sending more money down to process more people will make a damn difference. And it won't. Texas would be well within its rights to tell this federal government to go straight to hell, stop sending any tax receipts, and do what we need to do to secure Texas. And frankly, Governor Abbott should do that. Shut off the flow across the border. Because this federal government refuses to do it. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't care. The fact of the matter is, this current Democratic administration and my Democratic colleagues are all too fine while the American family suffers losing the American dream with $11,000 of additional cost every year under this administration, while kids die in their schools from fentanyl, while people pour into communities in Texas and Arizona and throughout the country, and they're piling up in New York, so bad that they had to cut a deal to go move them onto military installations and federal properties. All while our streets are unsafe because DAs refuse to enforce the laws, funded by George Soros. DAs, including in Texas, throughout this country. Literally, the DA in San Antonio, it was just reported, has dismissed more than 6,000 criminal cases in the first 3 months of 2023. A 50% rise in dismissed cases. One of these dismissed cases led career criminal Michael Kirkland to be free to shoot at police officers and motorists in San Antonio while evading arrest, leading to an officer being injured this last August. That's the policies of this Democrat regime, of Democrats across this country. Violent crime surging, borders open, fentanyl pouring into our schools, inflation up, interest rates up, life expectancy down. The fact of the matter is, Republicans have a duty to check this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And it is why I demand and implore of my Republican colleagues that we answer the question, what have we done? Because I can assure you, my Democratic colleagues, the answer to what they've done is destroy the republic. Passing legislation that bankrupts the American family, pursuing unicorn energy policies, forcing EVs to pile up on dealership lots, driving families into bankruptcy, unable to afford houses, actively doing that. And Republicans basically say, well, we got elected, we're at least stopping that. We're at least stopping the passage of really bad bills like the so-called Inflation Reduction Act or the American Rescue Plan, all spending money we don't have, driving us into debt, funding and enriching white elitist liberals and their big, supposedly green corporations. But every time Republicans run for office, we make a lot of promises about things like cutting spending, shrinking the bureaucracy, or securing the border. That's what you do when you run for office. You make a lot of promises. You make a lot of pledges. But we don't have the luxury of grading ourselves on our intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. The American people, the history books, the good Lord are going to judge based on the actions we take and the results we deliver and whether or not we deliver for the American people. And to deliver for the American people, Republicans must force the Senate Democratic leadership, Majority Leader Schumer, President Biden, to understand a handful of very key truths. That under no circumstances should we give another dollar to Ukraine No bill should come to the House floor until H.R. 2 is signed by the president and the flow stops across our southern border. That ought to be the very clear message that is sent to the president and Majority Leader Schumer. And if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Senate want to choose to refuse to secure the border, then they can call up Mr. Zelensky and the people of Ukraine and explain why. That it's more important to keep open borders in America and undermine our sovereignty and our security and our well-being. Just like they can call up Israel and explain to Israel that they refuse to actually fund support for Israel because they're more interested in funding Internal Revenue Service bureaucrats to go after the American people. Because that's what our Democratic colleagues in the Senate have chosen to do. And they know it. They know it. We passed a bipartisan bill that chooses to move dollars that were allocated to expand the IRS, to go after the American people, take those dollars, give it to our friends from Israel, and our Democratic colleagues in the Senate on a party line vote voted no. They refused to fund our friends in Israel because they were more committed to the leftist makeover of this country. They are more committed to open borders than they are to securing the communities of the American people and allowing us to have a full and open debate about Ukraine and how we can proceed to fund our government. Mr. Speaker, the American people are sick of excuses. They want us to do our job. I understand the difficulty of dealing with a razor-thin majority with colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have no interest in doing the things that we want to do to secure the United States, secure our border, reduce spending, reduce inflation, focus the military on what it needs to be focused on, and to do our job under the Constitution and our limited powers. I understand the difficulty of that. We've done a great job when we've been united as a Republican Party to send good bills over to the Senate. Now we should hold the Senate accountable to doing the work of the American people, to follow up on what we've already done, to send a border security bill, H.R. 2, that would do the job of securing the border, sending a national defense authorization bill that would restore our military to its mission rather than social engineering, 7 appropriations bills and others that are ready to go if our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol in the Senate, our Democratic colleagues in the Senate, will sit down with us to actually reduce spending year over year from 2023 to 2024 so we can constrain spending, constrain inflation, constrain the bureaucrats that are interfering with the lives of the American people and undermining their freedom and their ability to produce and prosper according to their God-given talents. But voters are watching what we're doing. They're watching whether we're going to stand up and actually do our job and whether or not we're going to deliver for them rather than engaging in lip service. I think we need to do our job. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to lead my colleagues in a special order hour. On October 7th, Hamas launched a horrific attack against Israeli civilians, murdering over 1,400 people and taking hostage more than 244 women, children, families, and the elderly. Hamas spared no one. The hostage crisis has left hundreds of families desperate and searching for answers on the health and safety of their loved ones. This past month has been gut-wrenching. I've never felt this magnitude of pain, shock, and anger burning in the hearts of the Jewish people. The intentional genocidal violence inflicted on Israeli civilians and the unconscionable apathy of many nations is a sobering reminder of the fact that Israel remains surrounded by hostility and danger. For me and for so many of us, this goes beyond our belief in the survival of the Jewish state, and it rises far above politics as usual. It's a moment in history that begs for humanity, for unity, and for solidarity with Israel. I am wrecked by how quickly people in this country have forgotten the hostages still being held in Gaza by Hamas. I find myself having to reiterate over and over again that Israel was attacked by a terrorist organization whose mission is the eradication of Israel and the Jewish people. We must all remember not only the horrifying statistic of 240 captured, but who they are as people. These are real human beings. And that is why we are here tonight. And we will continue to come to this floor to call attention to all of the human beings who are brutally being held captive by Hamas in Gaza until every last one of them is released. Each of my colleagues who are joining me will speak about a hostage or family of hostages, show their beautiful faces, and remind all of us not to forget these victims who are suffering under terrorist brutality. Thankfully, Israel has welcomed home many children and some women this week, and I'm extremely grateful for President Biden's efforts to help make that possible. But we cannot and we will not stop until all hostages are reunited with their families. Tonight, I'll be sharing the story of the Bibas family. Parents Shiri and Yarden, 4-year-old Ariel, and 10-month-old Kafir from Kibbutz Nir Oz. Look at this beautiful family. Kafir, the youngest hostage, was just 9 months old on October 7th. He had just learned to crawl when he was abducted. His family is worried Kafir doesn't have access to formula. Look at Kafir's beautiful face. How could anyone justify kidnapping and taking hostage a 9-month-old? As a Jewish mother, I remember when my babies were just that age. I remember nursing them, holding them in my arms, being joyful about their first crawling, their first steps, looking forward to the beauty of their lives unfold. And looking at Kafir and Ariel's faces is heartbreaking, and it's deeply personal. Many of us have had the opportunity to meet with families of these hostages. Yesterday, Hamas claimed that Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir were killed in Gaza. I pray with all my heart that that is false. The barbarism and cruelty of Hamas knows no bounds. The Bibas family would never have been in harm's way in Gaza if Hamas did not launch its murderous attack on Israel and take children as leverage. Thank you. Take children as leverage on October 7th. On that fateful day, Shiri, Yarden, and their boys were hiding in a safe room when militants fired semi-automatic weapons outside the family's window as Yarden texted relatives, "I love you all." A half an hour later, he texted, "They're coming in," just before communication ceased. Since then, the world has seen a distressing video of Shiri holding her 2 young boys wrapped in a blanket close to her chest, while surrounded by Hamas militants, with another video depicting Yarden with a head injury, forcibly being taken away on a motorcycle. On Monday, the IDF announced the Bibas family was transferred by Hamas to another Palestinian terror group in Gaza, as if they were a commodity to give leverage to another terrorist organization. While we know the facts of October 7th and we've seen the family's pictures and videos, it's important to remember the light and the love of this family Shiri is described by loved ones as a woman who touches everyone's heart, gentle and full of tenderness, which you could clearly see when she was trying to shield her children in the terror on her face. She was reborn with her 2 little sons. They were the light that filled her life. Under her loving wing, they were growing up happily. Ariel loves anything with wheels and a motor. He dreams of superheroes and dresses up as Batman. Jordan is a sensitive and loving father and husband. His brother, Ofri, says that while his brother looks big and strong, inside he's the most sensitive and gentle person he knows. Shiri's cousin, Yafar, said in an interview about her family, "I can only hope they are together. I hope they didn't separate her from her children. I try not to think about the worst. This is the only thing that keeps me going. But every day that goes by, we can't go down the same path anymore. Things need to be changed. Israel is going to be changed after this. We are all traumatized. This touched every family that is involved in Israel," unquote. My heart goes out to Ofri, Yifar, and their whole family. Make no mistake, Hamas will be held responsible. With that, Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for as much time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, this is a time of sadness, of wrenching pain, of anger, and of determination. It is my solemn duty, Mr. Speaker, to speak on this floor today about a courageous, talented, and generous young man, Itai Chen. His family is in the gallery. I had the opportunity to speak to them just a few minutes ago. As any family, knowing that their child is at great risk and not knowing his present welfare, they're grieving, but determined. Itai is an American-Israeli dual citizen bravely serving his nation in the IDF. That's probably incorrect. This is his nation. IDF is the land of his forebears and of his ancestors, and a land that offers sanctuary and safety to the Jewish people who have been savaged, hated, killed, maligned for millennia. On October 7th, Itai was taken hostage during Hamas's brutal, criminal, and savage attack on Israel and on innocent civilians in the land that is not contested by anybody. Itai is only 19 years old. And Mr. Speaker, I have not met Itai, though I hope to do so in person in the near future. But I've met with his father, Ruby, who is with us in the gallery today. As I said, his mother, Hagit, is joining us as well. Mr. Speaker, everything I've heard about their son has only reinforced my resolve to help bring Itai home and the other hostages home as well. Itai was raised in New York City, the city in which I was born, Mr. Speaker. He was always a precocious kid and a kind-hearted young man. Like his dad, he's an avid lover of basketball. Unlike his dad, however, he's a diehard Lakers fan. So there's a little conflict in the family, but that has not affected the deep love and concern that his family has for him. And I want to assure them, Mr. Speaker, that that is shared by the 435 members of this body. Not a partisan issue, but a human issue. Itai may not have inherited his father's basketball loyalties, Mr. Speaker, but he did inherit his New York grit. Itai also developed a calling for service at a very young age, participating in Boy Scouts and serving his community. That commitment to serving others drove Itai to join the IDF. I know his experience in captivity, as awful as it is. And very frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Red Cross that has seen the horror of how these hostages are being kept ought to tell the world that truth. But we know that his experience will not break his generous spirit and his dedication to the sacred Jewish principle of tikkun olam, repairing the world, to doing good so that others may do better. He, his parents, Ruby, who I've referenced, Hagit, his mother, his brothers Roy and Alon, and the rest of his family and friends continue to show tremendous resilience and courage. And we can do no less in the Congress. We can do no less in the White House. We can do no less in America than make sure we bring this American home alive and healthy. I think, Mr. Speaker, how I would feel if one of my 3 daughters, or one of my 3 grandchildren, or one of my 4 great-grandchildren were in some tunnel or crevice illegally, criminally. I would do everything I could to get them back. And we must do everything to get not only Itai, but all those pictures that we will see of innocent people killed, maimed, and taken hostage by a criminal group we call Hamas. I want Itai and his loved ones to know that we're going to make sure this Congress does everything it can to bring him and the other hostages home as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, as a symbol of that promise, I'm wearing a dog tag that Ruby gave me just weeks ago. Until they return safely to our shores, we'll continue to stand strong with their families. Their grief is our grief. Their hope is our hope. And that hope grows as hostages are released. But it will not end until they are all home, safe, in the arms of their families and loved ones. I thank the gentlelady for taking this special order and for yielding me this time. And I yield back to the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for his poignant remarks. And now I'd like to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you for doing this. I rise tonight, Mr. Speaker, because on October 7th, Hamas terrorists attacked Israel and abducted more than 230 people, including many Americans. Hamas brutally murdered, raped, burned alive, and decapitated more than 1,000 innocent babies, children, women, men, and elderly. the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. 40 American citizens were slaughtered by Hamas, and 9 have been living in horrifying fear at the hands of terrorists for more than 50 days. It blows my mind that this isn't talked about every single day in this country, that Americans were killed and Americans remain hostages. Hamas killed Americans, and terrorists still hold American hostages inside Gaza. That should be the beginning and end of the argument as to why we must crush and kill Hamas. Thankfully, because of President Biden's resolve and strong leadership, groups of hostages have been rescued, including 4-year-old Abigail, an American citizen. But as of today, there's still 160 hostages. One of 8 American hostages is Idan Alexander, a 19-year-old from Tenafly, New Jersey, northern New Jersey, in my district. You can see Idan shared with me by his family, his mom. I've spent time with his family. They're phenomenal people, just such wonderful, warm people. With his sister, who's at Tenafly High School, and after graduating from Tenafly High School in 2022, Idan began serving in the Israel Defense Forces. Idan is the type of person who would regularly call his mother to check in, and his sister considers him to be her best friend. He's devoted to his friends and is always there for his family. He swam in high school. I've seen pictures of him at the prom. He's just like any other American kid we know. Since day one, I've been in constant contact with the Alexander family and the State Department. Their unimaginable strength in the face of unfathomable pain gives us all great hope. It's time to get all of these hostages home. There are some people who equivocate about Hamas. There should be no equivocation. They are designated by the United States of America as a foreign terrorist organization. And anybody who spent time looking at images that many of us saw in the videos of the barbaric, heinous, and unthinkable acts that took place on October 7th knows what Hamas is capable of. Look what they're doing to innocent Palestinian civilians every single day. Are they welcoming them underground, giving them safe haven? No. They take no responsibility. They use them as innocent people, as human shields. That's what Hamas does. Hamas charter advocates jihad against the Jewish people and the elimination of the Jewish state. Israel is surrounded by terror groups that want to kill their people, including Arab Israelis. Israel is and remains the only vibrant, progressive, and inclusive democracy in the region. They are our key ally because they are critical to our national security and they stand up for values that we share, strong democratic values. They're key to our fight against terror in the region, against Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and against Hamas. In Israel, Arab parties serve in the Knesset. Women serve at the highest levels of the military, and the country remains an oasis for LGBTQ people in a region hostile toward the community. It sickens me that some people try to romanticize Hamas. They should be reminded that in Gaza, under Hamas rule, same-sex relations are outlawed. Make no mistake, your life would be at risk every day if you're openly gay in Gaza or the West Bank. Additionally, Hamas's 1988 charter states that Muslim women are important because they, quote, manufacture men, unquote. Hamas even enforces what women wear in public. There's also no law in Gaza that criminalizes violence against women within the family, including sexual violence. Hamas allows honor killings, the murder of women and the girls accused of what they call, quote, immoral sexual conduct. Yet it took UN Women a month and a half to recognize that women and girls were raped in Israel. And even then, they still refused to mention Hamas. Do they not believe the fact that Hamas terrorists committed horrifying and unspeakable acts against innocent girls and women, including many that we've seen images of? And as you see all of these hostages being released, you can't imagine what they've been through. And I think, of course, of the images we're seeing this evening, those who are still hostage. Thankfully, President Biden has been phenomenal, as I said, with his unwavering support for the state of Israel and the Jewish people. The president understands that you have to actually hold terrorists who commit atrocities accountable, or they will strike again and be stronger. Hamas terrorists have made it clear, their leadership has said that they will not back down and are committed to, quote, a second, third, and fourth October 7th against Israel. So let me conclude by saying we must stand by our key ally to get all hostages home, crush the terrorists, and provide humanitarian aid to innocent Palestinian civilians being used by Hamas as human shields. Israel must eliminate every single terrorist responsible for the atrocities committed on October 7th, and we must get these hostages home. I want to thank Debbie for her leadership. I want to thank everybody, all of my colleagues, for being here this evening, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman from New Jersey. And now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call for the release of Abraham Munder, who was taken hostage by Hamas during the brutal attack on October 7th. Mr. Munder was a 78-year-old father and grandfather. Who does that? And has been in captivity for 54 days and counting. Abraham and his wife Ruti lived and raised their family in Kibbutz Nir Uz for nearly 60 years. They built a home, they built a life. It's all gone. Nir Uz, one of the hardest hit by Hamas on October 7th, almost a quarter of their population was murdered or kidnapped. The Munder family has endured unspeakable hardship and tragedy in these weeks. That day, Abraham and Rudy's daughter, Karen, was visiting with her parents with her son, Ohad. They all were taken hostage by Hamas. Ohad spent his 9th birthday as a hostage in Gaza. A few weeks ago, I had the solemn honor of meeting with the hostages' family members in my Capitol office, including Karen's cousin, Maruv, and her son, Itay. All they wanted was for the hostages to be brought home, for the world not to forget about their loved ones. Many of us here in Congress took these meetings, and we all pledged we'd do all we could to bring them home. For the last 54 days, Abraham has been held separately and was feared dead by his family. For the last 54 days, he hasn't known that his son was murdered in the attacks. For the last 54 days, he hasn't known that his wife and his daughter and grandson survived and were taken hostage. As a grandfather and a parent myself, I can't begin to imagine the nightmare. By the grace of God, Rudy, Karen, and Ohad were returned to Israel on November 24th as part of a negotiated ceasefire and hostage exchange. Today we call for Abraham to be brought home. Let him grieve and heal with his family. We continue to call for Hamas to release all the hostages. We must bring them all home. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his participation, and now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, Mr. Speaker. On October 7th, the state of Israel was treacherously attacked by the terrorist group Hamas. They murdered 1,200 peaceful people, many of them at a music festival, some from kibbutzim near the border. They kidnapped 250 people, illegally of course, and took them into Gaza. We know that some of them have been released in a deal that was made. One of them was an American Israeli named Abigail, and she turned out 4 years old. She was kept with 3 other hostages together and was given 1 piece of pita, Middle East bread, for the 4 of them per day. And when they came home, they had to be deloused. Their hair and their clothes were full of lice. And they said that if they had to go to the bathroom, they had to wait 2 hours. Mr. Speaker, Hamas has said over and over again, they have said, we will attack over and over again and again, until Israel is no more. And when people demand a ceasefire, we should think, what would we have thought about people demanding a ceasefire 7 or 8 weeks after Pearl Harbor? And a ceasefire would simply permit Hamas to regroup and to attack Israel again and again and again, which they have told us they would do. And by the way, there have been ceasefires. There have been 4 ceasefires. every one of which Hamas broke, including breaking a ceasefire on October 7th. One of the hostages who was taken was a fellow named Danny Elgarat, brother of Yitzhak Elgarat. And I want to read what Danny said about that. He said, "My name is Danny Elgarat. Around 10:30 a.m., my brother calls me, my brother Yitzhak Elgarat. He lives in kibbutz Nir Oz. He tells me that his hand is crushed, flushed with blood. He was hysterical and stressed, and I didn't quite understand what was going on with him, and I tried to guide him how to apply a tourniquet to stop the blood. Suddenly, while I am still trying to guide him, I hear screams in the background and shouts. Then Itzik, my brother Itzik, shouts, 'Danny, it's the end,' and our call is cut off. Afterwards, we checked the amount of Itzik's phone, the location of the phone. We found out that his phone is located in Gaza, the center of the city of Gaza. When he would come back to us, we would sit in the porch with a good glass of whiskey, and we would say it was just a bad dream," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I pray for Yitzchak and all the remaining hostages who were so barbarically taken from their families. Bring them home and defeat Hamas so it can't do this again and again and again. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from New York, and now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, Hamas terrorists took over 200 hostages from Israel, men, women, children, elderly, the young, including dozens of IDF soldiers who Hamas refused to release. And I want to tell you about one of them. A beautiful young lady, Nama Levy. She's the second of 4 children. She's an athlete, loves soccer, triathlon. And during her summer in high school, she was a participant in the Hands of Peace project in the United States, working towards peace between Israelis and Palestinians. And after she graduated high school, like other Israeli youth, she completed her coursework to be an observation soldier, and she began her military service on October 5 at the Nahal Oz base. And it was 2 days later, just 2 days later, that on October 7th at 6:32 a.m., she woke to red alerts and went into a safe room with her friends, and she texted her mom, and there's a text. "Mom, we're in the safe room. I've never seen anything like this." And her mother says, "What's happening, my darling?" And what her mother then saw on a video loop over and over was her daughter being dragged off by her hair by Hamas into the back of a video. And her mom lives the same nightmare as the other families of the hostages. She thinks about every day, where is her daughter now? What kind of life is she living? Where does she sleep? Does she have water? Does she have air? Is she being treated well? Look at this young lady, just starting her life with hopes and dreams. Let's bring her back. And I yield back.
I thank my friend from Florida. Now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Debbie, and to all my colleagues for being here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of Avi Azili. I was supposed to be here speaking about him being held hostage by Hamas and the need to bring him home safely and without delay. Instead, I'm sadly here to speak about his memory of Avi, a dedicated family man who just hours ago it was confirmed that he was killed by Hamas. According to his father in New Jersey, and Avi bravely fought back against the terrorists, but they had not heard anything since that day in October. The news of his death comes hours after his wife, Leah, an American, who was released from captivity after 54 days. While we are grateful for her release, we mourn the loss of Avi as he leaves behind Liat and her 3 children. We're keeping friends, family, and certainly his community in our prayers. But unfortunately, Ozzy's story is just one of thousands, many that you'll hear tonight. Citizens, American citizens, many who've been killed, taken hostage by Hamas. When I traveled with Debbie and a bipartisan group just 2 days after the attack, when we were in Israel, we heard the stories from the families. We listened to 2 children talk about how their mother and father hid in that shelter until they broke through and took her father away while she hid. And we're still waiting to hear what happened there. It's impossible to try to fathom exactly the pain that they are going through, to watch and to hear what happened as they're hiding. Many Israelis continue to live that dark day, and they're waiting to hear about those who have been taken away. It's time to bring them all home. The images, the videos of the reuniting children and families brings that joy to our heart in such time of pain. And it is a reminder that we must bring all the remaining hostages home without delay. And I'm proud to join with my colleagues here today to highlight our commitment to bring every single one of them home. We cannot and we will not be silent until all those held by that terrorist organization are reunited with their families. As a father or grandfather, it breaks my heart to listen to the pain of those families and what they're going through. And I cannot fathom what the Azali family across Israel have lived through since this brutal attack. Avi and Liat's story is a reminder that every single hostage in the Israeli loss is a son, a daughter, a mother, a father, a brother, or sister. May Avi's memory be a blessing to his family and to all of us. And to Debbie, thank you for what you're doing, and I yield back.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from New Jersey, and I can say it was so incredibly moving and meaningful to be able to join you and Mr. Panetta from California and Senator Ernst just days after those horrific attacks. And now I'd like to recognize my colleague and friend from New York, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much to the gentle lady from
Go for 3 minutes.
Thank you to the gentle lady from Florida and for organizing this very important special order hour. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving us the time to do this. I rise tonight to shine a light on the Metzger family from Kibbutz Nir Oz, which suffered the unimaginable loss of 38 members of the kibbutz, and from where a shocking 75 innocent people were taken captive by Hamas. That is almost 1/3 of the innocent hostages who were abducted by Hamas on October 7th. 2 of those abducted were Tamar Metzger, age 78, and her husband Yoram, age 80, grandparents. Mrs. Metzger was released 2 days ago after 52 days in captivity. My family had an opportunity to spend some time with the Metzger's son, Nir, and his 2 children, Ron and Omer, this week in New York. According to Nir, the Hamas terrorists, teenagers, she said, dragged his mom out of her bathroom, bashed her face in with a rifle, and severely injured her knees and legs as they violently took a 78-year-old woman to the tunnels of Gaza. And in Gaza, both Metzgers were kept in a tiny, dark, and moist room in an underground tunnel where there were 12 mattresses on the floor for the 2 of them and 10 other hostages from Kibbutz Nir Oz. There was essentially nowhere for them to walk or move. They were not allowed to speak. And if they did speak, the terrorists would beat them. And this happened to a number of them, including 78-year-old Mrs. Metzger, at least one time. Yoram remains held captive in that dank darkness underground, unable to move, unable to speak, under constant fear of being beaten by the Hamas terrorists. We cannot allow another day to go by before these innocent civilians are released back to their homes in Israel. We cannot stop pushing and pressing Hamas to release them and putting pressure on allies and other countries in the Middle East, in Qatar, in Egypt, to put pressure on Hamas to release the illegally abducted civilians who are kept captive in the tunnels of Gaza without any light, without food, and without any ability to move around. It is time to bring them home. It is time to bring them all home. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, and now recognized for 3 minutes, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, who is the co-chair of the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages Wrongfully Detained Abroad.
Thank you to my colleague from Florida, and thank you for her incredible leadership in the House of Representatives during this incredibly sobering and trying moment. When the Task Force for American Hostages and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad was created, we never envisioned a moment like the one that we found ourselves in on October 7th. And we as Americans, we as members of the House of Representatives, don't just call for the release of the American hostages in Gaza, but we call for the release of all of the hostages. For what took place on October 7th was an attack on innocent people. It was an attack on all of humanity, an attack on those living freely and peacefully, going about their daily business in free society. They were attacked by terrorists, they were attacked by those who seek to do evil, and they were attacked because of what Israel means to the world. That cannot stand. Behind me is a picture of a woman, Kariana Arev, age 19, a surveillance soldier who was taken captive on October 7th when Hamas terrorists attacked the base at Nahal Oz, where she was stationed. Her family is still eagerly waiting for her release, including her parents and her 24-year-old sister, Sasha. Sasha's plea for the return of her sister has been heard around the world. And as I join my colleagues this evening in bringing attention to the individuals like Karina and the remaining hostages, it is incredibly sobering. Sasha's words, of which I would like to read about her beloved sister, are as follows. She called us in the morning of October 7th, and she said that the base had been raided and attacked. She basically called all of us to say goodbye. And so if she won't live, she asked us to continue our life. The last message was, the terrorists, they are here. A few hours later, we identified her in a video. This was a video that the terrorists took and then published on their Telegram channels. This is our last confirmation that she is alive. She is alive on the video, but we do not know what is going on now. We know they probably took her. She was in a Jeep with other girls. We went to the police to show them the video and to say that we identify my sister so they can do something. The same evening, military officers came to our door and they said to us that my sister Karina is held in the hands of a terror organization. From this moment, we do not know any other information. We sit, we watch TV, and we hope for the best. She continues, she's all I have, you know. I love my parents and all, but she is the one my heart belongs to. She's the only one I love in this world and the only one I want to be with me. She always comforts me. Even though she's my little sister, I can always come to her, and she'll always be logical and make me come together. She is so lovely. She is so innocent. She is so childish, although she is just a teenager. She likes to decorate her room. She likes stickers and the fluffy dolls of the animals. She loves to paint. She loves cosmetics, and she's always doing my makeup. I do not understand anything about it. I remember the day she was born because the gap between us is 5 years. I was in the hospital and I saw her. All this life, since the moment she was born until now, is just rolling in my head like a film. Hamas, release the hostages now. Bring Karina home to her family. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman for her poignant remarks and her dedication to this cause. I'd now like to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend from Florida, for bringing us together to bring awareness and to never forget the folks that still need to be returned home. Mr. Speaker, I rise to demand the immediate release and safe return of the remaining hostages in Gaza held by terrorist Hamas. I am grateful for President Biden's leadership that has led to the release of hostages. However, many remain captive, including 22-year-old Omer Nutra. Omer was born in the United States and is the son of Rowan and Orna, and now has spent over 50 days in captivity. He grew up in Long Island, where he was the regional president of the United Synagogue Youth and captain of many sports teams. His friends and family describe Omer as a natural-born leader who is compassionate and for seeing the best in people and for bringing communities together, a peaceful soul. His kindness and sense of duty led him to defer his future at the university to defend his grandparents' land with the hope of bringing communities together. Putting his future on hold to serve others, that's Omer. His drive to lead and to serve now puts him last in line to be released from captivity. Last in line. His family, who are with us here this evening, have been in agony for the past 7 weeks with no word. Is Omer alive? We will continue to pray for him. As a mother of an Air Force veteran, I can only imagine their agony. This is something that no parent, no mother, no father, no grandparent could ever imagine that could happen to their loved one. I join my colleagues in calling for the immediate release of hostages held by terrorist Hamas. And I urge the administration to continue to do everything in their power to help free hostages like Omer and ensure their safe return home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
You're welcome. I thank the gentlewoman from California. And now I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes the co-chair of the Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
I want to thank my dear friend, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz, for putting this evening together and for meeting with me and so many other of our members with hostage families for week after week. On October 7th, we woke in horror to Hamas's brutal and despicable terrorist attacks, invading Israel, firing rockets at innocent civilians, going house to house, murdering babies, executing parents in front of their children, and massacring 250 young people at a music festival. And as if killing 1,200 people was not enough, Hamas took an estimated 240 innocent civilians hostage in Gaza, including elderly women, babies, young children, Holocaust survivors. Like many of my colleagues, I've spent the past 7 weeks meeting with the families of hostages. Hostages including Keith Siegel from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and his wife, Aviva, who were kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. I met with Keith's sister, Lucy, and his niece, Emily, who spoke so lovingly of their family members. Keith and Aviva are the parents of 4 children and the proud grandparents of 5 grandchildren. Keith grew up in my home state of North Carolina. He moved to Israel as a young man, where he met Aviva, who was born in South Africa and had moved to Israel at the age of 8. Keith and Aviva have lived happily in Kibbutz Kfar Aza for 40 years. On the morning of October 7th, Keith and Aviva were having a quiet day at home when they were brutally attacked and abducted by Hamas terrorists who drove them into Gaza in their own car. After 51 days of grueling captivity, Aviva was finally released earlier this week as part of the temporary ceasefire. Keith is still being held hostage, and I can't even imagine what Aviva has gone through or the agony the entire family is going through, waiting for their beloved Keith to be freed from captivity. I've met with other hostage families and learned about their loved ones, and I realized that just like the stories of Holocaust survivors, each story about a hostage is unique. Each story is heartbreaking because each of these hostages has loving family members whose lives have been torn apart, who are living the agony of not knowing what has become of their loved ones. Are they okay? Are they healthy? Are they injured? Are they alive? Will they ever see them again? I have heard stories that have brought me to tears, that haunt my dreams, and that should make all of us redouble our efforts to bring those hostages home. I've met with several of these families so often, I feel like they're my own extended family members. Over the past few days, we've seen some of the hostages released and brought home to their families. And I thank President Biden and this administration, along with Israelis and our regional partners who have worked to ensure that the agreed-upon hostage exchanges took place, but there is still much more work to do. There are still more than 130 people being held hostage, and we've only begun to learn about the terrible circumstances of their captivity, and this has told us we have absolutely no time to waste. Earlier this week, I was proud to help lead the debate on the House floor on a bipartisan resolution that we passed unanimously demanding the release of the hostages. But passing a resolution is not enough. We must do more. Hamas has still not allowed the International Red Cross to visit the hostages. This is unacceptable. Our country and countries around the world must join together and demand the immediate release of all the remaining hostages. The children, the women, the men, the civilians, and the soldiers. We have no time to waste. I look forward to rejoicing with the Siegel family when Keith is finally released, and I look forward to bringing all the hostages home. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina and recognize for a minute and a half Mr. Auchincloss from Massachusetts.
Thank you to my colleague from Florida for her leadership on this issue. I rise today to tell the story of Ofer Calderon. On October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, Ofer, along with his children Sahar, 16, and Erez, 12, was taken hostage by Hamas from the Nir Oz kibbutz close to the Gaza Strip. During that brutal attack, 29 of kibbutz Nir Oz's 400 residents were murdered and 80 were taken captive. These are not just numbers. Those residents who were murdered were individuals with hopes now extinguished, with lives now cut short. And those taken hostage are living in unimaginable terror, and their families are waiting, hoping for good news and fearing the worst. Ofer is a father of four, a carpenter. He loves to build and to rebuild engines, to travel, to take family camping trips, to race and ride dirt bikes, to help cook Shabbat dinner for his family. When asked about Ofer, his family describes his easygoing energy and a huge smile. We cannot lose sight of the fact that there is a family and a story like this one behind each one of these names, of those murdered and of those taken hostage. Ofer is one of them. Ofer's children have thankfully been returned, but their family will not be made whole again until Ofer is released as well. His relatives are my constituents, and my office is providing any support that we can. But the ultimate responsibility is on Hamas to release Ofer and all hostages immediately and unconditionally. I urge those terrorists to salvage a shred of humanity by releasing him and by releasing all others held hostage. But I understand also that the hopes of finding a shred of humanity within Hamas are close to nil, which is why that I remind my colleagues here today that we cannot handcuff Israel with calls for a unilateral ceasefire as they work to achieve their primary shared goal we all have, bringing all of the hostages home.
Thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, and now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to Mr. Ryan from New York.
Thank my colleague from Florida. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of my Hudson Valley community to honor the memories of the community members we lost on October 7th and to plead and to demand the safe return of all the Hudson Valley families and friends still held hostage by Hamas. Judy and Gadi Haggai, who you can see behind me, are both dual American Israeli citizens. Judy born in the Hudson Valley in Goshen, New York, and Orange County. On October 7th, Judy and Gadi were on their usual morning walk around kibbutz Nir Oz when they were ambushed by Hamas, shot, and the last location of their phone traced to Gaza. Judy and Haggai are not combatants or soldiers. They're a school teacher and a musician. They are peace-loving people whose only crime was being Jewish. Their niece, Ofri, took a one-way flight to the United States, came to my office and made two powerful requests. Never allow our country to forget her aunt and her uncle and to fight with everything that we have to bring them back. I promised her I would do that, and I stand here today to honor that commitment. Mr. Speaker, I served 27 months in combat. Our rule was that we never leave a fallen sister or brother behind. I ask all to not forget Judy and Gadi. And I refuse, and I know my fellow Americans refuse, to leave behind our Hudson Valley brothers and sisters. Tragically, the Haggais are not the only Hudson Valley family grieving. Maurice Schneider of Kingston, New York, my hometown, lost his sister, Margit, and his brother-in-law, Yossi, in these barbaric attacks. And while we honor their loss, it's impossible to mourn properly while the fate of their daughter, Shiri, and their grandsons, Ariel and Kafir, who you heard about from my colleague earlier, hang in the balance. Ariel 4, Kafir 10 months old, my children, my two boys, Theo and Cameron 4 and 1. And I cannot think every night as I put my boys to bed of anything other than the faces of the Bibas family. These are not prisoners of war. They are children, babies, ripped away from their home and taken hostage by Hamas terrorists. This is pure, unadulterated evil. To the Haggai family, the Bibas family, to their friends, to my whole community, to every Jewish person worried about their safety amidst the historic rise in anti-Semitism, know this: we are here for you, we see you, and we will not give up until every single hostage comes home safely. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes the gentleman from California, Mr. Pernetta, who I also had the privilege of traveling to Israel in the days after the attacks.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Wasserman Schultz and I were in the Middle East on October 7th of this year. We were part of a congressional delegation trip led by Senator Joni Ernst, and we went there to talk about peace, but unfortunately, due to the bloodthirsty attack by Hamas, we left the region talking about war. But despite the change in the tone of our trip, we became the first congressional delegation to visit Israel in the immediate aftermath of the October 7th attack. While we were in country, though, we met with family members of victims of that attack, including David and Noam Perry, a brother and sister whose 79-year-old father, Chaim Perry, was kidnapped by Hamas from his home in the kibbutz Naraz, a peaceful agricultural town whose name means meadow of strength in Hebrew. A town whose 400 citizens probably could be seen prior to the attack taking to the streets to peacefully protest the prime minister's right-wing government. Yet on the morning of October 7th, that town was anything but peaceful, as the Hamas attack left it smashed up and smoldering, with one of four of its residents either murdered or kidnapped. That day, Hamas lived up to its definition as a genocidal terrorist organization, as it attacked Israel to kill Jews, to kill the Jewish society, and to kill peace. As part of that goal, Hamas attacked Naros and murdered 27 of its inhabitants and took 73 hostages to Gaza. At the time of the attack, Chaim was not only the leader in that community, he was also a longtime peace activist for the Israeli-Palestinian issues. He's the type that would drive sick Palestinians from Gaza into Israel and be cared for at Israeli hospitals. But now the father of 5 and grandfather of 13, Chaim is most likely isolated in the dungeons of the Gazan tunnels. Although Noam Perry describes her father as strong and brave, she also admits that he is not young. A metal worker by trade, Chaim has had 2 heart surgeries and now has been without his heart medication for 7 weeks. I'll never forget when we met him, all that Noam was concerned about was that he didn't have his medication to survive. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be tough going forward. We hope that the hostages are released and that there are more pauses in conflict. We hope to pass and provide meaningful support and humanitarian assistance so that Israel can continue to defend itself from the existential and constant threat of Hamas. Mr. Speaker, although things may never be the same for Naraz, for Chaim, and for the family, we do know that because of its determination to survive and succeed, the same determination it has shown for over 75 years in its existence, Israel will continue to be that meadow of strength in the Middle East for peace, for prosperity, and for democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his poignant words, and Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how much time is remaining.
The gentlelady's time has expired. If there is time following remarks, then
Mr. Speaker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield
a few minutes to my colleague, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, to complete her testimony.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from
I thank the General deeply for his consideration, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for his remarks.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Deborah Wasserman Schultz, for organizing this hour. I want to thank the Speaker for his indulgence and attention as we've gone through a long list of difficult conversations talking about the hostages. I want to thank my friend from Michigan, General Bergman, for the time. We should not have to be here tonight. We should not be forced to talk about some of the 250 people brutally kidnapped and taken hostage on October 7th. It should not be necessary to call for immediate, unconditional release of these hostages. We should not have to. We should not be here because Hamas should not be holding hostages. I'm grateful that more than 100 hostages have been released and returned to Israel. But 143 hostages remain in captivity, held by Hamas, by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and by others in Gaza. The families don't know the status of their loved ones. They don't know where their loved ones are. They don't know when they will be coming home. So I will talk tonight about one hostage, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland. Hirsch's parents, Rachel and John, are from Chicago. I've been friends with his Aunt Abby for more than 30 years. I know his grandmother, Leah. Hirsch's family is now my family. Hirsch was born in Northern California. His family moved to Virginia when Hirsch was 4 and to Israel when he was 7. That was in 2008. Hirsch grew up in Jerusalem, reached adulthood, was known widely as a kind, gentle mensch. On Friday, October 6th of this year, Hirsch was with his family in Jerusalem. It was the evening of the Sabbath, Shabbat, and the holiday of Simchat Torah. The family went to synagogue and then went to dinner at a friend's house with 2 other families. After dinner, Hirsch grabbed his backpack and left to meet his friend Amr. They later learned that Hirsch and his friend were going to a concert in the South, a music festival. That was on Saturday, October 7th. I'd like to now read at length some of the words of Hirsch's father, Jonathan Poland, published in Time magazine. He says, describing his circumstance on Sunday, having learned that Hirsch was taken hostage on Saturday. At some time, he says, I think it was Sunday morning, a picture started to circulate online that was from an outdoor festival. It was a picture from an outdoor bomb shelter. They're not uncommon in the south of Israel. Our son was in the picture, as was Honor. Through social media, we started to search for other families of people who were in the shelter and to try to piece together a story. What we have subsequently pieced together based on conversations with the 3 witnesses who were in the shelter with him is the following. Sometime around 7:30 a.m. Saturday morning, those in the bomb shelter came under heavy gunfire. Grenades were being tossed into the shelter. Hirsch's friend Honor, who was by the entrance of the bomb shelter, is responsible for the lives of anybody who's still alive. He was picking up grenades and tossing them back out and taking control of the situation. But it was total chaos. At least 11 grenades were thrown into the shelter. Honor picked up 8 and threw them back out. 3 exploded inside. People were critically wounded. Next we know from witnesses is that at 9 a.m. gunmen came into the shelter and shouted, anybody who can get on their feet must walk out. And our son was one of the small number to walk out. That was 55 days ago. 7 Shabbat dinners with an empty seat in the Goldberg-Hirsch family. 7 weeks of uncertainty, not knowing where Hirsch is. 7 weeks of not knowing how Hirsch is doing. 7 weeks not knowing when Hirsch is coming home. Tonight we've heard about so many of these hostages. 143 of the 250 plus hostages taken still are in captivity. The IRC must be able to see Hirsch and every one of the other hostages. Hirsch and all the other hostages must come home. Not someday, not soon, but now. We owe it to these hostages to bring them home. We owe it to our families. And we must make sure that Hamas can never take hostages, can never attack Israel ever again. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I deeply thank my friend from Michigan, General Bergman, for his indulgence and his generosity. And I close by reminding the American public the names and faces you saw tonight are only a fraction of those who remain held hostage in Gaza by cowardly terrorists, by Hamas. I hope every American understands that Israel is fighting to protect her citizens from this diabolical terrorist organization and to rescue her hostages. There is only one culprit to blame for this war, and that is Hamas. Their singular goal is to destroy Israel and kill Jews. Mr. Speaker, this chamber has always and will always continue to stand strong with Israel and work to release these victims from terrorist tyranny and support preventing an attack like this from being perpetrated against Israel by Hamas ever again. Am Israel Chai, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, 1 minute, as he provides his statement.
Thank you so much for yielding, and to my colleague, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for bringing us all together today. I just want to say a word or two about Doris Leiber, who I met a few weeks ago. She came to the Capitol with other families who have loved ones who were taken hostage. Her son, Guy, was taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th, 26 years old. He was at a festival with his friends, and terror took over. He was shot in the arm and called his mother. That was the last time she heard his voice. We hope that and pray that he is alive and that he will be released. Every single one of these hostages must be released. Hamas must release every single hostage, and they must surrender. They can end this nightmare, and they can end this war. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask how much time remains?
The gentleman has 22 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials for the record.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. The state of Qatar poses the gravest and most profound threat to the national security interests of the United States in the Middle East. This was true before October 7th, but it is now undeniable in the aftermath of the unspeakable horrors of that day, where at least 32 Americans were brutally murdered and another 12 Americans were taken hostage. Qatar poses a threat to the U.S. not through its military, nor does Qatar threaten the U.S. by training and directly equipping terrorist groups the same way that the Ayatollah and the mullahs from Iran do. Qatar threatens the U.S. even though it does not call Israel the little Satan, nor does it call the United States the great Satan. And it is true that Qatar does not loudly proclaim that it wants to wipe Israel off the map, just as it does not publicly chant death to America. But it is precisely because Qatar does not espouse extremism so boldly and brazenly that this tiny but wealthy emirate is so dangerous to our national security interests.
The nature of this threat is best understood by comparing the contrasting the two main state sponsors of Hamas, Qatar and Iran. Qatar has access to the corridors of power and the ability to mingle with world elites. Iran, on the other hand, simply does not have the ability to influence or glad hand Western leaders. Iran does not get involved and invited to the G20. Qatar does. Iran does not attend Davos. Qatar does. Iran does not host the forward headquarters of CENTCOM, Central Command. Qatar does. The Iranian Ayatollah can't simply get President Biden on the phone for a friendly call, but the Qatari Emir can and does. The Islamic Republic of Iran, in its current form, run by the mullahs, would never be designated as a major non-NATO ally. Yet just last year, President Biden bestowed this prestigious designation on the state of Qatar. Qatar has used its enormous influence with the West to help terrorist groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban. Qatar's singularly unique support for Hamas has proved invaluable for the bloodthirsty terrorist group. Hamas leaders not only planned the unprecedented terror campaign from luxury villas and penthouse suites in Doha, provided to them by the state of Qatar, but they have been allowed to promote blood libels daily since October 7th on Al Jazeera, the propaganda outlet owned and ultimately controlled by the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. For years, and continuing to this day, Qatar has promoted and whitewashed Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban, among other terrorist groups, including with fawning coverage on Al Jazeera. Qatar also effectively serves as the diplomatic arm for these terrorist groups, including when they claim to act as mediators with the terrorists from the West. And of course, Qatar also funds these and other terrorist groups, sometimes overtly and sometimes quietly. But Qatar has also provided direct and material support to Hamas here in the United States, such as aggressively protecting the terrorist group by successfully killing legislation that was intended to enact harsh sanctions on the state sponsors of Hamas. And I will soon explain in more detail that the state of Qatar was single-handedly responsible for killing the Hamas sanctions bill, which was first introduced in 2017 by my friend and colleague, Congressman Brian Mast. The state of Qatar not only killed the Hamas sanctions bill in the 115th Congress, but after it was reintroduced in 2019, the emirate once again killed the legislation in the 116th Congress. And while it is impossible to know for sure, it is distinctly possible that if Qatar had not gone to such extraordinary lengths to protect Hamas from sanctions, that the atrocities of October 7th might never have happened. Also, the entire Beltway foreign policy establishment, not just Democrats, but also Republican, have gotten Qatar wrong for the past 25-plus years. The establishment's conventional wisdom is that although almost all outward indicators show that Qatar is firmly aligned with Iran, Islamists, and jihadists, the supposed truth is that they are secretly moderate and pro-America. Unfortunately, our foreign policy elites have chosen to cling to the illusion of who the Qataris privately claim to be, while ignoring the harsh reality of who they actually are. It is simply not true that the Qataris are reluctantly close with Iran, Islamists, and jihadists, engaging with these malign actors out of necessity or to help the United States and the West. The overwhelming evidence shows that, in fact, the Qataris are true believers. Qatar's apologists claim that the emirate only has dealings with Iran because they jointly own the North Field, the world's largest natural gas reserve. Yet time and again, Qatar acts in sync with Iran across the Middle East, where both regimes just so happen to try and destabilize the same governments, especially those that are strong allies of the United States.
And Qatar and Iran both sponsor some of the same terrorist groups, including Hamas and Hezbollah. But there is no support for Ambassador Al-Thani's allegation. The most generous interpretation for the emirate is that Qatar wanted to serve as the home for Hamas headquarters and its leaders, and that it convinced the Obama administration to allow them to become joined at the hip with this bloodthirsty terrorist group. Similarly, Qatar is also no reluctant supporter of Hamas. Qatar's ambassador to America, McCall Al-Thani, implied in a Wall Street Journal op-ed earlier this month that the United States essentially requested Doha to host Hamas world headquarters and to provide sanctuary to the terrorist group's leaders. The best evidence that Qatar genuinely supports Hamas and shares the same worldview and goals as the terrorist organization is what you see when Hamas leaders such as Ismail Haniyeh or Khalid Mashal meet with the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. As you can see in the photo of their meetings, the Emir warmly embraces Haniyeh and Mashal and terrorists with blood on their hands. And the Emir clearly demonstrates with his smile and body language that he considers these Hamas thugs to be his close personal friends. There are two other powerful indicators that Qatar agrees with the radicals who hate America. The first is the ruling Al-Thani family's close relationship with the longtime spiritual leader of the International Muslim Brotherhood, Yosef al-Qaradawi. The other is something available for anyone to see for themselves, the stomach-turning content on Al Jazeera, the Qatari state-owned propaganda outlet. Until Qaradawi died last year at the age of 96, he was not only the top religious cleric for the Muslim Brotherhood, but also the ruling Al-Thani family. The Qatar Foundation, which is actually a private company owned by the Emir of Qatar and his parents, worked closely with Qaradawi for decades, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to export and promote Qaradawi's deranged brand of Islam. To understand just how much of an extremist Qaradawi was, all you have to do is watch the old broadcast of his show on Al Jazeera. Over the years, Qaradawi used his Al Jazeera platform to endorse violent jihad against the West, and he specifically advocated for terrorist attacks on Israel, as well as attacks on U.S. soldiers in Iraq. Qaradawi also praised the Holocaust and repeatedly used his show to promote the mass murder of Jews. On his Al Jazeera show in 2011, Qaradawi proclaimed that Allah used Adolf Hitler to wreak the Holocaust upon the Jews as divine punishment, and he praised Hitler for putting Jews in their place. Qaradawi was also well known for praising Hamas during the Al Jazeera broadcasts. Unfortunately, the entirety of Al Jazeera is now well known for praising Hamas. Al Jazeera has served as an unabashed cheerleader for Hamas for years, and especially since October 7th. The broadcasts of state-owned Al Jazeera have been rife with explicit cheerleading for Hamas and spreading blood libels about the Jewish state. Not only does Al Jazeera reveal its repugnant bias in hailing Hamas as the resistance and casting Israel as the occupiers, but among its earliest reporting on Hamas' October 7th terrorist attack was a story praising the brutal kidnapping as humanitarian under the headline, "Activists praise the resistance's humanitarian treatment of an Israeli woman and her children." In the time since, Qatar's propaganda outlet has continued to interview top Hamas leaders, often in studio in Doha, allowing them to promote dangerous falsehoods designed to incite viewers against not just Israel, but also America and the West. For years, Hamas has tried to sell the West a fiction, the idea that there is an armed wing and a political wing of the terrorist organization. Well, it is safe to say that since October 7th, Al Jazeera has become the media wing of Hamas. If someone wants to know about Qatar's true foreign policy positions, all they need to do is check out Al Jazeera's Arabic language coverage. That way, it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone that Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement on October 7th that holds Israel solely responsible for the mass murder of 1,200 innocents and the kidnapping of another 200 plus. Earlier this month, at a Gulf Cooperation Council gathering, Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani doubled down on this position when he had the audacity to condemn the world for allowing Israel supposedly to be above the law, as if a nation should not be allowed to defend itself from mass murders at its border. Even as the Emir himself very much treats the Hamas leaders as above the law by refusing to arrest him. And now I would like to yield time to my colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles. I would like to yield, 5 to 7 minutes to the gentleman. I'm sure he will utilize the time wisely.
Thank you, General. Mr. Speaker, if Americans knew that the Biden administration was treating a state sponsor of terrorism like a major ally, they would be infuriated. But that's exactly what's going on with Qatar, or Qatar, a tiny but very wealthy country in the Persian Gulf. Qatar is a friend to anti-Semites, and as the general stated, clearly they must hate Israel and the Jewish people. They're one of the largest sponsors of state terrorism in the world. They regularly play host to leaders of Hamas and the Taliban. In fact, Qatar provided Hamas leadership with a venue to celebrate the horrific atrocities on October 7th. Only a world where Joe Biden is president would we be supporting a terrorist country as part of our foreign policy. Last year, President Biden designated Qatar as a major non-NATO ally, a special designation given to about 20 countries like Taiwan, like Israel, and an honor meant to highlight an extremely close bilateral relationship. In a sense, we do have a close relationship with Qatar, far too close. Qatar has given over $5 billion, that's B as in Bravo, to U.S. colleges, which makes them the #1 foreign donor to our very own educational institutions. Research at the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy have presented a strong link between the funding of U.S. universities by Doha and the active presence of anti-Semitic groups on those campuses. Needless to say, we should be extremely wary about the impact of these donations on our young people. And for decades, Congress has allowed these donations to flow into our universities without any supervision or meaningful disclosure requirements. Meanwhile, American Jews are harassed on campuses, compelled not to reveal their Jewish heritage. And since the start of October 7th, 73% of Jewish students in the U.S. have been victims or witnesses to on-campus anti-Semitism. Qatar has the honor of hosting a major airbase outside of Doha. The presence of that airbase all but ensures their safety and that they will never be attacked. You'd hope at the very least Qatar would try hard to ensure that it's not spreading anti-Semitism or supporting anti-American sentiments. But we've seen this anti-Semitism. We've seen it alive and well on Qatar's state-owned media outlet, Al Jazeera, or as I like to say, AJTN, Al Jazeera Terrorist Network. Unfortunately, criticisms of Qatar come in muted in this town. Doha has certainly poisoned the well, perching the loyalties of university elites, influential think tanks, lobbyists, some of the best that money can buy, and even politicians, which is why so many D.C. institutions whitewash Qatar's support for terrorism. On top of this, I mentioned earlier, Qatar lets the leaders of Hamas and the Taliban stay at the most expensive hotels in Doha. It provides up to $480 million, $500 million to Hamas to keep their military afloat. Qatar will tell you that this is going to non-military uses, but we've heard today throughout testimony that money flowing to Qatar, flowing to Iran, is fungible. As former chairwoman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Ms. Ross Layton once put it, in Qatar, there are three buckets: terror financed by the government, terror financed through Qataris, and terror financing that Qatar doesn't stop. That's the former chairwoman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee commenting on something that's been known for decades, known in this town, that Qatar actively and openly supports terrorism. Let's look at a few more examples. In 2003, Congress was informed of Qatar's funding to charities that support al-Qaeda, including the bin Laden-endorsed charity, the Qatar Charity. The same year, the New York Times also reported that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11, one of the terrorists responsible for murdering 3,000 Americans, fled to where? Qatar, from Kuwait, in order to avoid apprehension. We also know that Qatar has provided support for al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria, al-Nusra Front. Qatar has provided support to numerous terrorist groups, including the Taliban, the Muslim Brotherhood, and of course its most visible beneficiary, Hamas. Now, what would you call a group that supports terrorists, or a country that supports terrorist groups like al-Qaeda, like al-Nusra, like the Taliban, the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas? You would call them a state sponsor of terrorism. That's what this administration needs to do. It needs to remove Qatar's major non-NATO ally status until such time as Qatar denounces terrorism and any support for terrorism or terrorist groups. And if they don't, maybe it's time to label them as a state sponsor of terrorism. Earlier today, this House passed in unanimous fashion my amendment to call on Qataris to condemn Hamas, turn over Hamas leadership to the U.S. or Israeli custody, and prevent Iran from receiving any funds. And if the Emir of Qatar were here on the House floor, I'd tell him to pick a side. Either you're with us or you're with the terrorists. Enough equivocating. Let me be clear. I do not wish ill on Qatar. In fact, I'm open to dialogue. To the people of Qatar, I wish them well. But I must wish to ensure or want to ensure that my country has partners it can trust. And Qatar has demonstrated time and again its unwillingness to abandon its two-faced approach towards relations with the United States and with terrorists. Mr. Speaker, regarding the atrocities, what does Qatar have to say? When a mom and her 10 to 12-year-old daughter were brutally raped, left naked, and murdered in their home. What does Qatar have to say when a baby was put into an oven, the father murdered, the wife brutally raped? What does Qatar have to say? When women were being gang raped, their breasts cut off, and the terrorists were playing with them, tossing them around like toys, what does Qatar have to say? When they were sexually abusing men and cutting off their genitals, what does Qatar have to say? And when the mom, pregnant, her mouth gagged, was being held, and they cut the baby out of her womb, what does Qatar have to say? They blamed Israel. They need to pick a side. And for too long, they've been on the wrong side. I want to make one final note on Qatar, and it's reference to a comment made earlier by my colleague from Texas. He mentioned Qatar's role in helping to release hostages from the clutches of the Hamas dogs, the terrorists of Hamas. Most Americans taken by Hamas on October 7th are still in custody. And what has Qatar done? Many people, Israeli and otherwise, are still in Hamas custody. What has Qatar done? I would say they're stalling for time to allow Hamas to regroup, to flee, to rebuild. It's time that families and children be reunited. We want every hostage released now. Let me pose a question to you. Do you think Qatar is the best intermediary for releasing hostages? I don't think they are. I'm grateful for every hostage that's been released. But while Qatar is helping to release some hostages, they're also ensuring Hamas's preservation. I said earlier today that someone who robs your home and then offers to cut your grass 2 days later is still a thief. It does not change who they are. Given the level of financing Qatar provides Hamas on an annual basis, they could have at least compelled the release of all Americans. I just want to mention briefly, Mr. Speaker, my Trust But Verify Act, which would delist Qatar's MNNA status, major non-NATO ally status, until the President certifies that they are no longer providing support for international terrorism. And the President must recertify this every 90 days. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. To the General, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. How many minutes remain?
The gentleman's time has expired.
May I have 2 minutes to close? You know, when you're generous with your time, which it is, but time is finite because once a minute is gone, it's lost forever. I have countless examples here of how Qatar's influence is so deep in Washington, D.C., that includes hacking, that includes targeting committee chairmen, but most importantly, the biggest example that is read, the Gray Lady, the New York Times, is a business partner to an extent with Hamas. You know, it's time that we stop treating Hamas as benefactors and the government as an ally. The time is now for the U.S. to force Qatar to choose between the U.S. and Hamas. They cannot embrace both. And if they choose to continue embracing Hamas, we must treat them as we treat any other state sponsor of terrorist groups that murder Americans. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.